type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady joke design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again with it. XOX cutthroat code, run it again with it. Steady joke design, think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady joke design, think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady joke design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again with it. XOX cutthroat code, run it again with it.
Hel- Hello, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is Snapdragon Pro Series Open Final Swiss round stage. We are in day number 4, and that means today onwards, we're going to be promoting some teams to the Challenger stage. More teams will go home. I'm your commentator, Husky, for today, but don't worry, I'm going to bring in my buddy in just a little bit. Sit tight, relax, and get ready for some Mobile Legends Bang Bang action.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 5 Open Finals. We are day 4 in the Swiss round stage, and that means the teams are starting to find their way into the Challenge Group stage, and some teams are going to be sent back home as always as we continue this brutal Swiss round format. My name is Husky, and of course, it would not be completed without my partner right here. I'm going to bring him in. It's IC Baby 1-2.
What's up? I'm feeling a little bit tall right here, and you know, surprisingly, we're kind of color-coded here today.
Yeah.
You're wearing red. I'm wearing a little bit flowery red. But most importantly here, today's matches is going to be a very, very spicy one because we have teams already been eliminated yesterday, and we also have teams who are looking to qualify to the Open Challenge.
Yeah, and today we will have 2 teams that will be qualifying to the Challenger stage, which is a big moment, right? I think we have one of it for the English broadcast, but before we go into all of that, we got to look at the state of the Swiss round format because it has been brutal for some of these teams, especially on the 0-2 side. We've already lost 8 teams by the end of week number 1. You know, Bleed, Team Flash, D-Roll Legends, Asterisk, Valhalla, well, not Valhalla, Foxora, Homeboy Syndicate, Omega Neos, they're all gone. Yesterday, we also lost another 8 teams, and today, that trend is going to continue. We will eliminate 6 more teams and qualify 2 teams to the Challenge season.
Yeah, what's really unfortunate as well is that both the RRQ teams, Kaito as well as Sena, has also been eliminated yesterday as well. And interesting enough, both these teams were actually knocked down in this bracket by both the EVOS team, which one currently is in the 3-0 bracket here, 1 more point away from actually qualifying directly to the Challenge Finals. And then, of course, you know, those who are fighting for their lives here today, again, a few set are going to be eliminated here. A total of 6 teams is going to be eliminated by the end of today.
Yeah, 4 teams will be fighting for their slots for Challenge Group stage. As you can see on the screen, we have Monster Vicious, Bleed Esports, EVOS, Holy, and Mythic Seal. 2 out of those 4 are going to secure the first 2 slots into the Challenge Group stage, which also fast tracks their progress, right? Because they don't have to play at least for the next 2 days. So this is their best opportunity for the rest of the teams in 2-1. It's all about the battle of survival. And for those who are wondering, well, what does getting to the Challenger stage get you? Well, it gets you an audience with the teams who are waiting in the Challenge stage. Bigatron Alpha, RQ Hoshi, Rebellion Esports, Smart Omega, Team Liquid Philippines, RSG Philippines, King Empire, Udo Red Giants, RSG Malaysia, RSG Singapore, EVO, and CFU Gaming.
Well, I like that you put it in such a very, very nice way here. Invitation to beat with these teams here. And again, you know, I must stress you that all these teams that's been playing so far on the SPS stream here have had a very, very long journey, right? They have to start from the qualifiers of the respective round here. They played, I think there's 2 teams from each region in particular, and then coming into here with the invited teams fighting for their lives here, and only 4 will make it out to fight against another 12 teams, where later on only 6 will advance further.
Yeah, and well, just to make it a bit more appealing, these are not even the top seeds from their respective regions,
know,
right? Because we still have a bunch more teams waiting in the challenge finals. So teams running the open finals, just consider this as a boss rush. You are constantly fighting teams who are stronger than you, day in, day out, to prove yourself. And again, we have 4 slots only available, allocated for the open finals. And I find this very, very interesting. But the most important part is to check out today's schedule to see what we got on the table.
Yep, speaking of today's schedule here, we'll be starting off with Team Ha going up against JP Niners, and then followed by that is going to be Liquid Aura going up against Minana Evos, and ending things on the English broadcast here is going to be Vanguard Esports going up against Fnatic Onyx PH. 3 best of 3s thus far, and I must say, this 3 series here, it is going to be very fun for the viewers. Unfortunately, quite tiring for us casters.
I'll tell you, it feels a lot worse for the teams that loses the series, because all these 3s are elimination series. We don't get the pleasure of watching the qualification one, but it's fine because there are other broadcasts if you guys are interested in the 3-0 bracket. For us, I think it's still a treat, right? We get some very nice MPL Malaysia rematch, Niners against Team Hawk. Last time they met, Team Hawk beat them 2-1. We get Minana Evos. It's a team that I've been looking forward to the entire Swiss stage, and today they're going to be fighting for their lives.
Yeah, what's really interesting for me is that when it comes to Minana Evos here, I really want to talk a little bit more on them, just because of how mechanically gifted they are yesterday here. But again, you know, on the screen you can see it is going to be win or go home for all the 12 teams on screen here. Sorry, math's a little bit bad here because 6 brackets, right? Yeah. So 12 teams going to be playing today, and of course 6 of them will be eliminated by the end of today. And again, yes, you talked about Team Hawk going up JP Niners as well during their run in MPLMY. It seems to be a little bit disappointing, and there are also a little bit of wow factors as well. JP Niners barely retaining their slots in MPLMY, whereas Team Hawk is still going to be competing on playoffs here, but rumor has it they have improved a lot based on their journey here in SPS, especially of them taking down big teams like RRQ Sena.
Oh, 100%. I think what makes this matchup even more interesting is that we are going to be seeing the full JP Niners match lineup. Last time they met in MPL Malaysia, JP Niners actually didn't field their full lineup. They played Barbosa, but they also had the MAL player Zay who played in the mid lane, right? Today we're gonna be getting Moon. We're gonna be getting the full main 5. I think this could affect the dynamic against Team Hawk. Or sweet revenge, because if they win this, Team Hawk is out of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, I'm gonna quote Loffel on this as well. He did mention that JP Niners in the SPS is the strongest JP Niners we've seen from MPLMY. So it takes a little bit of time here for them to actually getting used to as well, but I really like that they're already making preparations for the next MPL when they're going to be competing, right? So right now, let's give you guys a little bit some stats here for those of you who are a little bit curious on what's happening throughout the entire stream here. These are the top 3 mid laners for the entire Snapdragon Pro Series for majors, and we have Loi, Novara, and Valentina, 16 picks, 38 picks, and 39 picks, with the highest win rate belonging to Loi when it's picked.
Yeah, when it's picked. And I think the best part is that if you look at the top 3 overall, right, Novara is not only the most popular hero, but also the hero with the highest success rate, right? Almost 58% win rate out of 38 games. Makes her such a popular choice. Even with Valentina, a lot of teams are starting to first phase pick it just as a Swiss Army knife, but success rate, not as much.
Yeah, that's the thing about Valentina. You know, if your enemy has a really good ultimates here, you can turn the tides in their favor, right? Like, if your enemy has an Angela, I'm sorry to say, the hard guard does not have heals at all. So again, it comes down to preference here, but again, I feel like mid laners, there is a little bit more flexibility here, which is kind of surprising because Loi, Novara, Valentina, we know them as the quote-unquote meta popular picks as well. But if you take into equations like heroes like Vexana, heroes like Lilia, heroes like Faramis as well, kind of fits in the role where there's still a lot of heroes that can kind of contend with all these 3 mid laners. But yesterday, we actually covered out heroes like gold laners in department, which is starting to get a little bit stale. Not gonna lie, it's always been gonna be Nathan, Roger,
Harif, Moskov.
That's it.
Sometimes you see like
maybe fighters, but on our screen only this 4. Nothing else. It's the most contested heroes thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. We gotta look at the highest pick heroes as well, because I think this is gonna change a little bit. Yeah, Moskov finally making up onto top 3 after 3 days of Swiss round. Baraz and Fredrin still remaining at the top. And Fredrin, wow, finally breaking into the 50 above 50% win rate, because prior to this, prior to week 2, Fredrin has had a abysmal, I think 40+% win rate, but he's such a good all-rounder, right? You can always pick Fredrin.
But personally, when we talk about these two heroes here, Fredrin and Barats here, why Fredrin is so popular is because of the fact that it is very flexible, right? You can play it jungle, you can play it XP, but majority has been in a situation where they played in the jungle role. And of course, you know, just such an annoying hero to deal with, right? Like, there's just not a lot of assassins that can actually deal with it as well. There's not a lot of good matchups against Fredrin that gives a very, very strong tankiness here. Barats, Fredrin, great. Boring, most boring matchup in terms of jungle here, but yeah, great. But again, it gives you that flexibility in case, you know, your enemy decides to bring in a pocket strategy. You know, that's why some teams they would flex Barats into XP, some teams they will flex Fredrin into XP, which personally I'm not a big fan. But again, if you have heroes like, I don't know, maybe a Fanny or a Ling, yeah, great. Fredrin and Barats, they are going to be able to contest jungles and lords, but 1v1 matchups, not exactly the greatest.
I like Barats XP, but definitely not Fredrin XP. Not my cup of tea.
I don't like Barats XP.
You like Barats XP? I think it's
Terrible.
nice. I think it's nice. Good for objective contest.
Okay.
We'll see what the teams can prove. Highest banned heroes coming up next. This one, I also want to see if it's going to remain the same. Yep, still Harith, public enemy number 1, 97 bans, followed by Loyi with 88, and then Chip with 78 total bans.
Okay. Harith makes a lot of sense. Loyi, for me personally, it's in a very, very awkward situation because prior to this patch, before Chips, Loyi wasn't really touched that much, right?
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't really buffed, it wasn't really nerfed, but people weren't really picking it. It was always like Vex versus Nana, Vex versus, what was it called? Valentina, Faramis, Lilia. That's it. Like, no one was in a situation with Loyi, but when Chips came out, people were trying to figure out strategies on how to deal with Chips. Some say it's Belleric, some say it's Carmilla, but majority has been leaning on Loyi because of the fact that, oh, if Chips starts a fight here, you know what? Let's set up an ambush. And Loyi was the one that was able to kind of match the surprise element that Chips bring to the table.
Yeah, and I think it also kind of levels up the macro plays of some teams, right? Such a good sight to see when Loyi actually works out. And for all of our audience right here, we actually, if you guys haven't been following social media for ESL, especially for Snapdragon Pro Series, just know that we are live with our ticket sales from 10,000 IDR onwards. You can get it on esl.gg/MLBB-TIX-EN. Buy the tickets because Challenge Final is going to be happening in Jakarta once more. We're bringing it back to Indonesia. This time, grab your tickets and be there.
Exactly. You know, if you get your tickets here and you're going to be in Jakarta at the main event as well, who knows? You might be very, very lucky to actually spot us there if the time allows us. You know,
We can spot the players, right? I mean, the
spot the
teams,
players. Yeah,
all the players are going to be
come on,
there.
man. You gotta give us some shot, man.
And of course,
it's not
we'll
every
be there.
day, you know, we get to meet the fans, man.
Yeah, I missed it. When was the last time I met?
You're gonna meet them this week.
This week? Oh
Yeah,
yeah, you're
local
right.
ones.
We will
Yeah.
meet them this week, and
Yeah.
not just me. But yes, get your tickets. I believe there are 3 different tiers, but you can check it out on the website itself. The most important thing, I think, for now is definitely the first best of 3 Team Hawk against JP Niners. I'm just happy that JP Niners is in their best form right now, even though it's not in the MPL League, but they are still here, right? They've proven themselves time and time again, and I think this is the best way for us to end this best of 3 with a rematch from our local league itself, but JP Niners at their best.
Well, this is a very, very good introduction for Team Hawk, not gonna lie. For those who are going to be fans of MPL and Y, this is going to be, I would say, a warm-up match for them before they actually head into the playoffs here. So we get a little bit snippet here on how Team Hawk is going to be playing as a teaser on how things are going to be going here. And of course, to be honest, I'm curious to see who their starting roster is.
I think for Team Hawk, it should be the same. Well, at least not for the roamers, at least. We still got Iris, but roamer, we get Yanusu, and then even for the mid lane, man, come on, Team Hawk. Why did you let him change his IGN? But we still get Sakin for gold, we still get Noir for the roamer role. Overall, it's the same. It's just they changed their name. Good job, Janus. I don't like you at all.
Yeah, Janus, going to be changing his name. But Patrificus Totalis, what was his previous name? I suddenly can't remember. He was the guy that played with GigFam once upon a time.
No, people were calling him the emergency.
Yeah, the emergency player that, you know, goes in and becomes the pinch server for the team and somehow wins the tournaments for themselves.
I'm not gonna lie. I think Team Hawk after having their mid laner in, it has been nice, right? I mean, previously we started with Lexia, now we have Maimar, who has been the savior for Team Hak, at least in the local league. Let's take a look at JP Niners and their roster, fielding a full main 5, Year 3, Max, Munji, Zaus, Barbosa.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting as well because, again, this is going to be Malaysia versus Malaysia. Two of these teams are pretty much the last 3 remaining Malaysian teams in the Open Finals. And it is going to be a little bit difficult because of the fact that when we look into the journeys of JP Niners and during MPOMY, JP Niners' game has always been won with Roger being played by Max in the jungle role. And considering how popular Roger is in the gold lane thus far, the teams who do not ban this Roger means pretty much gives a free win for JP Niners. And if I'm not mistaken, the current win rate stats for JP Niners when Max is played on the Roger is pretty much a 100% win rate thus far.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, that's actually the great case. You're right. But they also have a couple of tricks up their sleeves, right? Max with his Ling, that's what got them a win against Todak in the MPL League. That's what saved them from relegation. Max also showed his arm on 2 times against the Lango Red Giants. That one didn't go as planned, but at least we know that JP Niners still have some extra picks if they ever need it. I am still trying to get used to Zao's playing the fighter role because obviously that is not his main role.
Yeah.
He has shown some struggles with it, at least in MPL Malaysia. But if this is what JP Niners is finding success with, I think Antagonist has been cooking really well.
I think that's something that they have to actually eventually figure out on what they have to overcome themselves here. Because personally, we are big fans of like gold lane just marksman. Fighter, it's very, very situational unless there's like a core, compensation for maybe an Edith or maybe even a Roger in the jungle department, then okay, makes sense. You have some late game potential, great. Maybe even a Sicilian as well, great. But of course now, without further ado, we're going to be looking at the drafts here. And I'm sorry to say, Roger is gone. Sorry, Max, you ain't playing Roger jungle this time.
I mean, they're banning Ling also, right? They are specifically targeting Max. The first team that actually first face bans Ling against JP Niners was actually SRG. And that came after they beat Todak 2-0. Well, Niners beat Todak 2-0. But Todak banned out. Very good ban. I like it. Barbosa loves that hero. So both teams starting out strong with power bans.
I actually remember who Petrificus Totalis' real name right now.
Yeah, it's Maima.
It's Maima. Oh my god. I was like, wait a minute, that's Maima's face.
Who
why would they change his name? Petrificus Totalis. That sounds like a Harry Potter spell.
It sounds like it sounds Greek. I probably need to Google what does that mean.
Medusa, probably. Just because it's petrified.
Because it's petrified, right?
Anyways, Loi first pick coming from Niners here. Munji gonna be very, very happy about that pickup as well. He does have the experience to play macroly in that department. But now let's talk about heroes that is pretty much let through right now. And I think the hero that is pretty much out in the open right now is going to be the Moskov, the Natan, as well as the Arlot Barat as well. Okay, Frederick Natan is going to be the safe pick for Team Arc.
Depends on whether Iris is going to be playing that Fredrin XP. I think Team Arc has already moved away from flexing this Fredrin for Iris. They are giving him roles like not just the Terizla, he plays a mean Benedetta, which I think could be an option.
That's the thing, right? Like, I've known Iris to be really, really good at Ruby, Benedetta, Paquito,
Terizla. I think Terizla was it.
But during MPMY, he's been played Barat so many times to a point
that is right.
It feels weird considering the fact that Iris is such a mechanically gifted player, but he's forced to play one of the most boring heroes ever. It's like, I'm a tank, I walk up, I just press one skill as a hit or miss, that's it, done. There's no flash plays, nothing, nada.
I preferred Iris this season because
on Arlot.
Well,
for me, I don't know about you.
Yeah. Well, just overall,
okay.
And it's not about his playstyle because last season he only gets to play Terizla and Fredrin, so he gets a lot more choice in
and
season.
the previous
13.
season he doesn't even get to play. He's just benched straight up.
Poor dude.
Dude, that's the thing, right? Like for me, I think Iris is one of the most underrated XP laners ever. But he's not given the tools he's needed to just play.
I'll make you feel better, right? He got benched 2 seasons ago, and the first team they are playing in playoffs is the team that benched him. So
you're just adding on even
dude,
more.
the storyline is great, right? So at least JP Niners gets to play, let Zaus play the marksman. It's been a while since he has not been playing Ruby. We get the Yuzong for Year 3, Novaria for Maima. This is already looking scary. A lot of magic damage for Hak.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more on the roams here, because from what I remember as well, Barbosa has had good success as a Cho as well as a Kufra. Sometimes he plays the Enchanter playstyles as well, but so far we haven't seen too much Enchanter games on stream. But yesterday we did see one that's very interesting, is that they I would say Matilda Barat is like the most popular one. Yeah, man, never mind.
The third one is
It's
Florin.
I was Florin
Yeah,
is
your
pretty
third
good.
choice is Florin, right?
Yeah,
There you go.
like instead of going for Florin, you kind of want to have the movement speed thing here. They actually brought in the Rofela and Barats as well, which kind of wanted the game. It was very, very nice. They topped it off with the Faramis, but this time no Barats. I was like, oh, okay, no point talking about
Yeah,
it
no
anymore.
Barras. I mean, no Paquito.
Gone.
You talked about
Yeah,
the Iris.
comforts.
It could be a Benedetta ban coming up next because teams have been actively banning Benedetta against Team Hawk.
I think the Benedetta ban isn't too bad because Yuzhong versus 1v1 Benedetta isn't exactly the greatest as well. In terms of rotations, yeah, Benedetta kind of out-rotates the Yuzhong, but getting into the fights, who causes more chaos? And I think Yuzhong is a bigger threat than anything else. But again, now here comes Barat as well as the Nolan being banned here. So that means Max is going to be put in a situation. And I think JP Niners is in a situation where they really depend on Max being the playmaker of the team rather than the frontliner that kind of soaks up damage, right? Like Fredrin, Barats, or even like tanky junglers, Arcaya as well, isn't exactly... It feels very uncomfortable to see Max play going in it.
I think Max plays Fredrin the most. Like I think like if he's not playing Assassin, he plays...
With the highest boost rate as well.
That is true. You're not wrong about that. The Xbox ban, so you called it right. Benedetta gets let through. I wonder what Team Hawk is going to be looking for, right? Are they going to pick their roamer right now? Like Minotaur Tigro are still up on the table for Noir? Or are they going to pick that that XP laner in this spot? Because I feel like
They should.
they have Janus, right?
Yeah.
Assassin Fanny is one of his signature. I'm not sure if he wants to go for it this game though.
Right now, both roamers not been picked yet, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the Cho pickup coming from JP Niners. But I feel like, again, you brought up Florin. I think Florin isn't too bad in this situation, but okay, they go in for Minotaur instead. Okay.
I have a suspicion, I have a feeling that there's a chance we might see Iris on the Fredrin just so they could fit a Fanny for Janus. I legitimately think that there is a possibility, depending on what Niners take for the last two picks. Right, like Niners also are looking for a jungler, but yeah, so they take the Baxia Edith, alright.
Okay, respectable. I think Rome Edith isn't too bad as well. They brought in for Baxia for Max isn't out of comfort zone as well. It actually gives you that early advantage of the anti-heals, right? Like, I think based on what we've seen so far in terms of meta, we've always been talking about Dominance Ice as a priority pick, right? Durance has kind of, NOD has kind of fallen off in terms of meta as well. But based on the recent changes as well, the armor reduction on armors has pretty much hurt Dominance Ice in terms of value overall. And we've seen a lot of teams kind of shifted away from Dominance Ice and opted to go for the Blade Armor instead.
And Blade Armor, Oracle, Anticuras, anything but the Dominance Ice.
Yeah.
But also the per level defense increase for tanks, right? Makes it so much more easier to be tanky early to mid.
But let's
So
see.
okay, so it's a Fredrin jungle. They're not going too crazy in this game one.
Okay.
Lapu for Iris.
I actually like JP Niners' draft a little bit more, just because of how much team fight potential it's capable of, whereas Team Hawk requires a lot of very, very micro fights in terms of micro decisions here. So I feel like in terms of JP Niners, I definitely like the Yuzhong pickup. The Baxia is just going to be able to set up for team fights as well. So I feel like it's pretty 50-50, but I like JP Niners a little bit more.
I agree. I think because I was contemplating between Baxia and Akai, because Akai into Fredrin is a natural deterrent. Though I think JP Niners is definitely prepared to deal with Saken, because Saken, if you look at his match history competitively, Natan is his first choice. Like he rarely goes for like Roger or Harif. Even if it's open, he likes the Natan a lot. Yeah,
and I think this is amazing to actually see a little bit of warm-up here for Team Hawk. We're going up against JP Niners here. I want to see how JP Niners is going to be able to fare well against Team Hawk as of yet. And of course, Team Hawk looking to prove themselves here with the integration of Maima in the pool. This is going to be an exciting one.
And just context for people who just tuned in and I'm not familiar with Team Hawk, Petrificus Totalis is actually Maima, and Yanusu is Janus, right? So we're gonna be using their actual IGNs instead of this one. But yes, Max, this Baxia into Fredrin. I think when you look at JP9's draft, it's about just being able to play fast with this Loi Baxia.
Yep, it is going to be game 1 right now. Best of 3. Winner of this series will advance further to try and fight for their second chance in qualifying for the challenge finals here, while the loser will be going home by the end of today. But as of you can see, nothing super out of the ordinary yet. And what's interesting is that they are actually clumped up in the middle lane here to actually kind of force a couple of fights. But I do see rotations up top. Max does have a very, very early rotation here. So this is going to help them level up for the first turtle fight as well. Unless it gets stolen, Max. Nope. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he got it. I think he can just clear this wave. Probably would commit a retreat for it since he's going to come back up before the first turtle just so he could hit the floor. Retreat and forcing Noir back. Max is off to a great start.
Yeah, this is actually really, really good for him because of the fact that he's already a level ahead. He's looking for he may be able to actually potentially get a level 5 before the first total fight, whereas Janus is in a situation where he's forced to get out rotated. You can see everyone from Team Hockey is trying to make sure and accelerate the farm of Janus. And I feel like in this situation here, Team Hawk is doing their best to make sure that he's keeping up with Max, but this is actually hurting them in terms of overall map pressure in this map right now.
Max, like you said, is going to hit
level
5. Just off of the... He managed to clear the golems right at the bottom side, right? So you could be looking for a play up top onto Petrificus Totalis Maima, forcing the Purify very early on. Well, Janus is going to be on the turtle. Yeah, Team Hawk, they don't have 4 on the Minotaur. I'm not sure how they're going to take this. Might have to let it go.
Yeah, it's going to be close as well. Iris is very close to 4, but it looks like they're going to start a fight now.
Petrified, it should be first blood. The bleed out with the shard residue. The Edith claims it. And the retreat from Janus just too early. Black Dragon formed as a deterrent. Team Hawk forced to retreat.
Yeah, this is the best you can ask for here coming from Team Hawk, right? They made one small mistake here. They forced major ultimates here. Good catch coming from JP9ers, and seeing how JP9ers understands that they have the level advantage. And on top of the level advantage, because Max is a level ahead, there's no way he loses his Petri battle against Janus, but instead, he actually waited for Janus to panic retreat instead, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that there was a universe where he could have stolen the turtle. It was such a low HP. Still, it's not a big blow to Team Hawk, at least not for now. It seems like JP9ers have no intention of going for any sorts of invades, though they do already have a more than 1,000 goal advantage, just like that. Here comes Max though.
Well, wow!
He just drive by.
Oh, this is not looking good for Janus once again here. JP9ers finally figuring out how to actually deal with Team Hawk, just making sure that he's out-farms Janus so far, and now here comes the engagement.
Flicker, Earth Shatter into an onwards, forcing out the Minoan Fury. Noir could not stand long. Iris arrives to the scene. Moonji has the diversion, just escapes this Lapu Lapu as Barbosa. He will also get out. Furious dive, knock up, flip. 2 kills for JP9ers.
Yeah, I like how Niners is just playing super aggressive on this Baxia right now. And Baxia is just one of those heroes that has so much early aggression. And to top it off, because of him getting an early Molten Essence here, pretty much procs the anti-heal on whoever that requires healing from the Minotaur rather early here. And usually, like I said as well, NOD Dominant Size first item choice takes a little bit more time, but because you have this anti-heal before the fight, forcing fights in Baxia favors, not exactly helpful for Hawk.
Yeah, even with the Baxia, now you can even omit the fact that this Loi might have to go NOD first item, right? You can focus on your Talisman or Lightning Truncheon. Sea Harbor is no longer an important consideration. Second turtle up top. Team Hawk still wants to contest this?
Ooh, this is gonna be tough here. Zaf does not have, he does have the ultimate to join this fight here, but looks like Echo has been used. They will start the fight right now.
Barbosa already found Noir. Black Dragon form used very early on. ESG wants to find the back. This turtle is gonna go over, secured by Moon. Spear Destruction connects Zaf. Decides that this is his time to join the fight as Max leads the charge into Noir, desperately trying to retreat. Petrificus Totalis can't do enough damage. Fredrin already slams down, but Max still survives. JP9ers finds a kill and a turtle.
Well, at the same time here, Moonji, they're going to be trying to make a 10 down second as well. Okay, nothing super crazy here, but again, Niners, they're playing to their strength, right? Like, that's the thing about Moskov here. If you hit the ultimate here, it's going to be a 5v4 straight up for at least 10 to 15 seconds here. Meanwhile, Ye3, what are you doing here? Okay, the confidence coming in here. They almost got the kill on Maima, and I think he's going to kill Barbosa. 1 more HP. Boom, he's dead. Okay.
Yeah, even if he actually blocks that, Barbosa would die anyways. But
Yeah.
good attempt. Good attempt. Too bad Barbosa didn't have his ult. Oh, Flicker just came back up also, so slightly unlucky.
Hey, this is why you look for Petrificus Totalis, man. Like, he is the man that when things don't look good for your team, he is the guy who's going to be feeling any role he wants. Regardless of fighter, regardless of a goal laner, regardless of mage, he is going to be the guy that actually clutches for the team. However, let's talk about comeback mechanics here for Team Up, because as of yet, Janus not having a good time, getting out retreat once again to max, and he's almost a level behind, but he somehow managed to scale back, and this is something that I really like, because if they are able to hold on against this Baxia's power spike here, they're going to be okay, because eventually this Baxia will lose out in terms of overall damage, similar to a Barat in the later stage of the game.
I like what Zavs did. He altered the Lapu just so he could go to top and perform an immediate lane swap. So the Yetri can go bottom. Just the small details, and now Iris is like, man, I can't swap lanes, but also I cannot do anything against the Moskov.
Yeah, very nice timing as well on top of it all. Turtle is on the bottom side here, having the gold laner rather early in the Turtle, especially where there's not a huge level lead here, is not going to be looking good for Team Hak. Meanwhile, Niners, they can rejoin the fight anytime they want, because Zav's ultimate not necessarily very long here. His passive does gives him a lot of cooldowns to actually reset his fight here, but it looks like he's going to break down right now.
Yeah, Barbosa used the flicker, instantly goes into a primal form. Noir no more. Oh, they get the taunt onto Barbosa. He goes down first, but the low E damage from the rotation just a bit too much. Team Hak loses their Roma. Petrificus Totalis on the run, forced away from the fight, uses the Purify. JP Niners gets the turtle, and the rest of Team Hak again forced to retreat, but Zavs is not gonna let Maima get away. As the entry tries to chase Iris with the help of Max, can't find him, but still, Niners finds 2 kills.
You know, beautiful synergy here as well here, but guess what? Munchi, he's looking for a solo kill.
What?
Down bottom here. TP it up with a Divergent right at the spot where Sakan could not see it right under the brush there. Nicely done, but again, towards the point I was saying as well, Moonji was in a position where he was so awkward inside the pit. Technically, if he get dived off by Hak, he is going to go down, but because of how oppressive Max and Yetri is, Yetri with a 3-man knockup, setting up for the Divergent combo, the yin-yang reactions for Moonji just completely shredded Hak in all the fights.
And all that, they only lost Barbosa, the best trade you could ask for. In fact, both deaths on JP Niners are only from the Edith. So Niners are in control. More than 4,000 goal advantage, 8 minutes in.
This is very big lead here. The biggest problem that Team Hak has right now is how they deal with both Yetri and Max at the same time, because they don't necessarily have the most amount of damage to actually deal with them in terms of power spikes, because Natan just generally loses out the advantage of using the DHS's passive, right? And in this case, they need to scale in a situation where they need to outscale Baxia and mirror this. And Janus hasn't had a very good time, like 3 level behind against this Baxia. Turtle contest, not exactly the greatest for them here. They've got the ultimate with the Novaria, but aside from that, it feels like they need more out of this Lapu Lapu to actually deal with the back lines, whereas Yu Zhong is just in your face. I don't care who you are, I'm just gonna kill you.
Yeah, and Yu Zhong is like more than 1,000 goal ahead of Lapu Lapu.
That's
I actually feel the worst for Iris, because they lost that top tier one so early on. Iris doesn't really have a room to farm. He shows up in lane, he's gonna die. So they are giving everything to Saken. And JP Niners, yeah, just gonna make sure that Saken doesn't even get to feel comfortable.
Huh, interesting enough. It's interesting to see how they're focusing on just trying to shut down Saken and cutting off the exit strategy, right? Every single time Zavs is positioning here, he's making sure that Super Saken is in a awkward spot where he has to take the long way around, where he just needs to drop a Spear of Destruction and he gets into the fight immediately.
Yeah, I think because they realized that we've already shut down this Lapu Lapu, so there's lesser things to worry about. I mean, Niners, I don't think they're in a rush to get this lore in any ways. If they see Team Hak show up, they can just play it slow as they want. Max is 3 levels ahead of Janus at this point.
My god, this Baxia is just doing a lot of very interesting moves as well here, but JP Niners, beautiful stuff here, and you can see Barbosa, Yetri, they trying their best to actually poke this out, and it all comes down to the Lord Dance, right? They need Iris to kind of find a big opening, but here comes the collapse.
5-man ping, Black Dragon to the back, Petrify on the Saken. Saken is bleeding out. Max will eventually go down thanks to Saken's damage. No retribution for JP Niners. Team Hak misses the retri, but still gets the Lord at the very end. This is the lifeline that they've been looking for, but Janus will have to be sacrificed. Noir to follow. JP Niners loses the Lord, but finds 3 kills.
Oh, that was a very, very nice setup here coming from Team Hawk. Like, not gonna lie, I was expecting them to lose out even more. They were somehow able to trade off Max here. Unfortunately, you know, the front lines are just too oppressive coming from JP9ers. As you can see, they have the Edith, they have the Yu-Jong, both very, very tanky compositions. And again, not many tank shredders coming from Team Hawk right now. Like, they need Saken to be max items here before they actually do something like this.
In fact, Saken surviving Year 3 was kind of the reason that Team Hawk was able to get a kill onto Max, and even then they missed their red tree. That could have been a lot more worse. But at least with that play, with that steal, JP9ers, they don't get to extend any goal lead. We're still stuck in the 4,000 goal mark. Spear of Destruction connecting onto the Fredrin. They didn't commit to it. It seems like they will to look for Janus, but he's a tanky boy.
Okay. You know, like, if Zaps is able to get a very, very nice catcher, especially if Janus was next to a wall, they would have gotten a fight here. But let's take a little bit of a replay here. You can see Yu Jong diving towards the back lines. Yeah, he's looking to try and finish the fight against Saken, but Saken was able to actually entropy into the bush and get out to safely here. And even the snipes coming from Moscow didn't exactly connect, giving them a second chance. But again, he's doing so much for the team. But Niners has one of the easier composition to work with, right? Like, they just go in, walk up. It's like, I'm going to throw every single spell, someone's going to die. There's so much AoE and crowd control that JP Niners brings to the table. And Team Hawk just needs to outplay every single of that, or even out-sustain it, which is very difficult to do so, especially against Abaxia.
I think the goal right now is protect President Saken. If Saken lives, Team Hawk wins. Speaking about Saken, they're going for him. Force out an early entropy. And Iris now has to bear the brunt of the damage. Janus is in no man's land. The knockout from Barbosa connects. The piercing damage from this Moskov is not going to make it any easier. Noir himself flickers away. Gets tagged by the Primal Wrath form. And instantly a Petrify from Yetri to look for Maima. The Shard Residue, not enough to bleed enough, but Zaft is just on a tear. JP9ers with 2 more.
Oh, this is so frustrating for Team Hawk as well. You can see how efficient JP9ers are. They're just teleporting everything here, taking every single objectives with this diversion. And again, Team Hawk just has so much to work with because of the fact of this NTUs coming from the box here as well. I think I do only see an Oracle up on Iris, but everyone else does not have a way to do an out-sustain this here. Even with the Minotaur setup as well, JP9ers says, I don't really care about the Minotaur's rage here. I have heroes that can outlast the Wombo combo, which is something that JP9ers just understands, that they just out-damage Team Hawk at this stage.
I feel bad for Noir and Janus. They were clearly trying to stop Zaus, but the piercing damage from this Moskov is unintentionally, hurting Team Hawk's backline. Second Lord, this one is going to be even more important for Team Hawk. They got the first one, but this is the one that can actually stabilize the game.
That's exactly what JP9ers' composition is intended for, right? Like, they group up right in your face, force multiple heroes to group up together, and kind of lets Moonji as well as Zaps just do your own wombo combo thing. Yeah, if you all come up together, you're taking even more damage than you should be, and that's exactly what JP9ers want. And Team Hawk, they want to take a split fight, but they need Iris to do that. But it's hard to do that when Moonji is always preemptively setting up a divergent plan. It's like, I'm going to be grouping up here. If you don't group up with me, you're dead. Yeah,
usually you would have easily been able to set up a split push with Natan or any side laners, but in this game, no way at all. Like, Saken, he really wanted that tier 2, but with this Lawyer alive, it's just not possible. And now all 3 lanes will be synced up. Team Hawk will have to mount this defense. I mean, the Lord is less than half. The charge to go through, but Saken gets rid of it with Entropy. Iris had to commit that Bravest Fighter just to settle that bot side.
So difficult as well. Like, you can see JP9ers, they're so smart. You have a dragon that goes through terrain, fastest rotation into the fight here. You've got a divergent that goes in very, very fast. You've got a global teleport TP on Moskov. You've got Baxia who runs faster than everyone else. It is going to be tough here. But now when they're grouped up, let's see how it goes.
Noir flicker out already. Spear Destruction connects, but Zaps is not going to take that. Way too deep in enemy territory. In fact, best case scenario, I think Yetri used Azal a bit too early. Thank goodness he didn't go down. Team Hawk defends all inhibitors. You could not have asked for a better defense.
Yeah, this is actually huge for them. Like, they need a little bit more timing as well. But seeing how in Super Socket right now is almost max item, right? Like, once he gets his final item, I think it's going to be the Holy Crystal. as the final item here. Once he gets that, JP Niners is going to be in for a pain because Max isn't able to be sustained this year. He's got Radiant Armor, but aside from that, that's it. There's not enough magic defense here, even with the Athena shield here. But it seems like he swapped his Molten Essence, so it looks like he's realized at the stage here, anti-heal's not really a big threat here. They've got the NOD on Moonji now for this upcoming fight. So I think this is a good W for JP Niners, but again, that just shows how their power spike is slowly withering down, where Harp is kind of in the situation where if they don't make a mistake anymore, and in this case, getting caught by both Moonji and Barbosa, they're going to be fine.
Yeah. I think Max is looking for the immortality next, right? He already got the belt. That Dreadnought armor will probably be the last item he upgrades. The anti-cuirass is not important. You're only dealing with Iris, essentially.
Yeah.
Probably going to be waiting for that third Lord, which is spawning in top side. Yetri intentionally letting the wave push in also. So Team Hawk, the fact that they are still able to walk out from the base S5 and get at least a part of the jungle back, this is, I would say, JP Niners giving them some space, but can Team Hawk take that top side? I think that's important.
Yeah, and as of yet, you can see Team Hawk technically, quote-unquote, they're losing 13 to 3, 7k net worth behind here. But once we see the 46k to 52k gold net worth mark here, Team Hawk is going to be finding equals with JP Niners. And this is something that I think JP Niners cannot afford to drag this out because of the fact that this is where Iris and Janus doesn't really matter in all these fights. Like, they are going to be in your face. They just can't be killed. So that's going to be a big problem for JP Niners in terms of overall sustainabilities, right? Noir's got heals, and in this case, JP Niners, they have to burst down one guy so quick. And seeing how this is happening here, it is going to be very difficult, especially when they've got a Novaria providing them all those vision.
I think Yetri's job is just going to be the same throughout the entire game. You Black Dragon form, you find Sakian. If you don't kill him, you make sure he doesn't get to join the fight. Well, a faint diversion. Here we go, the fight begins. Barbosa loses the immortality instantly. But Noir and Irish, they're going to stick on to Zaf. Zaf needs to be able to do some damage. The rotation is not enough. And that's the fight the Team Hawk needs. 2 kills for Sakian.
Nicely done as well, coming from Team Hawk. Like, they realize that they have the power spike, and this is exactly what I'm talking about as well. Like, how do you deal with the sustains, right? Like, early game, JP Niners, they should be rolling over very, very hard. It should have gone super out of control, but with this play, Sakian finally getting his final items here, it's very difficult to stop him here. There's not really a lot of items to deal with here. Yes, you have 3 Radiant Armors up on JP Niners, but if you don't have Zafs committing to this fight against him, he is going to completely destroy you, because in terms of AoE control, Sakian definitely hits faster and harder than a Moskov.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just based off of these small events, right? A Team Hawk getting the first Lord, defending their base against the second Lord, and now getting the third. Starting to turn this around. JP Niners can feel that goal advantage, or the advantage overall, slowly slipping away. Max can't tank as much. Barbosa just disappears when Sakian starts hitting him. And credits to Noir and Iris, they threw their bodies at Zaus for that fight, so Zaus could not even deal damage.
Oh no,
Muji got a flicker. Mid-tier 1.
Well, this is a big start here for Team Hawk. They've got sustains here. Noir is level 15 as well. He's got looking for the setup for a big Mignon Ridge as well. Like, previously, the Mignon Fury doesn't really matter here because there's not a lot of damage in the team fight here. But now he's got the tankiness and also the heals to actually keep everybody topped up. So this is a big W for JP Niner, for Team Hawk, if they're able to equalize the score. But with one Lord push, they have to actually catch up in terms of net worth as well.
They're going to be the first team to break an inhibitor. Rotation, Yin-Yang reaction, Noir, ultimate only onto Barbosa. Looking for the damage. They can't finish off Barbosa just yet. The Lord will buy them some time. Quickly taken off by JP Niners. Barbosa committing the Primal Wrap to try and clear out that bottom wave, but still the inhibitor goes down. Team Hawk taking 2 inhibitors on the side lanes against JP Niners. Now they start to realize that, I mean, for JP Niners, this is a big problem.
Yeah, Baxia's power spike, you know, is starting to drop off tremendously as well. We saw how oppressive Mac is in the early stage of the game here, but once we see those divine glaives, once we see if a potential malefic roll, in this case they don't really have it here, they pretty much just completely steamroll on him as well, and you can see damage leaderboard here as well. Zaps is going to be the main DPS, but Sakian, even though he hasn't been joining a majority of the fights because of Zaps' global presence here, but now when they're playing defense, Sakian is able to do anything they want if they grouped up as 5. In this case, JP Niners, they have to choose the fights to isolate in their favor once once more, because if they play into the hands of Team Hawk, they are getting completely shredded by Saken. And again, like you said as well, the biggest threat from the side of Team Hawk is going to be Saken as well as Iris. And Iris, we haven't seen too much about him yet, you know, going for the flashy plays, but he's just throwing meat shield bodies so that Saken is just having a free time. Free hitting.
Yeah, he's literally using his land shaker to stun targets, right? Like his job is just a utility tank at this point. Even so, his Fury Hammer, I think he's going for a Winter Truncheon next. The boots are coming off for both marksmen. Zavs, I think he has the immo. He sold the immo for a Sea Halberd for some damage item. Max caught by the taunt, the Saken damage is too much.
Ouch.
I was about to bring this out. I'm surprised that Max decided to go for anti-cuirass instead of the immo. Because without the immo, you saw how fast he died.
Yeah, unfortunate to say, but again, this is exactly what Team Hawk should have been doing. And the idea around this draft of Team Hawk has always been this game plan. Iris in the back lines causing problem and then going for the fight. Same can be said for JP9 is using Gear 3, but it's hard to do it when now Saken just completely 1 to 2 shots Gear 3 or even Max gets obliterated like that before the fight even begins. This is a Baxia with a Tortoise Persons on getting melted in 3 to 4 seconds. So that is some serious damage coming from Team Hawk.
Percentage damage reduction, not a problem.
Yeah.
Iris in, Bravest Fighter. Barbosa eats the taunt. Zavs again stunned by the Land Shaker. He cannot move at all. Noir with the Minoan Fury. Barbosa gets control, comes back to live. Team Hawk looking for a potential final push with this advantage. Year 3 Black Dragon already committed, but Barbosa, he's 50 seconds away and the Lord just spawned. Team Hawk might be looking for a potential comeback in this game 1 to kick off this series.
What a way. What a way to start the first game here in SPS. Like right from the get-go, we see a comeback between both Malaysian teams. And you see now with Zaf going for the fight as well, they have to go all in.
I think they can just straight up commit for the crystal. There's nothing that stops them. Team Hawk completes the comeback in game 1 of this best of 3. On an opening statement in this rematch from MPL Malaysia, seems like Team Hawk still got JP9's numbers.
Wow, what a comeback coming from Team Hawk. You can see they're celebrating in game 1 here. They understood that they just had the better understanding of timings as well. They were able to hold out despite the overwhelming scoreboard coming from JP9ers. Team Hawk was the one that somehow prevails, coming down to taking the first game. What a big upset of comeback here. 22 minutes in the game here, 13-7. Team Hawk, even though they're losing so hard, all they need is just timings, timings, and timings. And again, if I were to rate tank junglers, Baxia and Barats is the same power spike. Early to mid, extremely oppressive, extremely difficult to deal with, but once you hit those 15s, is that a tank? I don't think so.
That's what we talked. That's what we were discussing about the Fredrin, right? Just great all-rounder overall. Team Hawk, you look at this scoreboard. If we don't highlight which team won this game, you would think that Niners won this game by a landslide. But no, it was Team Hawk, and even when they won, they had less than 1,000 gold lead at the end. It's just what a comeback.
Yeah.
They definitely outlasted Niners timing for sure.
Unfortunately to say here, like it feels bad like Max is doing so much work, but at the same time, every single time he plays a tank jungler, for some reason, JP9ers doesn't have a good game. And it's sad, like, they were winning early to mid. They've done everything in the plan they need to win the game. But because of one small mistake, which is that one small clutch that Super Saken was able to survive in that first Lord fight, they gave so much time and space for Team Hawk to kind of like scale back to the game.
Yeah, that one Lord, I think that one Lord was kind of what began the machine, the mechanics for Team Hawk to come back. Even in a Hall of Famers, you can see that Zaf, he had a fantastic game, right? High GPM, and of course, Maima is the one that is committing just the crime of dealing the most damage. Max with what? That's just crazy damage taken per minute. And even for Year 3, the entire game is all about looking for Saken. But at one point, they just cannot do it alone. Like even the Edith, right? Barbosa bought the Starlim sight at the end just to commit to damage. But every time the fight starts, he just disappears.
Yeah, Barbosa is just very awkward in his space where, like, if you want to give overall DPS, yeah, great. Edith with Feather for me is great. Starlium, not a big fan of it here. Barbosa is looking to go in for 1v1 pickoffs. But when you have Noir in your face with this non-rage, how can you do those kind of DPS? And Noir, again, one of the squishier targets in the game but once you give him like 3 to 4 core items at level 15, he is gonna have that additional defense to actually out-sustain everyone. But now, let's talk about the MVP here. It's gonna be none other than Super Saken, 5-1, the guy, the man, is gonna be the MVP, and he sold his shoes. He's got full damage all the way through.
Yeah, man came from Bigatron to Team Hawk, and I think not just in SPS. A lot of the games that we watch Saken play is he gets Natan, Team Hawk gets to beyond 15 minutes, and Saken starts carrying them. I think they have perfected the protect the president strat in this case, and even Maima becomes a big threat, right? Because who can find Maima? Like Yetri, his hands are full.
This is such a greedy build coming from him as well here. He didn't actually go for the bargain hunter, or in this case the mystery shop. He actually went for weapon master. Basically means that in 6 item slot here, because of weapon master, you got a 6.5 damage power spike over the other opponent's marksman here. So it was very greedy build here, but I'm glad he actually paid off, because this was the small play. Like we said as well, Saken was able to survive, and if Zaps was able to get this snipe on Saken, I'm pretty sure JP Niners could have closed out this game. But technically, even though it looks like they were winning this fight, Saken was left unchecked throughout the entirety of the game. And even here as well, they didn't really had the chance to commit to Saken. And even here, finally, when they decide to dive onto Saken, Saken was just like chilling. Nobody's diving, nobody's committing. Yetri is all there by himself. Where's the follow-up? But when Zaps decide to commit to the fight, okay, we have a small hope. But again, here, Saken just left completely unchecked and shredding everyone before Yetri can actually stop him.
Yeah, like even Barbosa, right? Barbosa checks the bush and he instantly just dies. There's really nothing much you could do. Like you see Max with percentage damage reduction, really felt like he didn't have that at all. And the rest is history. I think Team Hawk, again, is able to outlast JP Niners' fast gameplay and understanding that when late game comes, they are just the stronger comp, and being able to overtake JP Niners. I'd say that first Lord fight not only gave Team Hawk a chance back into the game, Janus was 134 HP away from messing it up. He retreat early, but no one from JP Niners was hitting that Lord. Small details, but kudos to Team Hawk. Now they are 1 game away from knocking JP Niners out of this Swiss race.
Yeah, I think Niners, they just needed to brush up on how they should be taking the approaches on the fight a little bit more here, because it came down to small mechanical mistakes, right? Like the first attempt here, you can see like into the middle of the later stage game here, Yetri, whenever he goes for the Black Dragon here, teams can't seem to follow up with him, and whenever he dives in, it's either his early or his late.
Yeah.
So that was the 2 very, very crucial ones where I think JP Niners could have just gotten the full team out and just closed out the game, but because there was so much time being bought for Team Hawk, they were able to scale back the game, and I feel bad because that was a very endable game for JP Niners.
Now, JP Niners let it slip from their grasp, but thankfully they still have 1 more chance to keep themselves alive in this best of 3. We will head for a short break. When we come back, Game 2 between Team Hawk and JP Niners.
Here we go!
let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed on, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. This is the Swiss round for Day 4. JP Niners against Team Hawk as our opening series, with Team Hawk leading the charge 1-0. It's Husky alongside IC Baby 1-2, getting ready for game number 2.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very, I would say a very, very nice introduction for MPLMY for those who are participating and watching it in the playoffs later on this end of this week as well here. But because now JP Niners, they were one of the teams that were relegated from the playoffs, still retaining their slots for MPL for next season.
They barely survived.
They barely made it.
survived.
They have shown signs of improving as well, but this game, it felt like they dropped the ball a little bit considering how they were having the early to mid-game transition, but their power spike kind of fell off the moment they hit those level 15 timings. And this is the thing I hate about Baxia and Barats. If you do not close out the game before your enemy hits 15, you tend to literally lose your win percentage. Like a huge margin.
I agree, but at the same time, I do feel like if you compare those two, right, I much more rather have Baxia, because at least I have Daytona as well. I have some form of control.
And Barats.
I mean, yeah, Barats.
Yeah, you say Baxia.
Did I say Baxia? I said Barats over... Okay, Barats.
Okay, yeah.
Barats. Imagine if Baxia can do that. Bans for game 2, same for Team Hawk. Just shut down Max. No Link, no Roger. I wonder if Niners will consider banning or taking Natan away, because if Natan doesn't get banned here, I'll bet you 90% Team Hawk is going to first pick Natan.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, I can't really blame Max here, because Max did all the right things he's done so far, even though he has one of the worst track record for playing tank junglers or any other non-assassin junglers.
Yep.
He has one of the most terrible win rates in MPL since MPLMY. Since his debut from MPLMY last year with Team Secret until now. He has not had a good game if he's not playing an assassin jungler.
I mean, he played mid for one season, right?
Yeah.
Then he came into jungle. And I think, just to give context, his win rate with tank junglers is low, but his impact is high. Just that they could not close out
the games. Yeah.
It's in case like any pundits were like, wow, Max sucks on tank junglers. No, he's good, but they just could not.
They just couldn't close out the games. It's like, I don't know if he's overrated or underrated. Like, I don't exactly know how to rate Max. It feels like Max, he's gifted, but he's just can't win games for some reason.
He's a great jungler, but tank jungler's not his cup of tea.
Yeah.
I like the Natan ban. I think they've figured it out that, man, Team Hawk only picks Natan for Sakin no matter which side they're on. Let's ban Natan and see what else they have.
Okay, seeing how this is going into the drafts here, let's take a look into what's open right now, right?
Matilda.
Like, Matilda's open. Framis is actually open as well. Fredrin also going to be a priority here. Personally, when we see this situation, Matilda is going to be a no-brainer, right?
Yeah,
Like Malaysian
no-brainer.
teams, they love Matilda. But I think if we were to compare the Indonesian region as well as Philippine region here, if this is an exact scenario, they would prioritize Fredrin over that. But guess what? Fredrin completely ignored from both sides here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Janus taking it again here. JB Niners, they get the Moskov. The 4 gold laners that we talked earlier on is pretty much Harif, Moskov, Roger, as well as the Natan. All 4 is out right now, so I don't really know what Saga is going to be playing right now.
I think right now they might be picking up Barras Matilda, right? When Barras Matilda,
that's a no-brainer for them, right? Yeah.
I mean, Fredrin is good. We've seen that example with Selangor Giants. They play Matilda Fredrin, but either or, if you have a feeling that Max might play Fredrin, you might as well pick Barras. It's a direct answer, right, to the Fredrin. You just win objective fights.
Yeah, I think this is something that Team Hawk can actually do very safely. Okay, like for Team Hawk, I get it, right? Team Hawk, they'll go Matilda Barats, great.
Yeah.
But for JP Niners, it's going to be a different story, right? Like, even if they put Matilda Barats, there is a very strong possibility that Max says, I don't want to play tank junglers, I'm going to play assassin.
You don't really have a choice. You don't really have a choice. Like, what else are you going to pick? You can't pick Baxiak here. You probably don't want to pick Akai. Like, Fredrin is his most comfortable tank jungler.
But okay, think about this, right? During the earlier weeks of MPL MY, during the most recent MPL MY, the first few weeks, Iris has played so much Barats that why did you pick Barats anyway?
Now that you brought it up, there's a chance Janus just plays Akai. I don't know.
And then Akai into Matilda. I was like, what's the point of having Matilda
Why did I play Assassin, honestly? I mean, why not, right? I think that there's, because the Barras is there, you always have options.
Okay.
I'm surprised that Arlott was ignored.
Oh yeah, that's a little bit of a... It's interesting to see, like, MY... Okay, MPI MY has like 20 to 30% win rate when an Arlott is picked.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, the guy that is so good at Arlott hasn't picked a single Arlott in the game, and that's Iris, which is weird for me.
Yeah.
He's so good at it, but he's not picked it.
He has other roles to fill.
And whenever if they pick it, it's either Noir that plays it or...
It's mostly Noir.
Who's the other guy?
X-Win? X-Win? Yeah, X-Win
from King Empire.
Vita plays Arlott. X-Win plays a lot of Grok. So when they brought Vita in to debut...
No. The guy from RSG. RGMY.
Oh, well, Storm.
Yes, Storm.
Zorn also plays pretty mean Arlott, right? Like, yeah. So, Terizla banned, so they are hard targeting Iris. I like the Terizla ban. So that means that they are very confident that Janus is going to be on this Barats.
It's so weird to see, like, Iris, dude, you're so good at Arlott. Why don't you just play Arlott, man?
I mean, there's a possibility right now.
Okay, fair enough. But would you like a Terizla this game?
No, it was banned out.
Oh,
I
okay,
would
never
rather
mind. God, deleted. Oops.
I would rather take a fighter for Iris at this point of time. Like, do you really need that Arlott? I guess you can.
I think he's gonna lean on the export, considering that JP Niners did ban it off in the previous game. Wait, was it JP Niners or
JP Niners banned it?
Banned the export. It was JP Niners.
JP Niners banned it, yeah.
So
there we go.
Okay, never
Arlott.
mind. Sorry, Iris, you ain't playing no Arlott this time.
Still a flex though. Don't know if it's Barbosa or Year 3. I think Year 3 also plays
Year 3
Arlott,
plays Arlott,
but not as much. I think most of the time, like if Yuzhong is open, he plays Yuzhong. The antagonist just wants him to play Yuzhong.
I think CC isn't too bad in this game for Team Hawk. No, actually CC isn't too bad for JP Niners as well, but I'm not a big fan of it considering that they don't have enough sustains, right? Right now, the biggest problem that JP Niners had was that they couldn't deal with the Minotaur's heal in the previous game, and this time they have the Matilda to work with again, and they don't have true damages to actually deal with the Barats here. And sometimes they go for the carry, sometimes they go for Xbox here. I think JP Niners, if they decide to go for it, it's fine. But they steal the carry. They take the carry for themselves, but they also bring in the Lapu Lapu again for Iris. Not a big fan.
That is so bold. The carry pick is bold, but you have Matilda as an insurance plan, right? I think without the Matilda, it would have been such a different story. The final, this is where we see what Year 3 plays. Like, is it that Arlott or is it Barbosa Arlott? Like, what can Barbosa play? There's no more Minotaur, no more Edith.
That's a Cho. He can go for Cho.
That is true.
They can go for Rafaela if they want to. But
okay,
they go for Paquito instead. All right.
I
so
like this so much
the
better.
Arlott roam.
I like this so much better, right? You have a setter, that can play with the Loi, and then you have someone that can play side lane with this Lapu. You can kind of match the Lapu.
I actually like the Paquito pickup just because it can just potentially one-shot Maima as well as Sakit if they're all by themselves here. But seeing how Maima's position, in this case, for those guys who are watching here, Maima is actually Petrificus Totalis. Why would you
Wait, I forgot to Google what it means. I need to Google it later.
Petrificus Totalis?
Petrificus Totalis.
It feels like Wingardium Leviosa, but at the same time, Petrificus I don't know. Is that a spell from after Harry Potter?
I'm gonna. Alright, so yeah, you're correct. It's from Hogwarts Legacy. It's from Harry Potter. Yes.
Oh, the game itself.
It's a full. I mean, it's from Harry Potter. I mean, the universe.
The
right?
same universe.
Yeah,
oh, it's from the game itself.
It's called the Full Body Bind Curse. It petrifies enemy.
You don't say, bro. You don't
Just
say.
just in case you don't get the memo. It petrifies people and defeats them instantly. Wow, Maima pretty. I mean, it's living up to that name.
But he's not playing a petrified hero though.
Yeah. What mid laners has something close to that? I can't think of any right now.
Guinevere? Maybe? No,
Mid lane Guinevere?
Promise?
It's a stretch. You know what? Xavier.
Okay, yeah, sure. Whatever,
Oh my god.
man.
First what? You know, we've been
okay,
seeing
bro.
we've been seeing like I don't know about you, but I've been seeing a lot of like Matilda players recently who just disrespect these roamers with early damage and just giving first blood away. That's the flicker Matilda, by the way. It's not even purified.
Yeah, it's just got one shot by
Harlan,
right?
I would have been a lot more forgiving if he had purified, but he had flicker and he still went down.
Oh my god.
He's still doing it?
Okay. You know, are they going to try and challenge? I don't think he has that much strength. Like, the thing about Matilda is that before 4, he's just one of the weakest hero ever. That's like, oh wait, I've got Gliding Wind. Not exactly the most impactful, especially in terms of early game, right? But once he has those circling eagles, once you have those like level 8 situations here, Matilda is just so annoying to deal with. And JP Niners, they may have the necessary tools to fight this, especially with Moonji's Divergent, right? If he gets a nice drop on them before the circling eagle even pops, or even a Gliding Wind, they can just one-shot people.
I like how he just straight up loses against Barbosa. Like, he brought Barbosa down to half health, and then one Vengeance Demon Mark and Brace Might brought him back to full. Oh man.
It's weird because Arla's interactions kind of feels like a Terisla, right? Like, when your health drops down super low, Terisla gets super tanky. But for an Arla, it's a different case. It's not super tanky, but it just has so much lifesteal. It's weird.
Moreover, when you have people that can crowd control enemies, right? Like Fredrin is a very good example. Fredrin, Loi, you just keep applying the Demon Mark. Divergent. They actually got pinged out before the TP, so Petrificus Totalis sees this, but still has to flicker. Loi again getting the turtle. First blood, while already claimed, but the first kill of this fight is gonna go over to Iris and followed by the death of Barbosa. Iris retreats. JP Niners 1 kill, 1 turtle.
Again, this is a repeat for JP Niners going up his Team Hawk as well. And you can see even the jungle rotation max is still a level ahead of Janus before this fight. So it's very annoying considering the rotations as well. And we talked about how Max somehow manages to out-rotate Janus every single time, right? You can see Team Hawk, initially they wanted, because Noir lost his life. Like, he wasn't able to zone or even stop the annoyance coming from Barbosa. And Barbosa being not showing himself in the lanes forces Janus to always rotate safely in all these fights, which is very, very difficult to work with here. But no, again, this fight, they're both level 4. Janus actually going for the gobble up. He actually gobbled the wrong person. He didn't actually gobble up Max. And because of that, they both missed the retry, which is weird. Moonji was able to get killed. And I think this is the second time that both players didn't exactly win their retry battles.
It hurts because Noir didn't even have the circling eagle. That fight could have been so different. They pinged out the divergence and still had to blow the flicker onto the Novaria, which again, small losses, but at least Team Hawk, they're not letting JP Niners run away with a big gold lead this time.
Yeah, it's not super crazy yet, but eventually JP Niners, they do have that big power spike. They're playing around the Divergent very, very smartly this game, and I like how Maima was able to kind of realize that, hey, that's the game plan that JP Niners kind of shut them down game 1, and they are adapting. They're not taking huge losses now. They're doing pretty okay in terms of trading 50-50s here. 1k lead in 4 minutes game, yes, it's a huge one. It looks really, really big, but at the same time, this is like 4 minutes in the game. Like, if you're talking about 2-3 minutes game, 1K lead is a very, very big. But 4 to 5 here, we are slowly in mid-game here. It's barely a difference of just 1 or 2 free moves.
It seems like Zabs is going to go to take that mid wave and then potentially join this fight. JP9 this time, it's going to be an even red 3 fight. Astro Echo with the ping. Moonji will be the target. The gobble up, followed with the circling ego. Moonji slamming to the wall. Good final slash from Barbosa to cover his Luo Yi as they take care of Noir, but Iris will take care of that Luo Yi. Moonji goes down. It's an even trade for both sides, and Year 3 is going to keep Iris away. So far, no one getting the objective yet.
Beautiful stuff coming from Team Hawk. They realize that Muji is the biggest threat here, but it's not over yet. They're dropping down low. Janus needs to back off.
I mean, Janus is so tanky. Barbosa could barely make a scratch.
No ultimates.
This is going to be a tough
Retreat.
one. Max getting the objective again. Divergent from Muji to rejoin the fight,
no.
and now another final slash into the Appraiser's grab. Max with the kill onto Janus, and Iris goes down, but a snipe from Maima to equal things up. Team Hawk, though, they still lost 2. Looking to be number 3. Zabs is going to see Noir. This should be an easy kill. Noir has nowhere to run. 3 for JP9ers and a turtle.
Oh my god, it feels so sad. Like, it looks like a desperate attempt from Team Hawk. They didn't have the sustains. They needed Noir to actually provide those healings, but he just doesn't have those healings yet. This is a Matilda early game. No Flash of Oasis whatsoever. Moonji, he was the first to fall, but because the fight dragged down so long, he immediately rejoined the fight. Divergent got a 3-man yin-yang reaction. With or without Moonji, JP9ers just overpowered them with just sheer health.
Hey, you know the fight is long when Barbosa gets his second final slash. Early on, well, in the early game, final slash cooldown is quite long, but when we reach that late game, I think it goes down to 18 seconds, something around there.
They need to be a little bit more decisive here coming from Team Hawk. Like, the moment you wrap up a fight here, they need to sync up really, really well. And this is the one thing I hate about Novaria. Yes, you get vision, but in terms of the burst potential, it's not there. Like, Novaria is known to be very, very spammable, but it's not the type where you get a little bit of burst damage here. But it looks like this Barbosa is going to get caught out.
Yeah, he's already dead. Just the gobble of control, too strong. Max actually gets the yin reaction and energy eruption. The one that goes down is actually Sakin of all people. Not the greatest news for Team Hawk. I think Zabs got the kill. Is this Zabs or Moonji?
Yeah, this is good. This is actually good for JP9ers. Like, they have a much clearer game plan this game to actually close out game compared to before now. And now Tier 1's up top is pretty much gone as well. They're sending a Year 3. What are you doing, Noir?
I mean, the jab.
No. Moonji, ugh, that's yuck. Yuck damage right there.
And a solo kill down bot.
Okay.
Zabs just takes care of Iris. Moonji, well, as quick as he was in the top lane, he's now back mid. Maima doesn't notice. He uses the ultimate, but Moonji is going to make sure that no one from Team Hawk can contest this. Third turtle for JP9ers. Across this series, JP9ers has had 100% turtle secure rate.
This is so annoying to work with here. I like how Moonji is still taking advantage of the fact that he's using his experience as a player, right? He's not afraid to use Divergent to make sure that he gets to lane to get XP advantage over Maima right now. And he's now a level ahead. He was able to set up very, very beautiful flanks here just because of the fact that Team Hawk just can't really do too much. They have to back off every single time. And JP9 is now with a 6K lead. And it feels like this game is not going to be similar to how game 1 is. But look at this. Niners, they're going to make an attempt here.
At least not to Iris, who smells that because actually he pulled the trigger a bit early. Niners still, well, they will get control of Team Hawk's jungle, the top side one. I would say that JP9ers, well, before Loi was a thing, Matilda moves the fastest, right? You can move your team across the map fastest. Loi changes that. Loi and Chip. This is the same spot that JP9ers found themselves in the previous game, 8 minutes in, 5K plus goal advantage.
This is weird. Like, I expected this early lead coming from Team Hawk because they had the parades, but considering how well Moonji has been playing on this low Yi, look at his damage as well. 17k as compared to Maima, who's only got 12k. And technically, Maima's skills is much more spammable compared to Moonji, whereas Moonji just needs to wait for like 3 guys walks up, boom, yin-yang reaction, someone's gonna die, right? So in this case, again, Team Hawk, awkward situations here. They need more decisive blows. They need a finisher to actually close up games. And you can see even here, Iris starting on the fight. Can they get the kill on Barbosa? I think he's going to walk out. Yep, he is going to walk out.
And he uses a flicker and hiding.
Oh
Noir
no, the
wanted to
Divergent!
go onto Max, instantly bringing Yetri in! And Zabs, he gets a double kill off of that effort. Right in the faces of Team Hawk. And just as Lord is about to spawn.
This is so frustrating, right? Like, Team Hawk has a composition that peels really, really well, but they just don't have that finisher. They start a fight, they peel somebody off, nobody can finish the fight. And then Moonji comes in and say like, you guys messed up, comes behind, boom, someone dies.
The worst part was that they appeared on top of the two most important members of Team Hawk.
Oh,
Both
boy.
Maima and Sakin died in an instant.
Moonji's game sense is just insane. Like, who has the guts to teleport right in back lines and not get punished for it? Like, they had the first jump advantage. They knew who was the right guy to bring in and just completely wiped the floor. Like, Team Hawk, every single time they throw all their spells, they can't focus fire on one guy. And because of this, it's hurting them so much. And again, right now, Bharat's level 11, Max level 13. He is pretty much outscaled and just 10 minutes of the game right now.
Man, that blows. Janus wanted to retry his orange buff. Retrie's Max instead because the orange buff was out of range. Oh man. Well, Niners now clearly have a very solid lead. 10 minutes in. The first lot was... They didn't get the first lot in the previous game, so they couldn't break inhibitors or threaten the structures, but now they definitely have that opportunity. 4,000 gold lord advantage.
Yeah, now this is good time. Like, JP Niners, they couldn't close out game 1. Now they have a much more apparent way to close out the game. Zap's level 15, he's got a Malefic Roar as well. Max is so far ahead here. Eventually Janus, if he doesn't get the biggest Daytona's welcome and set up on 4-man, he is gonna die. But even then, he's so squishy. And I don't know how they're doing this here because this feels very endable for Niners.
He doesn't have Daytona's welcome anymore. Barbosa forced it out with the final slash. And the piercing damage almost killed Noir. True Janus. That is a threat the Moscow brings, and Yeji, he just solos that bottom inhibitor.
Yeah.
And that's 2 down.
It feels like Sakan just doesn't have the AoE damage right now. And again, this is not an Natan game. Moscow is able to just do so much value. You've got Loyi as well. Team Hawk, they're going to throw everything here. Like, this is GG endable right now.
Yeah, in one fell swoop, JP9 has got all 3 inhibitors. The entire base of Team Hawk, late Baron. Man, that piercing damage is disgusting. Iris caught, had to use the bravest fighter. Even the Raging Slash to get away. Flicker final slash, catching to Yin Yang reaction. JP9 is lining them up and knocking them down. Yechi might end up going down to Sakin though as chases them. Praises Wrath from Max with the finisher onto target number 3. Piercing damage from Zav. Slowly finds the triple kill. JP9ers finds the equalizer. We are going to game 3.
Yeah, there's no way. There's just no way they could have just made a comeback right here. Like, game 1, very apparent here. But JP9ers finally found a way to close out the game. Game 2, beautiful stuff here. They finally figured out how they were going to play this game here. And I like the drops here coming from Coach Ancha. Not gonna lie.
Ancha is cooking up something.
Yeah.
It's good to see Moscow back on the marksman for once. And then the Natan ban, I kind of always felt like it's very crucial to consider Natan ban against Team Hawk. Sakin, not to say that he isn't proficient on the carry, but a lot more things have to go right on this hero to have her work out, and it's just not this game.
Yeah, and again, seeing how Niners finally stepping up in this game here, finally seeing Max winning on the tank jungler. I'm sorry, Max, but finally seeing you win on the tank jungler just, feels very satisfying here. And despite having a Matilda Bharat combo who quote-unquote supposed to be owning the early game here, you have to give props to his Barbosa. Him getting an early kill onto his Noir and then slowly finding opportunities like this and then just stopping this Bharat from getting super out of control is exactly what Niners needed to win the game. And it's not just stop. Somehow Niners was able to just outscale Team Hawk, which quote-unquote, in this case, I'm surprised Janus did not go for the War Axe.
Yeah, I think, the fact that they gave Zav such a great early game, he was solo killing a Lapu Lapu, and then you have Moonji with his just crazy divergence, all these catches. I think the worst, the entire game I felt like was decided by that one divergent into that bush.
Almost every single divergent from Moonji has been really on point.
Yeah.
Even game 1, game 2 here, I feel like he should be the MVP for this game, considering how his timings has been really on point so far. But again, well done to Niners here. They finally figured out how to close out the game for game 1 here. In terms, again, game 1 was a little mistake here. Sakin was able to get his 6 items here, very greedy. He does so much more damage compared to Moscow, but this time he's forced to play a carry, which in this case doesn't have that AoE damage output. I think earlier we saw some stats as well. Sakin does not have one of the biggest damage. Zaps is just outscaling everybody. Max was outscaling everybody. Yechi had so much mobility as well to actually stop the front lines as well. And there's only so much Maima can do as a Novaria.
Yeah, I think as much as he's getting like 3-4 man pings with the ulti, you just don't have anyone to follow up, right?
Yeah.
You don't have a Minotaur as a setup. And this series so far has proven one thing. JP9ers early to mid game, great control, very good management with this Loi. I think Team Hak really needs to start looking at Moonji's Loi and taking that out of the equation.
They have to respect it. Like they definitely have to respect Moonji's Loi so far here, and that's a reason why we brought out the stats, right from the get-go. Most popular mid laners here, Loi in the first pick here, 60% win rate when it is picked.
And it just went up. It just went up.
Yeah, it just went up even more right now.
Yeah, I think they have to consider banning out the Loi. I feel like you probably have a slightly easier time dealing with the chip than the Loi. Not sure what it's gonna be.
No, I think they have to rethink their approach right now.
Yeah.
Like, because of the fact that over time, yes, we have this idea that when you're playing, oh, Max is not exactly the greatest tank jungler in the world, start banning his assassins. Yes, you gotta respect it, but eventually you have to think into account that he's not just the only player in the game. So he does have a team. In this case, let's talk about the MVP here. It's not Moonji, it is actually Zaps on his Moscow. 5-0-4, unkillable. He was able to farm very, very freely as well.
Yeah, I just like the fact that JP9ers have multiple win conditions, right? Like the fact that they're not completely comfortable with just, well, not just focusing on Max and having Zaos back on that proper marksman role and having him carried. I think game 1 he also farmed up a storm, started carrying his team until that late game. Game 2, he was given space. Dealing with the carry, so much more comfortable when you're ahead compared to an Atan.
Yeah, and of course, for those Moskov sweaty sweatlords who loves to play their Moskov here as well, here, Physical Emblem is the way to go. It gives you the additional mana regen. And interesting enough, if you're not going for the Physical Emblem, you sometimes have not enough mana to actually cast the spells as a Moscow. But with the Physical Emblem, regardless of any stage of game, without any mana regen, your mana is always full, which is disgusting.
Yeah. Something that Carry also likes to go, right? The common emblems. Even I think some Arlet players also go for that. Even when you look back at the replay, again, JP9ers, they are just early on a bit scrappy, right? A bit even between both teams, but when that mid game hits, I think we would probably see the most impactful diversion in just a bit where Moonji's one ultimate killed both the carry and the Novara. I think at that point it was kind of like an endgame scenario.
I think it's not just this. Like, this was the
This
fight,
one,
right? Like,
yeah.
they have so much poke and peel impact here, but the moment they... Oh, this is just unlucky,
This
you know?
one,
It's
man.
like, they don't have poke and peels, they can't finish up fights, and because Moon understands this, and they drop right in front of the most important hero, which in this case, Sakan had no vision on.
Yep.
He just briefly passed by, and the moment he arrived there, wait, that's a carry, let's kill him. Game
Before
over.
a Lord spawns, right?
Yeah.
And that led to a Lord, and 2 minutes after that, the game going over to JP9ers. We got a series on our hands, a repeat of MPL Malaysia. I believe it was week number 3. We're going. That one went to a game 3 in favors of Team Hak, but right now JP9ers, they have a chance to rewrite history.
Yeah, this is... Oof, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, this is tough, because if... Okay, if Team Hak loses 2-1 here, JP9ers, a team who's relegated from MPMY, beat them before playoffs.
I tell you, the internet is going to explode if Team Hak drops, but at least both teams still have one more chance to prove who is the better one, which will happen after the break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a bit.
Here we go!
Fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. 'Cause baby, I can fly without you by my
The Royal Rumble between Team Hawk and JP9ers continues at the Snapdragon Pro Series Swiss round stage, day 4, Game 3 coming up, and it's Husky and Icy Baby 1-2 to bring you guys the action.
Now, this is going to be a very, very important decider match here because right now it is going to be reset into best of 1. And one of these teams is going to be eliminated by the end of today.
Yep. Elimination. Pack it up.
Bye-bye.
Pack it up.
Hasta
and
la
then,
vista, baby.
And then deal with the internet after that. So
Whoa.
I tell you, Malaysian fans, they are a special bunch. If Niner wins, people will say, wow, Team Hawk made playoffs but still lose to a almost relegated team. And netizens, do your
You're
thing.
already starting conversation buzz before things actually
I'm
happen.
telling you,
Come on.
I know how they think, but I know what everyone is also looking forward to, especially when it comes to the challenge stage. The challenge finals in particular is our tickets to the events happening in Jakarta. Yes, you heard it right. We're bringing it back to where it all began again this season. So scan that QR code or go to esl.gg/MLBB-yen to grab yourself a piece of the pie.
Now, speaking of tickets here, one of these teams, do you think they can make it all the way? Because as we get based on this current stage for both JP9ers and Hawk, they still have 2 more games to go. Like, if whoever wins this series still has 1 more game at least to go
They have
before
2 more. If you win this,
you have to win another one.
you have to win 2 more because you're
boy.
you
You need to get 5-1, right?
Yeah, you gotta get 5-1.
Such a brutal format here for the Swiss format. But again, they're pouring their hearts and souls. They're revealing all their strategies here so far. And again, does Team Hawk play the same exact strat? Do they shut down all of Max's Hero again?
Yep.
Seems like they are going to be no changes coming from Team Hawk. They're going to be shutting down Roger, Ling once more. And they're also going to shut down the Nathan up on Super Socket. And yes, Super Socket's Nathan is just annoying to deal with.
Do you ban Loyi here? I wonder if Team Hawk would start acknowledging Moonji as a legitimate problem, right? It's not like...
I think they should at least take it away. Considering now, oh no, actually Moonji is going to get it again.
If they don't ban it, he will get it.
He's going to first pick this. He's going to get it. But if they don't ban the Nolan here, Max is going to get a Nolan.
Who would you rather ban? I think... Okay,
ban
never mind.
Loyi. No.
You open everything and see what JP9ers pick, which 100% is going to be a Loyi. I think it's just too good of a pick to pass up.
I think that's the thing, right? Like Loyi, Moonji's Loyi has been so on point in all 2 games, and it's just so annoying to deal with. Like how are they just letting it through in every single fight? Like game 1, his divergence on point. Game number 2, same thing. You know, his divergence, like when you least expect it to happen, he drops in your face and just kills you.
Unless they pick Moskov here, because Moskov is like the only
quote-unquote goal laner
goal
left.
laner
Yeah,
left.
yeah. Put it in a spot. If they take the Moskov here, pretty sure Team Hawk is going to steal it away.
There's a lot of options though. Matilda is still up, so they take the Moskov.
Okay.
So they don't want that Ruby gold lane Zaus. I think they feel like, wow, Zaus has had 2 incredible games with the Moskov. We might as well just give it to him.
But that's the thing, right? Like Matilda and Barats was open in the previous game here. They picked it up themselves. Didn't exactly do well. This time they will have the priority to pick both the Matilda and the Barats again. But right now, in terms of comfort and priorities here, I'm pretty sure JP9ers, they want to keep the Loyi for Moonji. But does Team Hawk deny that? Because both Barat and Matilda is open. So if they take the Matilda as well as Loyi, great. But if they don't take it, means that JP9ers does have the option to say, I want to play Matilda and Barat at the same time.
They might want to consider, denying the Arlet. Okay, they still go back for the Matilda. This could lead into a Barat's angle. They could consider Fredrin. It's not that bad. Yeah, we take the Fredrin away.
You should.
A little bit of an adjustment for Team Hawk. I don't think we'll get an Assassin Max jungle this entire series, but Loyi still a constant. This could be a Barat's angle for Max again. Unless, I don't remember seeing Max play too much Barats. He might just lead back into, okay, now he picks Barat. Because I was about to say that, statistically, he plays a lot more Bakset than Barats, but no, I can work with this.
I hate that you're getting Jinx right here, but that's the thing, right? Like, if they don't pick the Barats here, it makes a lot of sense because Hawk can still flex this Frederick into XP here. But when they do that, it means they pretty much show their junglers and XP pretty much out in the open. Again, I felt like the Loyi contest here is much more important because even though, quote-unquote, we said first game, the person that made things hard for Team Hawk was actually Zafs. Yes, sure, great, whatever, he's Moskov, annoying, blah. But if you think about consistency, both Game 1, Game 2, Moonji was the guy that just made so much work. He was the guy that just getting so much combos here. Yes, Max is the one fighting for contention here, but he's the one that actually sets up in a way that Moonji just gets free hit every single time. Yeah, so priority-wise, they're shutting out Max's hero. Sure, whatever. But again, I feel like I don't think Maima is comfortable in Loyi.
I'm surprised.
I think that's
agree.
the only reason why they just let it through and say like, I'll just play Novaria.
At the same time, I'm surprised that Hawk went red side. I would expect them to go blue side and take priority. So the bans, I think, is almost the same as game
Not
1 and 2.
much difference for game 1,
yeah,
game
not
2.
much, just Minotaur ban, Terisla ban. It could be a Yuzhong ban coming out in just a little bit.
I think Barbosa wants to play the Arlet again, so Team
Yeah.
Arc technically may actually ban off the Arlet this time. They want obviously Yuzhong is great, something that Ye3 plays a lot. We haven't seen Iris play it too much.
But he also showed the Paquito, right? So now
Yeah,
it's like-
his Paquito is something that he's very comfortable with. Like Paquito, Benedetta, Terisla as well is something he's comfortable as well. He's been playing a lot of Lapu Lapu lately, which I feel like he wasn't giving a lot of value to the team fights. Maybe because of the hero matchup, right? So Yuzhong ban, Arlot ban, great annoying heroes that pretty much takes away our equation to the CC control.
Yeah.
I think let's talk about XP laners. What's a good XP laner right now? I'm pretty sure Iris is gonna lean back on Lapu Lapu, but they can actually flex the Paquito here if they want to.
Yeah. I feel like if you want the Paquito, you probably would consider putting him... Do you pick it now?
Bennett isn't too bad as well. Just because like Barat's quote-unquote has a lot of stacks, but if you eat the full combo of the Benedetta, you
still
won't
die.
melt. You
Yeah.
still melt pre-level. Like before a Barat hits level 8, level 9, you can one-shot a guy with the Electro Final Blow.
But you could also still pick the gold laner here just so you could have Iris be in a more comfortable spot, right? Who they want to pick? Okay, so they prioritize
Okay,
Iris. They
okay.
take the Paquito away from year 3.
Okay. They have to really think what's a good goal laner right now, because technically if JP Naras decide to go for a tanky composition here, the carry isn't too bad to just shred through the Barats.
Do you take Claude? Carry or Claude?
Claude isn't too bad as well. Claude has had a very bad win rate in MPL MY.
Yeah.
Pre-patch, post-patch, and also in the current SPS.
I think overall, right? I think
Yeah.
even in like other regions, you don't see too much Claude. But it could
happen. It could happen.
generally be a slightly better option compared to the carry.
Yeah,
Yeah, at least self-sufficient.
That's the thing, right? If JP Niners picks a tanky composition, they have no choice but to go for the carry. Unless go for Leslie, which I don't think Leslie is that great against the Barats. It hurts, don't get me wrong, it hurts.
Okay.
But now they've got 3 very tanky compositions here. It forces the issue whether or not they go for the carry.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Tamus also. I was like, I don't think Benedetta would be what they want. Tamus though, it's great.
That's the thing, right? Like carry is great for single targets, but Moskov is just gonna shred the entire backline. So this is a very big problem because carry will lack a lot of mobility.
Yeah.
It deals with the tankiness of these 3 heroes, but aside from that, you are in a situation where the bans are already much taken away all the meta bans.
Yeah, I think it feels really bad for the Paquito and Fredrin, especially the Fredrin right now, because you have so many things that disrupts you,
Yeah, Claude.
and the Tamus
Mobility.
eats you alive. I genuinely think Claude is just a slightly better pick because you are not relying on the Matilda to save you, right? Like you have to
Yep.
be self-sufficient.
Yeah, definitely as well. But do you go for Vengeance
No, I think you go
or
Purify.
Yeah, most likely Purify.
I think you don't have an option. Unless Sakin wants to be a bow and he takes sprint, but
Actually, now that you think about it here, everyone from Niners doesn't really have a very divey composition onto the Claude.
yeah, true. That is
Except
true.
for the Divergent, which again, very difficult to well, not really difficult for Moonji, but again, quote unquote, it's a very difficult prediction to make and predict exactly where a marksman would be.
Yeah, I think the easiest way to say it, if you get caught by a Barras out as a Claude, I think we know where the problem is, right? Theoretically, you shouldn't be caught, but you know, who knows, right? Team fight can get messy. I think this is where like Year 3's focus would probably just be hardcore diving onto Sakin, just eat out the damage with your Vengeance and keep Sakin away from the fight. I think that's what the Tamus wants to do.
I don't know what to expect here because right now both teams gonna be going all in their drafts here, and it seems like either of these teams who loses this game will be going home, or in this case, out of the tournament. And of course, the one that wins will continue their journey to try and fight for a chance to actually qualify to the Challenge Finals.
Important game. Important game for both teams to stay in Snapdragon Pro Series, but also Niners to get a bit of quote-unquote revenge. Speaking about that, look at what is happening with Maima. He is not getting to play the mid lane at all.
Ooh, very,
Oh
very
man,
okay.
cancel the recall.
That's not a good start here for Maima.
Munji is straight out standing in front of the turret.
Yeah, it's annoying, considering that now, when in terms of meta priority as well here, mid laners will not have those level 4s before the first turtle, right? So a lot of teams kind of shift themselves into the XP lane, soak up one creep wave before joining the fight here. So in this case, both of them don't necessarily have strong ultimates here, but Noir getting harassed pretty hard right now, and Moon G is able to just walk out scot-free.
Has purified this game because there's a lot of control that can keep Noir in place. First turtle is going to be spawning in just a bit, half a minute. Max is already 4. Again, this guy is so good at power farming the jungle. Ahead in experience once more, so you can expect him to be a level up Janus when that turtle spawns.
Yeah, and again, right now, when it comes to level 4s as well, before first turtle, they definitely need to stack it up here, but I don't see both the mid laners in this department to actually soak up level 4. I think they don't really want to prioritize this because their ultimates doesn't really bring too much value, which is interesting. It's weird. Moonji's ultimate, yeah, Divergent this early game, great, gives you a little bit of vision, but do you want to risk diving into his entire backlines? That's something that I don't think they would do.
And Munji is going to eat that wave up, so he hits 4.
Okay.
But Maima went and took the mid lane, so
Okay.
again, Noir
So
is
they
not
got
going to
their
have
4
4.
first. Okay.
Noir is not going to have 4, just like the previous game. Barbosa is going to hit his 4 first. Astro Echo, 3-man ping. Instantly, we see Ye3 use that ultimate. They jump onto Noir, get his Purify out of the way. JP9 should be able to get the turtle, no problem. Team Hawk, they cannot do anything about it.
Yeah, again, Niners wins the fight as well. The spear comes in, not connecting, means it is still going to be a quote-unquote 4v4, but Barbosa looking to get a little bit aggressive here.
Daytona's welcome. Barbosa has the Primal Wrath. The damage is enough. First blood for Barbosa, and Max cashes in on that orange buff. Iris, in the meantime, loses the fight against Ye3. Forced to recall, this wave will be crashed.
JP Niners looking so strong since MPLMY, but it seems like they're on fire now. Like, where was this JP Niners for MPLMY, Aaron?
Next season. Yeah, we probably would see that, right? And mid lane, oh man, Maima. Oh, that lethal elixir, that could have been a solo kill angle. He gets out, has to use the ult to save Max, and oh man. By the way, Max stole both buffs, and look at the level discrepancy. He is 3 levels ahead of Janus. How do you play a Fredrin in this game?
Okay, okay. This is a very, very difficult game. Again, Janus just has not had a very, very good jungle experience here in all 3 games, right? He's always getting out-leveled by Max every single game, and I don't know if it's because of the oppression or is it the rotation here, but somehow Max just finds a way to out-farm Hawk on every single front.
Yeah, he's getting jungle gap, literally gap. He's now 4 levels behind.
My god.
Max, he's probably gonna hit 5 soon, but still.
Okay.
Divergent. Oh, Noir. Still gets knocked up. Still a lot of damage though. They might want to fight this. Sakin is in the fight. Janus in the thick of things. This man is just level 4. There's no way he stays there. Had to be bailed out.
Yo, Janus is the same level as Noir. What, bro? Oh my god.
Okay, he hits 5. But
Okay,
he's
5
gonna lose the
v8,
camp.
bro. Like, yeah, sure. But, okay.
And he's gonna die.
Okay, he's
gonna die.
He's not surviving this.
He's gonna lose the camp. Oh man, the orange buff is gonna go also. Niners gets the jungle timing so well.
This is, it's so oppressive, but looks like there's gonna be a scuffle here. Iris might die. Oh, he actually misses the skill here. Moonji, nice sidestep from Iris. He survives, but again, not looking good for Team Out right now.
Yeah, and this lane swap is so awkward because sure, you need to do the lane swap, but Sakin doesn't even get to touch the wave because JP9 has cut him off in the jungle. He tried to join a fight, realizes that, man, I'm a clog with no items, I don't do anything, I lose my bot tier 1, and now the Moskov can fight for the turtle.
Okay, here comes the TP coming in. Are they gonna find Noir? Yes, they will. Oh no.
He has Purify, he has to use it, not that
Doesn't matter, man.
changes anything. Brute Force Breastplate for Max, 3 levels ahead of Janus. Team Hawk, there's no chance. This one, again, out of 8 turtles so far across the series, Niners got all 8 of them.
This is not looking good.
Barbosa is higher level than Janus. Oh, man.
Well, I don't really know what to say, but all I can say is JP Niners look so much stronger than ever. Like, where was this JP Niners for MPL and why? Mana pergi?
quoting LaFell,
Like,
right?
apa jadi?
This is the best JP Niners
Like,
we've seen.
How are they so strong right here, right now? It's like, is it Team Hawk that is weak, or is JP9's finally gotten their stuff organized or fixed internally or something? Like,
Don't walk
hello?
there. Don't, yeah, checks it with the BMI. That's the actual move. Munji, he's just gonna escort all of them out.
Sayonara, baby. Sayonara.
Easy tier 1. Dude, Iris is dying. He's not gonna make it out in time. Nope.
Okay, that's...
Solo killed. Man, this game is close to being over, if I gotta be honest.
I don't know, like all 3 games, Niners has been oppressing in terms of overall kills. And even the game that Team Hawk won, they lost out in overall kills.
Yo, Janus is 5 levels behind Max right now. He did not get any XP, and yep, Noir is as good as dead. This purple buff, say goodbye to that. You are not winning this retry fight.
This is a 6k net worth difference advantage.
Man, Janus actually does not get to play the game.
He's not been playing the game at all for the last 3 games, bro. Like,
well, game 1 and 2, he still got to do something, but this game, nothing.
nothing he can do.
Oh my-
Sake now getting completely bullied out by Bunji.
Man, this version of Niners is on another level.
What am I watching? Like, this is just JP Niners dissecting Hawk, a 8th place MPL MY team, shutting down a 6th place team as if they're nothing.
I'll tell you, RSG Malaysia is watching this game right now, and they're feeling really good because Team Hawk is fighting them in the playoffs, right? They're playing them on Thursday, so Barbosa, he's controlled forever and he still survives. He is that tanky. Noir had to purify, and yeah, I mean Maima, he's getting good ults, but there's just no collection. He cannot do enough. He only has a talisman. He doesn't even have lightning truncheon yet, so there's no damage. And Niners will get all the turtles, the 9th turtle of this game, of this series.
What happened? Like, what happened in game 1 and 2? Like, this is... I know JP Niners were winning the early game from first game, second game onwards here, but this is just completely Storm and Max.
Look at the net worth. Just look at the net worth for a while. Look at where Janus is.
Oh my
He is
god.
9th place. The one below him is Noir.
Okay, so that's the thing, right? The game that Team Hawk won, like their comeback was pretty much Super Saga dragging this late into the later stage game, right? Like Max is gonna lose his power spike when he's level 15, but considering how oppressive this is, I don't think they can stall into level 15 if this keeps up.
Yeah, because JP9 has learned to respect the Natan, but Team Hawk still is letting this Loi through. Well, in this game, I don't think the primary problem was Loi. I think the primary problem is just JP9 is winning every single lane, right? This came down to individual plays. Still, we'll get a 5-level lead for Max. How do you stop this barrage?
I don't think you can. Like, they don't have true damage, they don't have items, they don't have levels, they don't even have space, they don't even have a single kill, baby.
One ability from Max took away 40% of Noir's health.
Yeah.
Like, Noir, he has the talisman. He didn't even he can't even afford the flash of the Oasis. Sakin, he's out of the fight already. That's Purify gone for the Claude.
This is absolute domination right now. Divergent being used just for vision, okay? Muji just for a little bit of vision, but again, you know, to give them a little bit of fright here. But Hawk right now is having Hyris shoving up the lane. He's doing something. They need to do something, but I don't think it matters, man.
Yeah, like Iris in the state. Oh man.
Let's take a look at the itemizations here, difference here. We do see Iris, he's got the Hunter Strike, he's barely getting a Dominance Ice. Damus is a level, an item ahead of him here. Barad's definitely 2 to 3 items ahead of him. In this case, Yana's not even having completed ones here. It's just Molten Essence, Dreadnought, and then all the small components right there. Munji, okay, my mind is Munji, very, very close, alright? They're doing pretty okay. They're mid laners. Okay,
yeah.
There's nothing much we can say about that, but again, almost everyone else besides Maima is just 1 item behind JP Niners right now.
Yeah, Iris can't do anything. He might end up going down. Spirit Destruction
He's
does
fine.
miss. Iris
He gets out. He's
had
fine.
to flicker though. He had to use so much.
Just
Check on the junglers. So Max, he is 1 camp away from 15.
It's 6 levels, almost 6 levels difference from Janus. So close.
Yeah, the Star Shatter. Okay, this ping. connects, but again, this ping does nothing. Well, it gives info, but
I don't think Team Hawk can contest this here. They need to find space across the map here, but
Second.
I say about space, Divergent comes in down bottom. They are going to force a fight down bottom as well. Do they get the kill though?
no.
Oh, okay.
Thank goodness for the guiding win.
Okay.
In any other circumstances, Sakin is dead.
Yeah, that was so close as well. Like, I understand that there's no way they're going to contest this here, but the Divergent, man, like where does Team Hawk find space? Like, Iris is pushing out the side of maps as well. Saken is also going for split pushes as well. They need to find some sort of farm. Saken is finding level 12 as well. He needs at least 2 more items or 1 more item here. He just got his golden staff. It's good, but I hope it's going to be enough to defend against this.
Gonna try and break the energy shield first off the turret. Okay, Max is taking some punishment. Waiting for the Lord to come in from the bottom side. The damage from JP9ers. Watch out for the yin yang reaction. Noir takes it. Still able to survive, but JP9ers will get the bottom inhibitor as a start. Just see Maima taking that piercing damage from the Moskov. Loses half his health just like that. Team Hawk have to find a way. Circling Ego connects on the 2, but Sakin almost dies to the Moskov. And Zav takes care of the mid-inhibitor. There's 2 structures down. The ultimate kills off Sakin in front of his own fountain. And this could be the final blow. JP9ers triple kill for Zav. Team Hawk can do nothing to stop them, and they will do nothing to stop them. JP9ers completes the run, and they will stay in the tournament. The Kanaminen to do the final blow. What a way to win the series.
This is a very, very one-sided match here. No fight whatsoever. JP9ers proving themselves here in SPS as they live to compete for another day, to fight for their slots in towards the challenge season here. But right now, Team Hawk, an MPL team, is out with 0 kills in the final decider match.
Perfect game. 13,000 goal advantage by the end of it, under 12 minutes. And with Team Hawk being eliminated, that means that JP9ers is one of the 2 remaining Malaysian teams in this Open Finals. The other one being Monster Vicious, fighting for the first slot in the challenge seasons. We're going to check up on that in just a little bit. But for Niners, every single game has been a recurring theme. Roy goes through, and suddenly this early to mid game becomes such a nightmare for Team Hawk.
I think this is something that is so annoying to deal with, right? Like, that's the thing about having a Novaria. Like, you have vision, you drop the vision, you're not taking advantage of the vision control, you're not taking advantage of the slows that is coming to the fight here. It's going to be very, very difficult to set up for the fight. And every single time that happens as well, there's just nobody that can actually jump onto this fight. Like, who can actually jump in the fight? Noir, yeah, quote-unquote, Noir tries to go in. Janus can't really do much. Even if Janus goes in, he's 2 levels behind Max every single time. You can see in terms of overall damage down here, even though it's 50-50 from both sides, but look at the overall damage taken, right? Like, technically, for a team who's usually losing, they are going to be the teams that takes the more damage in return. But because of how tanky and how far ahead Max is, in this case, 90,000 taken damage, and as if it was nothing.
Yeah,
like, have you even seen the Brass drop down half HP despite taking 90,000 damage?
Probably once, but that's all. Like the inhibitor push, it's not like it's a super big deal. I mean, Team Hawk, they're dying so fast, they're not even alive long enough to take more damage than JP9ers. I gotta say that Max gapped Janus so hard. He is 4K ahead in net worth, just in terms of jungler comparison. This entire game was a smackdown from minute 1.
Yeah, and of course Barbosa as well with the Edith, just very, very annoying here. We haven't seen him set up a lot of crazy plays here, but let's talk about the MVP. Well, Barbosa, 205 MVP.
He has Festival of Blood and Thrill. What?
Full attack speed, man. Like, he's the DPS Edith. Just goes in, catches one, boom, one-shots people before they even join the fight. Sustain or no sustain, I don't care. I'm killing somebody.
Yeah. The fact that he still took Brave Smite on the Edith, right? Because right now it only triggers on heroes. Most people go for Concussive Blast, but man, Barbosa, mad respect for this man. He is a certified psychopath. This is the first time I see FOB on a roaming Edith. Never seen before. Ancha, he's cooking. He cooked too much.
Yeah, but all in all, I think JP9ers definitely looks stronger than ever. Like, they have a very, very clear vision of how they want to play the game, how they want to approach the fights as well. Moonji's Low Yi has been the biggest problem for me in all 3 games. Like, every single time that Hawk tries to make a play or Hawks try to find some sort of breathing room across the map, Moonji is sure to take advantage of it with the Divergent. And even the game that they lost, right? Team Hawk was able to make space because of small little mistakes, which in this case it was JP Niners' game to lose, right?
Yeah. Like JP Niners was not able to close out game 1, but you see game 2 and 3 where they were in complete control. Team Hawk had no chance. That final snipe was just nasty. You feel really bad for Sakin because Janus blocked it, but the piercing damage killed Sakin, who was like right behind him. Across the perfect game for JP Niners to finish this revenge matchup and to kick Team Hawk out of the Swiss stage. It does not feel much better. I mean, revenge is a dish best served in a perfect game. It's just heartbreak for Team Hawk.
It's definitely a very, very difficult game here. But all in all, congratulations to JP Niners, 2-1. They will still advance to fight for their potential chance, but still very, very difficult, right?
Very difficult,
They are
right.
still in the hot seat. They've lost one game. They are still on their final lives here, and they need to win 2 more games in order to qualify for Challenge Finals, where they will be facing off another 16.
Yeah, they're in the 3-1 bracket, right? So from this point onwards, it's do or die every single series. If they lose, it's all over. But we're gonna talk to the man, the myth, the legend, Zavs, the gold laner from JP Niners. Let's bring him up on the broadcast. Hello, Zavs. How you
Hello.
feeling? Feeling good?
I'm feeling good right now.
Okay, so right off the bat, how does it feel to be able to play a proper marksman? Right, you've been playing a lot of Ruby gold lane, but this series you get to play, you know, Moskov all the way. Like, is it a different feeling?
It is a different feeling from when I'm playing fighter and MM. It's basically just it's our strategy that I play fighter, but now it's like they all know our strategy. They ban Ling, Roger, and I must play MM lah.
Okay, interesting enough here. But now, here is a spicy question for you. Even though you guys barely made it to MPLMY, still retain your slot for next season, and now being able to beat a team who's in the playoffs, like what is different now from JP Niners now compared to before?
I think it's because we didn't give up yet on winning championship. Like we still got chances in the Snapdragon to show our worth, our team. And after beating Team Hawk, I feel a lot more like confident to beat any other team right now.
Right. So you guys are still in kind of the bracket of death, right? Like any losses and JP Niners will be eliminated. You got 2 more best of 3s to go. How confident are you that you are going to be one of the teams that advance to challenge stage?
I think for now I'm very confident because we just beat a playoff team and we are not. So I'm very confident to beat any other team.
Okay, so I wanna ask you. Don't this one is just for you. Do you think Coach Antagonist is gonna post a TikTok talking about beating Team Hawk? Do you think that'll happen?
Do you want to pass it to him?
Everyone know Antagonist is so spicy, right? So I think he gonna post TikTok maybe. Like any JJ.
Okay. Is there a team that you want to like face off the most? Like, what is the one team that you want to face off next and beat them?
It's because I didn't see the bracket, so I think I'm very confident to beat anyone right now.
Okay.
That's the best.
I like
That's the
it
best.
here. I like it here. So is this no? Before we send you off here, I've got a question as well. Is this the official JP Niners roster that's not going to be changing until next season, or is there going to be changes here?
Ooh.
Oh, spicy.
Supposedly, I cannot say that right now.
Okay.
But we see how
see.
it goes.
Okay, we gotta wait for the announcements here. Okay, last thing here, of course, people who have been supporting you guys from last time until now here, to the fans who's currently watching, anything you want to say to them, anyone in general?
To all the supporters of JP Niners from MPL till now, I think we are very much proud of you guys because you are still here supporting our game and all of this. I hope you don't lose hope in us yet, but surely we will bring more entertaining game for the next match.
Right, just great. Let's go, JP Niners. Thank you very much, Zavs. It's
go.
great having you. See you guys. All the best for your upcoming series. Bye.
Bye.
Wow.
Yeah, I
that
mean-
was a very, very interesting conversation. You
I'll
know?
tell you, the Niners, through thick or thin, to rain or shine, they are always there. If you've ever been to the MPL arena, man, Niners are always there. They are always loud when Niners in
Really
MPL are playing.
loud.
One of the best and loudest fan base we have.
Yeah. And at the same time as well, the next match here, of course, we've seen enough Malaysia right now. Let's talk about the upcoming, I would say, my personal star match here.
Okay.
It is going to be between both Liquid Aura going up against Minana Evos, because yesterday, Minana Evos pulls up some really, really sick play by Do Ming, narrowly not qualifying at all, actually losing completely here. They were able to reverse 2-0 another team. In this case, are they going to be able to do so? Because RRQ Kaido should have won that, but just couldn't win the game.
Well, only one way to find out, because this is again the regional bout between Indonesia and Philippines. We're gonna go for a break. When we come back, we're gonna serve you up Liquid Aura against Minana Evos.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into awesomeness. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, never. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, never. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, never. XOX cutthroat code. Ding ding. Ding ding. Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough.
It's round 4 of the Swiss stage and Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 5, and we are getting ready for the second best of 3. This time it's going to be Indonesia against Philippines. Liquid Aura takes on Banana Evos. You're here with us, Sasuke and IC Baby 1-2.
Yep, and of course, when we talk about this upcoming match here, it is going to be very, very interesting here because the Nana Evos is a team that has pretty much shown us a lot of interesting plays. And yesterday in particular as well, they were able to reverse 2-0 sweep RRQ Kaido, sending RRQ home and towards a very, very unfortunate event here. Liquid Aura also here to defend their title, to try to continue their journey in this tournament as well. Both very, very strong teams thus far. And again, when we talk about the Swiss format, it's always about the strong versus the strong, the weak versus the weak. In this case, the strong will survive, the weak gets eaten out.
Let's talk about Minana Evos to start things off, because I believe that you've been talking to me a lot about Minana Evos, especially one of their player, which is their gold laner, Domang, who has demonstrated impressive and beyond impressive gameplay, but you can't forget about his teammates, right? You have Lancy, Purse, Kazan, and Kirk alongside him.
Yeah, Domang has been playing exceptionally well here. He was the reason why Minana Evos was able to kind of scale back into the game with the reverse 2-0 sweep, right? Like, I know Kazan has been doing really, really well as a jungler here, but I have to give props towards Kirk as an XP laner. He has been doing a lot of work in the side lanes by shoving up the lanes here, making sure the lanes are kept in check to set up for these fights. Like, when we talk about lane control and priority timings here, Minana Evos is so very, very spot on. It's like, half a second, I have this advantage, I'm jumping. I'm not giving you a chance to start the fight. And this is something that means that, but at the same time, if things don't go is when they are playing behind. Like, they always are the strongest when they are at a deficit for some reason. They're very, very good for playing behind rather than taking the initial snowball gameplays.
I think the best way to illustrate it is by this moment from yesterday. We're going to put it up on screen just for you guys to see how Domang, in this situation, turned it all around.
Yeah, this was a fight where they actually initiated the fight dive on towards Domang, and you can see he was dropping down super low. He doesn't have enough shields. What happened was he sold his item, bought an immortality, sold the immortality, bought a rose gold meteor to actually still increase his shield and extend his life. And this is some fast reactions coming in, because normally we would like, what, get immortality, sell for Winter Dragon, buy a little bit more time. But instead he went for the rose gold meteor. And interesting enough, it's not oftentimes that you get this much shield, because technically, look at him, he died, immortality, popped up, has a shield, bought a rose gold meteor, so he got double the shield. So technically, he didn't just buy the rose gold meteor, right? Like Lafel, I'm surprised Lafel was able to spot this as well. He actually bought the magic blade first, which is the downgrade version of rose gold meteor, and then bought the upgraded version of rose gold meteor.
Yeah, and I noticed something
it
also.
was able to get 2 shields.
So a mechanic, I also noticed a mechanic. Your blood wings refreshes when you come back for immortality. He had the blood wing shield when he came back. So more shields, right? Shields on top of shield on top of shield.
That's the thing, right? Lafel brought it up that it's magic blade into rose gold meteor.
Yeah.
But I tried to replicate it. It was so difficult to do. And he actually had the blood wing as well. So technically it could be at the blood wing timing. It could be anything here. What do you guys think at home? Drop it down in the YouTube comments and let us know, was it actually Blood Wings shield or is it Magic Blade shield?
Could be all of them. Just have one way to find out through, extensive testing. But they're up against a Liquid Aura, and this is a roster that do not need more in any introduction, with Aran, Gugun, Yehescu, Kabuki, and most importantly, Yawi. Because recently, his ex-team Liquid Echo just swept MPL Philippines 4-0 against Falcons AP brand. And this is the second branch of Liquid, right? The recent partnership acquisition between them and Aura. This is going to be very interesting. Let's jump into the drafts, because I think a lot of fans are going to be keeping their eyes on this.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very tough match. Not going to lie. It could have gone either ways between both Aura as well as Minana Evos as well. Minana Evos, they pulled on the biggest plate as well. And I have to give credit to Domang, right? Like, Domang is very mechanical gifted because of a prodigy as well. And some would regard it as a potential Kyrie level player for goaling. We've known Kyrie has been the all-time jungler, and to be honest, what he did in that play just now in the previous video here, there's only a handful of players in the world that can do it. Like, when we talk about Immortality Winter Trunken, sure, you set a priority, right? He didn't just do that. He bought it, was able to swap in between the fights. Like, usually, before you die, you have those Immortality first, but he didn't have that. Like, he already bought the Immortality. I don't think he has enough time to set up for the Magic Blade downgrade or whatever. Got the small Magic Blade and then go out of upgrade. And then after this fight, he sold it and got a Winds of Nature. So he was so stacked in terms of net worth. And it's yeah, it's crazy. Not many people can actually understand those split-second decisions to buy and sell items and to figure out in order of the overlays in the shop to know exactly where is where.
Yeah, I mean, high praises. Maybe in a few years he'll be inducted in the Hall of Fame, just like Kyrie himself. We get the Yawi Cho special right out the gates for Game 1. Alongside that, Moscow Fredrin, whereas for Minana Evoice is Valentina Baratz and the Baratz favorite partner, Matilda.
Okay, so when we come to drafts here, yeah. When it comes to Moskov, obviously it's something that Doming is very comfortable as well, Tan as well. Roger is pretty much in the pool. Harry is pretty much banned. Roger is pretty much the only one left here, so it's pretty much no-brainer that Liquid Aura is going to ban this away, forcing Doming to play something that is non-meta. So I was very surprised that they did not prioritize this for Doming. Maybe because they want to pick something else for him here. In this case, tanking compositions, carry against... no, I think they will still lean back on Claude instead. Like most teams will still lean back on Claude over the carry, but we've seen a lot of carry games here in other streams to actually deal with tanking compositions. But is it a hit miss? Not. Oh, okay. Carry still in the pool. Claude is pretty much out. Roger still in the pool. Not bad yet. Maybe a little bit of fake hope, maybe. But do they double down on this ban for Doming?
I have a feeling they probably do not care too much about the Roger. I mean, if you want to pick Roger, go ahead, right? If we have a lineup that... Okay, never mind, they ban it. I was thinking that it's either that or the carry ban, because you have ways to deal with it, right? I mean, you have a Cho, those pickoffs potential are going to be great, but eliminating the Roger means that carry is now the next gold laner on that list for Doming. And you don't even feel comfortable picking it right now.
Yeah.
But you probably don't have much choice.
Yeah, agreed. But at the same time, let's talk a little bit more on the fights here, because Liquid Aura, they were able to somewhat scrap a 2-1 win against Brumi School yesterday. That was a pretty intense match yesterday for Liquid Aura. And for them to actually come in this game, they've pretty much figured out the secret sauce of how to shut down Minona Evos. And this time, forced to play the carry here, no choice. Doesn't really have much options here. Liquid Aura still has the flexibility to play something else. In this case, having the Cho, not as necessarily tanky, not as necessarily squishy, but it does put a very, very annoying dent into your front lines. And in this case, I feel like Minana Evos' idea with this draft, Matilda Baratz, is to buy time for this carry. If they're able to snowball, great, good for them. But if they're able to stall enough time for this carry to come up online, anyone from side Aura who walks up in the wrong direction is gonna get one-shotted by this carry.
I think they could consider the Lilia pick right now, right? Like, you are dealing with carry, you're dealing with Baratz, they are very susceptible to getting tagged by the Gloom. The fact that the mid lane now gets to see like 4 of the enemy heroes is gonna make it very, very comfortable for VSQ to get what he wants. They're gonna go for the Vexana, also a great pick, and they even give Aran that Paquito, and Yuzong becoming being the response from Minana Evos.
I think both teams have a very, very strong draft. Personally as well, because in terms of squishiness, right, like we talk about heroes that can actually frontline as well. Vexana is good in this scenarios because once you drop Eternal Guardian, you have this additional front lines where it doesn't necessarily hurt that much, but if you takes too much effort over time, this Eternal Guardian can be a little bit pesky to deal with. And heroes that carry, which quote-unquote doesn't have AoE, means that he's going to spend way much more time killing the Guardian himself rather than focusing on heroes.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very comfortable for Doming on this carry. Like, you got so many things you need to watch out for. Got to watch out for Cho, got to watch out for a Guardian, a meteor dropping on top of you. But this is the series that for you say is kind of the highlight of the day, and I believe it's the same for fans all across the region. Liquid Aura against Minana Evos. We have little star-studded player coming from the 2 best regions in the world, clashing among each other in an elimination series nonetheless. Let's hop into game 1. Liquid Aura on blue side, Minana Evos on red.
Yep, this is going to be an interesting one to see how things are going to go here, because as of now, they have to make sure both jugglers get that most efficient farm, right? We saw how Max in the previous game was able to kind of outscale the opponents, right?
Out Janus.
Janus. He was able to outscale Janus in this regards here, but now Kazan is in this exact same situation, because once he hits those level 4 rather early here, he is going to be able to shut down Gugun. And we've seen this multiple times, especially from Minana Evos. Kazan is very on point on making sure to find ways on how he's going to be able to win the retry battle. In this case, now, right from the get-go, Yawi was able to force out an early Purify on Doming, so this is huge. It's not really that big, but considering that before this first turtle fight here, Domeng not having Purify is a good sign. Means he won't be able to join fight.
And Yawi wants to look for Perks' Purify as well. Doesn't get it this time, but gets Perks low enough. I'm going to quickly talk about Kabuki's emblems because he took common emblems for the regen, but he also took Firmness and Tenacity. So that defense early on is going to help him not just survive in lane, but also survive in the fights that is going to be happening eventually. Going to be given this gold crab. Just Yawi, great babysitting. And Yawi so far has not been needed in other lanes. He's just making sure that Kabuki has a great time.
Yeah, they don't really force a lot of engagements here, and I don't think they need to. They just need to make sure that they get those force early and then force a fight in the turtle fight. In this case, Minana Evo's already preemptively setting up an ambush here. Did not expect it. How does his guild knew about this here? They're going to go for the catch, and they go in for a one-shot. Yeah. That's going to be the Vexana punish here. That's going to be next to fall as well.
Yeah, there's 31 for 1 thus far. Kirk needs to get out. Yawi well able to catch him, the guiding wind to rescue Kirk. And Liquid Aura to get priority on the turtle.
This is crazy. Like, this is a very, very good read coming from Minana Evos. They know for a fact that mages tentatively go to XP lane to soak up XP, but now, with this level advantage, it's going to be a huge win for them.
Jikundo knockup prevents Kaizen from even participating in the fight turtle for Liquid Aura.
Nicely done, though. Like, this is nice. Like, Minana Evos is getting kills, but at the same time, because they use up those ultimates here, especially when Kaizen's ultimate is down, Liquid Aura is able to take advantage of this here. But now here comes the king. What is this combo?
Man, insane. Lancey just stole the Way of Dragon and didn't even get to use it. Is Yawi getting the timing right?
Now, so quick. And now he's everywhere right
he's
now.
Everywhere.
Like, he's just being very, very oppressive. It's crazy. Like, you know who Yawi in this show kind of reminds me of right now? He kind of reminds me of Yums.
Show
from SRG.
Ooh.
Yumski. Damn, that's crazy.
That's crazy. That is actually a comparison would never think of. Well, speaking of Yawi, this time Paras gets brought in by the guiding wind. Yawi surely is gonna go down. Yep. Picked up by Kaizen. Gugun wants to look for Perks. He is terrified, but not enough to keep him in place.
Yeah, good trade here coming from 2 for 2. Liquid Aura, they may have lost a couple of kills here. Because of the turtle fight right now, they have kind of equalized the score. And Yawi is just setting up a tempo where Minana's Evos is just a little bit uncoordinated on how they want to have the most ideal rotations. And because of this, Barats as well as Gugun right now is mirroring each other in terms of overall XP. They're able to get some space here. Domeng as well as Kabuki having the biggest, most boring time of their life on the gold lane. Yeah, sure, whatever. But again, forcing all these fights away from the XP lane means that this Yuzhong will not be able to participate in these fights. And this is smart coming from Liquid Aura.
Even for Aran, he has been able to at least show himself outside of that XP lane. But you're right, this Yuzhong, we haven't seen him in action. He hasn't been able to be activated. Next turtle though, he will be closer to that objective on the bot side again.
Oh, this is going to be very, very important right now. But Domeng, he's looking for the kills here.
Oh, my God,
so
stuck under the turret. Wow, Kabuki with the outplay. But they do get the kill onto Yehezkiel. Black Dragon onto Gugun. He is controlled for days on end. But Gugun just does not die. Turns around with the ultimate. Yawi gets the kick onto the Yuzhong. Kirk ends up dying. Liquid Aura with the outplay in both lanes.
No way. What a sick kick from Yawi that just stopped the tempo of Minana Evos here, buying enough time for Gugun to reset that fight and then turn the tides here. But even then, it was just so much being dropped here from inside Liquid Aura here. Gugun was a little bit too low, forced to use a retreat here, and that means Minana Evos will be able to secure it this time. So Minana Evos, they had a very, very big win for this.
Yeah, very big win, especially that solo queue, right? It came down to mechanics. You say that Domeng is gifted, but that outplay from Kabuki with the spear was great. Lancey with the stolen kick onto Aran. Aran, just a left jab and then the hook to get the shield. He's enough to get him out of the lane. But meanwhile, double kill for Domeng before he goes down. Kabuki and Yawi both fought him.
Yo, he just died, came out, got a double kill all by himself with Matilda. What the heck did I just watch? So that's a big plus here, but at the same time, Aran down bottom here, taking a little bit too much damage. You finally see a little bit of action coming from Kirk. But again, this is something that Minana Evos has had an issue with. But again, Minana Evos is one of those teams that prioritize making sure that Domeng has a good lane, and then Kirk slowly transition into a roam item so that they can have both either the conceal or the favor or even the encourage overall in general. But this time they don't have the conceal, but they will have the favor on Perks later on. So I don't know when Kirk is going to buy this, but this is a habit that Minana Evos does have after 10 minutes in the game.
Stolen Eternal Guardian this time. It seems like Minana Evos are about to bring the cavalry to top side to try and shut down Kabuki. Domain got a great recovery with the early double kill, but still, Kabuki continues to be an issue. They will force him out with their presence. Yeah, we're looking for a potential angle, but Minana Evos will get the turret nonetheless.
I think Nana Evos has done all they can. Like, they've kind of trying to slow down the tempo. They try to be a little bit aggressive here. But Yavi was able to kind of stop this from happening, right? Like, this is the most ideal situation Aurea can ask for, knowing that this Barats is not gone out of control. And Gugun is somewhat able to kind of mirror his level in terms of XP. So this is actually a good sign for Liquid Aura. And I feel like Minana Evos right now is starting to play towards their backup plan, which is making sure that Domeng secures his farm and then hope that Domeng does his own thing. Right now, Domeng is left all alone in the bottom lane here. That means free farm for him. But top side, can they buy time? That's the question here.
This could be a 5v4 because Kabuki is around the corner. The most even game we have so far.
Oh,
no
conceal.
team has a lead. Still play. Yawi gets caught. Whoop. Daytona's Welcome misses to get the kick onto Kirk. Kabuki controls him in time. Gugun able to secure the turtle. Kirk wants to get away, but knocked up. Guiding Wind to save him. The Spear of Destruction ends up missing. Gugun still tanking up in the front. Minana Evo is able to get everyone out of the fight.
It's so smart coming from Liquid Aura here. No, Yawi realizing the turtle was close to us half HP, right? It was either choosing to fight him or between the turtle fight here. And Kazan was so preoccupied with that fight, knowing that, hey, it's either I'm going to use the Daytona's Welcome to try and eat the Frederick or trust the Yu-Jong to go set up for the play. But with Kirk getting stunned out there, they secure the turtle, but at the same time, they lose Aran up top. So that means Liquid Aura is able to kind of get a little bit of a tempo breaker against Minana Evos, but still not giving away too much.
Yeah. They got like a minor lead and then immediately twisted their ankles afterwards because Kirk still had the Petrify.
Yeah.
Yeah, so very well done. Again, Minana Evos, despite getting the kill, doesn't really get too much of a lead. But structure-wise, they've gotten the tier 1s in the silence. I think that's what's keeping them in that small pocket. Kazan, he's going to be fine. Yawi, though, maybe not so. Mr. Expert, good knockup. 2-man from Circling Eagle. Kazan gets the swallow up, but Gugun still fairly healthy. Yawi looking to retreat. Black Dragon from the side. Kabuki tries to damage out Kirk, but Kirk will not be able to find Yawi. Minana Evos forces Liquid Aura out of their own jungle.
Okay, this is good for Minana right now. They're able to zone them off, and that means this tier 1 might potentially fall. Team Liquid, they have to throw bodies for this, but they somehow are able to hold on for now. So this is a small victory for both sides here. Minana Evos, you know, they couldn't get a kill. Next best thing is to try and chip Tabbage onto the tier 1, which is what they've done so far. But Liquid Aura, again, they're holding on for those timings. And the timing is making sure that this Barats doesn't get super out of control before they hit those 15s. And guess what? Slowly but surely at this rate, once they hit those 15s, this Barats is not going to be relevant that much.
I'm looking at Domain right now because he has completely recovered from that solo queue up top. Same net worth as Kabuki.
Actually outscaling him right now.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. In terms of levels, in terms of items, I think the damage that he can deal. Yawi, the kick, oh, not really the most accurate one.
No.
They had to abandon ship. Yawi just sacrificed. But Minana Evo stolen Eternal Guardian. That one does not land.
That's the first mistake Yawi has made this game so far. He has been so aggressive, very, very objective, making sure that they're stopping the Black Dragon from this fight here, making sure they secure the Lord. But with this aggressive play and getting punished for it, that means this Lord is going to be in the hands of Minana Evo's side. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is not the situation Liquid Aura wanted to be in, but because of that one small mistake, Minana Evo's finally takes a small lead against Liquid Aura.
And they're going to try to balloon it, right? Because mid-tier 1 is going to go down. There's no one there to protect this structure. Not like they can Daytona's Welcome just to scare Liquid Aura away. Minana Evo is just waiting for the Lord to spawn. And I realize Liquid Aura, even if you get the catch with Yawi, I don't feel like you have enough damage just with Kabuki
Wait,
alone.
What? Huh? They actually force a Black Dragon like this?
They have to petrify.
I don't think Aran is going to die right here. Wait, what? Huh?
I mean, they forced a flicker, right? That's something.
This is not good for Minana at all. Like, forcing an early Black Dragon means Team Liquid will have an answer to commit to the fight, knowing that there's no Black Dragon in the upcoming assault coming from Minana Evo. So, Team Liquid, they're trying to capitalize on this right now. Can they find an opportunity, though?
Yawi was looking for it. Aran now, round number 2. Doesn't have the flicker. Lancing gets brought on top of him to Terrify. Not enough. Not enough to kill him at least.
Okay, they've got vision. They're able to hold on for now. Tier 2 will eventually fall on the bottom side though. So Team Liquid, they're still taking their own sweet time. But again, with this slow play, is it enough time for Kirk to have his ultimate before this next upcoming engagement? Because they really need the Black Dragon here before anything happens.
He just got the Blade Armor. Lord taken care of. Circling Eagle, two-man knockup into a Daytona's welcome. Gugu is the target. They drop the Eternal Guardian on
My
both
God.
sides. Gugu survived to all of that and even uses his ultimate to stay alive.
They needed Kirk's Black Dragon right there. Like, well, I'm not gonna lie, well done to Yehezkiel. He was able to get like a 3-man tempo breaker to stop the follow-up setup of the Daytona's Walker, and because of that, Minana Evos wasn't able to capitalize on that fight, and because of this play, Liquid Aura, they hold on, they stop the push without losing too much objectives here. Yes, quote-unquote, level lead is in favor of Minana Evos in terms of lot advantage here, but take a look at the gold network. There's not much difference, and this is not what Minana Evos wants to be in. This is a Barat who's supposed to be oppressing the entire game with the Matilda, and Liquid Aura is somehow able to match their tempo. And right now, they're going to be flanked as well. Daytona's welcome completely airballing. They're in trouble right now.
But now Yawi 3-man knockup into a kick, but is the damage enough? Because Yawi sacrificed himself. Kirk
Four-man taunt.
finds the back line. Gugu, he's dead. Domain shreds his HP. And Aran, third on the chopping block. Despite Liquid's Aura's best effort, they just could not go through the front lines of Minana Evos, and Kabuki tries to knock
No
Perth back,
way.
but he purifies out of it, brings Domain for a triple kill.
Oh, what happened in that fight? It looks so good for Liquid Aura to re-engage. Minana Evos was messing up the fight, but Kirk was able to get a 3-man petrify, I believe. And despite Yaoi's initial setup, Yezkiel's Eternal Guardian didn't connect completely, and the Appraiser's Wrap did almost non-existent damage. I don't know where all the sustains are coming from, considering how much of a gray shield that Aran had in that fight. Like, we gotta take a replay of that situation.
Perks and his Matilda Flash of the Oasis, the shield, so fast. I think he's going for Blood Wings. Yeah, he just got Blood Wings on the Matilda.
My God, so much
I mean,
sustain.
Perks is having the time of his life.
This is huge. Like, this is endable coming from Minana Evos, but guess what? They're not holding
my
forward. They're gonna
goodness.
catch a fight.
They bring him again, Kazan into Yawi. Yawi wants to get out, gets the kick onto Kirk. Kirk just nailed into the wall. Kabuki finds the
Huge.
necessary damage.
Huge. Take away the
The
dragon.
spear.
They're
Oh.
fine, but here comes the spear. But he needs to reset. He doesn't have health though. Kabuki needs to back off.
Man, if that spear landed on Domain, I think he straight up committed, but thankfully it was blocked.
So close, but now Gugun, he's gonna be the ones to try and threaten this against Kazan. They're so close to equalizing the levels here. Minana Evos has a 3.5k network lead, but once we hit those 42k mark here, Liquid Aura will stand a bigger chance. But again, like I said, Minana Evos plan B is Domain. You saw how quickly Domain was able to shred through the healths of both Gugun as well as Yawi in this situation here. Now Turtle, Lord, oh!
Very good secure. Yawi sacrificed himself for the Lord. He kicked Kazan away just so he couldn't get close to the Lord Pit. So Minana Evos, they are not going to get anything out of it. And for Liquid Aura, they just got to fall back. This is the full reset for the team.
This is good. This is very, very good here. They got the Lord. They are able to slow tempo. Yes, Kazan, he's going to steal the purple buff, orange buff away from Gugun, but this is a friend we were talking about. He doesn't really need it, but with the Lord pushing in, can they make up a play though? Yawi's not back until 8 seconds.
Aran, they're waiting for the Lord to
wait,
march
no
on
way,
forward.
Aran. Wait, what? Huh?
No angle.
Okay.
I don't think he wants to commit, right? Kirk still has the Petrifier. If Aran dashes in, I think he just straight up dies. Liquid Aura, they don't get much out of that Lord, but at least, again, Tempo Breaker, right? They stop Minana Evos from dealing more damage to them, but for Liquid Aura, it's a lifeline.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit gold leaderboard right now. Domain, despite a rough start right now, he's actually almost a 1,000 net worth lead over Kabuki. So he is max slotted right now, whereas Kabuki is still one more item away from all 6 slotted, excluding shoes, of course. In this case, they really need those timings up on Kabuki. He's also one level behind as well. So I guess Liquid Aura needs to drag a little bit more time for Kabuki to come up online. And in this case, this next Lord fight is going to be very, very important for both sides here. And it seems like they're not finding any pickoffs at all.
I'm slightly worried for Liquid Aura in the damage department because they can barely cut through the Matilda shoe unless Yawi gets like some crazy pickoffs. And it has to be on an isolated target, which
Okay.
I don't think is possible.
Well, let's take a look at this as well. Minana Evos right now, they do have a net worth advantage. But guess what? Yu Jong is 1,000 gold behind Aran because he actually bought the empowered roaming shoes here to make sure that Minana Evos is going to be set up and fully powered by both the favor and the empower for Domain to pop up a line. And you can see Domain is starting to power farm his way through for those item swaps.
Yeah.
that he's known for in yesterday's game. So Banana Evos, they're really setting up for the ultra late game right now.
Liquid Aura is all about Kabuki. Everyone else, Aran needs to find some great backline dives. The rest is just about being crowd control. I think Yawi at this point of time is all about finding that pick. You gotta sacrifice yourself for the greater good of the team. But Banana Evos are taking up as much space as they can. Divine Glaive for Lancy.
Yeah, you can see up on screen as well. Yu Zhong, 1K network behind the Paquito. He's opted to go for the Empower, making sure that his entire team has a little bit more damage power over the enemy here. And this is good because this gives Barat a little bit more of hope, knowing that his power spike kind of whittles down into this stage of the game. But again, I think ideally they are just focusing on Doming being the president of the team. Like he's got to be the hard carry for Banana Evos right now.
When you're the carry, you automatically are the president. Lord number 3, this one.
Oh wait, mid
Wait
lane.
for the mid lane and engage. This time, catching on the Kaizen. The penetration damage also killing, almost killing Perks. But Kaizen goes down. They trade Yawi. But Yawi, he's a worthy sacrifice.
Oh, they made a mistake though. Kaizen missed his Daytona's welcome, gets caught out in the counterplay, and instantly gets melted here. But without the Barat in play, this is a very laudable situation. But Gugun dropping half HP. Does he survive though?
Yeah, I mean, Aran basically is just playing distraction at this point. Liquid Aura going for the Lord Rush, or an attempted Lord Rush, realizes that this is still not the best case scenario. And Aran, he's just trying his darnest to buy time. Uses the flicker, has the eye of the Cyclone. Domain tries to chase him, but realizes he can't chase Aran. Liquid Aura back on the Lord. Banana Evos, 4-man strong.
They have to kill Gugun right here.
And
right now.
Lancy actually stole the Spear of Destruction of all things, gets terrified. Kabuki on top of Lancy to force the Blood Wings and the dash out. Spear of Destruction completely misses. Gugun back on top of the Lord. Black Dragon form from the side of the Yu Zhong. Kirk finds the back, the knockout from the Lord onto Kabuki. Still Gugun gets the Lord, and Kabuki with the Wisdom of Nation to kill off Lancy. Liquid Aura saving themselves in the game.
Oh, this is so smart of Liquid Aura as well. Like, in that prior fight, because they got the kill on Kaizen, Banana Evos was trying to force something out of it. But guess what? Liquid Aura made a mistake because Gugun did not have his retribution before that Lord fight. And because of that interaction with Aran run up top, Banana Evos had to make a decision. Chase Aran or fight Gugun. But because of that split second, I would say 5 seconds or 10 seconds idle time, they were able to get Gugun's retribution up and then commit to the Lord while the Barat is still down for the count. So great way of distraction, but Banana Evos, they were just distracted with this play.
You can see the crack showing, and Liquid Aura stacking up the waves. The bottom one is already there. Just let Lord do his thing top side, circling Eagle, gets the knockout, pulls Kaizen in. The Purify forced out very early on, and Kaizen disintegrates. This dinosaur, the smallest that we've ever seen. Yawi finds that kill.
Oh boy, this is not looking good for the Barats at all, and this is the worst case scenario for Barats. You gotta want to be the big back dinosaur on the right side start of the game, but in the last stage of the game here, you are pretty much gonna be in Ice Age right now. But
Yawi! Another kick! That's the Purify out of Domain, and Liquid Aura
Gugun
able to not get Kabuki in. Gugun comes back to life with the Immortality. Kabuki not in a healthy situation. But now Evos, they weathered the storm. Liquid Aura with one inhibitor taken.
This is the problem with Banana Evos' composition. Almost every time we watch Banana Evos, they have to play from behind. And somehow, yes, we lose a jungler. The jungler doesn't matter, man. Like, Domeng is the biggest threat, and you can see Yawi making an attempt. Purify walks out of there. Oh, gets a couple of trades, but Liquid Aura just can't seem to close out the game. But again, they have the right idea. They have the right macro aspect of the game compared to what Banana Evos is doing here. But you can see a lot of indecisiveness that is causing a lot of valuable time for Banana Evos, and Liquid Aura is able to kind of capitalize on those situations. Like, every single time, they know that, hey, this guy's out of position, we need to buy time, boom, I'm gonna do this play, and you have to give props to Aran, because Aran, even though he's just a Paquito, he's not doing too much. He's able to bait Banana Evos to commit to him, which we know multiple times can't kill a Paquito.
Yeah. And with the top inhibitor for Banana Evos down, Aran, he's gonna be very happy. Now I'm just gonna play the side lanes. The fact that Kaizen is getting melted so quickly is going to pose a bit of a problem. I think we're running into the same situation as JP9ers in Game 1 against Team Hawk, right? Where your front lines no longer is as durable as they were 5 minutes before. You're getting destroyed by this Moskov damage.
Oh boy. Now, my question here from the side of Banana Evos is that when will Kirk get his full items here? Because Kirk quote-unquote, he has a very, very good rotation with those Black Dragons here. But because of how far off he has to shove the lane because of Iran, for him to efficiently join the fight means that Team Liquid will have a very, very good idea on when he uses Black Dragon from afar and then chooses the safe gauge before he actually arrives.
Man, yeah, we just baited out of the Daytona's walk on Kazan. There's no way he gets into this, right? Yeah, we just gonna kick him out. That's gonna be Gugun. Wow, in this case, the hit skill getting the Lord, but nonetheless, Gugun. Yawi loses the immortality. Eternal got it taken care of. Kabuki almost killing Minana Evil's backline. Domain though, the kill to Yawi. Iran needs to run. Domain!
No, he's
the
dead.
attack follows him across the wall. That's the Winter Truncheon. Iran just buying time. But he will eventually die. Liquid Aura losing 2.
Oh boy, this is so close. Like, Minana Evo's finally made the decisive call, right? They have been hesitant for so long, but ever since this fight, they know that once the Black Dragon has been committed here, they have no choice but to fight, and because of that, they were able to pick up both Iran as well as Yawi. But the problem side is that from the side Liquid Aura, they will secure the Lord, and you can see the positions, right? The moment Black Dragon comes in, immediately they disengage. And because while they're retreating, Minana Evos had to force a play.
Yeah.
Yes, they got 2 kills, but they still had lost the Lord. So this is going to drag out another 5 to 6 minutes here.
That's the kind of game we want. Longest game we have today for sure. 22 minutes in. Perks tries to bring Kazan to Gugun, but Gugun bought distance.
This is frustrating for Minana Evos, knowing that they are so experienced in playing late game. But again, Liquid Aura is equally good as well, because one misstep, you're dead. It's over. And in this case, we haven't seen flashy plays come from Domeng, but as long as Domeng survives, Liquid Aura just can't end this game.
Yeah, this is the kind of game we want to see. This is the kind of game where it comes down to the micro decisions, item swaps. You know, can you get the right abilities?
Kirk was so underfarmed. Now he's actually able to keep up here. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough gold for those rock potions or even those item swaps at all. But at this stage of game here, I don't know why rock potions even exist anymore, because it feels like potions have not much value compared to just item swaps.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes I forget they exist. Even in my games, I forget that you can buy potions.
It's just too expensive. 1,500 just for like what, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and it's over.
Yeah, you save a bit more and you can buy an item swap, right? Actually, you can just sell an item and swap it.
You know what would be really nice? Using those monies to buy buybacks. They'll be extending the game, man.
I'm telling you, that would change Mobile
the
Legends.
dynamics of Mobile Legends.
That would change Mobile Legends forever. I'm all for it. I'm all for the changes, but you know, one can only hope. Maybe in like 5 years' time, hopefully.
Maybe 10.
Maybe 10. I
Maybe
mean, I'm sure we're gonna have a lot of time until that. I would be almost 40.
Okay, that's really cute that the gliding win on Kazan. You can see the dinosaur walking instead of flying in mid-air is so cool. But nevertheless here, now it comes out to micro decision. As soon as they say potions, Kabuki gets a power potion. So for the next 2 minutes, he's got to start a fight.
Yeah, he's rich. Or you can just buy it for the Lord, right? Lord 4, look at where Liquid Aura has spent the past minute just standing at that area.
Now the problem here is, does Minana Evos realize his power potion? Yes, he's shown himself down bottom, but do they realize he's got power potion? Because right now, timing is against Liquid Aura, right? Like if they try to hostage this long, this power potion will eventually wear off.
Domain just got his as well. Most important Lord fight of this game. Iran is going to clear that mid-wave. Gugun, almost shredded by Domain. The damage,
Oh
Domain!
my god!
Almost dying to the Lord. I mean, the Lord is as strong as he can get. Yawi with the conceal, looking for Lancey, gets the knockup, but no kick just yet. Lord down to 50%. Seems a Liquid Aura. They're not going to fully commit to this.
They have to reset. They can't do too much here. Like both the junglers here are a little bit low here. Especially Gugun. He's not in a situation where he wants to try and threaten this. But again, close to the final bar here. Lanes are shoved in. They have to force a play.
Faster kick. This time on the Kazan. Kazan does have the shield. Kirk commits the Black Dragon to the head skill. And his ultimate Eternal Gauntlet. Kirk is going to go down. Immortality pop. Gugun has the chance. But Kirk comes back to life and still gets the Lord. Liquid Aura needs to win this fight. And it's going to be Lancey using Purify, the shield from the Matilda, as well as the Blood Wing saves him.
Oh, what a clutch as well. Gugun, he dropped the Appraisal's route right at the last tick here, and I think he was terrified by both Lancey as well as Kirk, and because of that, it was a free retreat for Kazan here. They dropped everything to make sure that this Barrage dies so that they win the retreat battle, but again, Liquid Aura starting to feel the brunt of all this sustains here. You can see Minana Evos here. They just got so much shields here. We do see like two Blood Wings coming in. We also see the Athena shield. We also see the shields coming from Matilda. The out-sustain Liquid Aura. I'm very surprised Liquid Aura was able to hold out this long, but it seems like with 28 seconds left on the sidelines, it might be all for naught.
They gotta fight 4v5 Eternal Guardian as a deterrent, but Gugun is gonna get swallowed down. The stolen Eternal Guardian onto your head skill, who immediately just evaporates, and Kabuki, he's gonna be gone on. Finished off by Lancey. This is Minana Evos at their best game one. With one Lord and 26 minutes in, Liquid Aura will fall, and Minana Evos takes first blood in this best of 3.
That was such a chaotic fight from Minana Evos here. They are known to be the best at playing for behind. And guess what? They found that opportunity. They trusted in Doming and they were able to close out this game. But Kaizen, it came down to a 50-50 coin flip. So much chaos in that fight. It could have gone either ways here. But of course, you have to give props towards Minana Evos because that was not an easy game to win.
No, definitely not. I mean, the odds were stacked against Minana Evos. You would think that there's no way they win a retro fight, but Kaizen still had time to come back to life and win it. Nonetheless, Minana Evos, this game, it had delivered what we expect of the series, and it's just a starting game, 26 minutes, 27 seconds. In fact, the longest game we had today.
You know, it's interesting to see how Kirk was able to get the Empower shoes, and then suddenly he sold his shoes, went for a Winter Trunket to extend that fight throughout this all, to make sure that he was able to keep his body alive, while Team Liquid was trying to force the Lord rather than focus on fire. Like, initially the idea was to shut down the Brats every single time, but again, they have been deciding between shutting down Doming or shutting down the Retri battle, and eventually it was just choosing their battles wisely, but unfortunately not finding Doming is what cost them in all these fights.
I would even go as far as to say that Liquid Aura set up that final sequence the best they could, right? Yawi again finds Kaizen, they get rid of his immo, but they needed to win the retri fight, right? No Lord, no win.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that the kill actually ended with 20-9 because it felt like it felt very 50-50 and Team Liquid was the one in the driver's seat, even though they have this Barat's Matilda composition. But again, plan B was literally Doming as the carry. And as long as this carry doesn't die, look at every single time Team Liquid dies to play. Like, Yawi goes in, if he doesn't catch the right Tiger, he gets shredded in 3 to 4 seconds.
And Yawi on the run, in fact, it's all about those utility crowd controls. I'm surprised that Liquid Aura only has 9 kills. It really felt a lot more explosive than that.
Agreed. And at the same time as well, you have to give props towards Minana Evos. They definitely hold on to their seats here. They understood those timings. And Kirk, again, one of the most annoying heroes as a side laners as well. And Team Liquid, very, very smart in choosing their fights and when they want to take fights as well. This is, I don't know, there's so much to talk about in terms of scenarios, right? Like, when we talk about win conditions, Team Liquid, to summarize it, they want to fight in a fight where they can shut down both Kaizen and Doming without Kirk having easy access into the fight. Yeah, but for Minana Evos, their fight is focused on surviving Yezekill's burst combo onto his Kaizen and then making sure that Doming gets his farm and gets uncontested so far. So 2 different priorities on how they take approach to this fights, but eventually Minana just came up on top because Doming is just hits so much harder, and in this case, Kabuki, I don't know why, but it feels like Kabuki hasn't been able to engage in fights because every single time the fight comes in, if Yavi doesn't get the perfect setup here, Kabuki isn't able to get a kill.
Yeah, I think the unsung hero, aside from Doming, is definitely Lancey, right? Lancey and Kirk, they were just on Kabuki the entire fight. Like, Kabuki, he walks up, he eats a Shadow Strike, he just disappears. Like, Lancey, in that last sequence, also did a phenomenal job. I think he stole Eternal Guardian, and that completely forces Kabuki out of the fight before it even began. So props to both teams. This is as exciting as it could have gotten, but Perks is going to be our MVP for game 1. 2-0 and 17. This Matilda went deathless.
Yo. Like, I didn't know. Like, it could have gone either ways here, but for a roamer, for the 26 minutes game who dragged out this long, and this Matilda has not died a single time here. Well done. Wow.
I have mad respect.
Like, wow. Like, I don't know what to say about this, but damn, the sustains coming in from Perks is just a little bit annoying here because I think there were a couple instances where I think Liquid Aura dropped almost everything on Banana Evos. I was very surprised there was just no damage. So we gotta take a little bit highlight here. I think it was prior to this fight as well. Yeah, I think this one. A big fat Abrasive Raft connects on 3, but it was doming with the Winds of Nature clutch.
Wow.
What?
I didn't even see that.
What? That was such a clutch from Doming because I felt like he was gonna get one-shotted, but Doming, because of his Winds of Nature, that negates the damage from Gugun, means that he could not regenerate his health, means that he's gonna die right there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is like, this is why Doming is such a mechanical god.
Actual disgusting play. I mean, even for Liquid Aura, right? Like, this could have already been disastrous. The fact that Gugun missed his red tree, but Yehescu saved the fight. And I think Liquid Aura, at one point, they're starting to accept the fact that Aran and Yawi, they are necessary sacrifices. It's all about Kabuki. It's all about Gugun. And they held on pretty well. Like, even in the 3v5, they were able to stop Minana Evos.
Okay, we gotta
this
see
one.
this. Like, Kaizen dies.
So he dies.
And they dropped almost everything
He
about
got
here.
knocked out!
No!
He got knocked out by
knocked
Perks!
out.
The circling eagle. How do you hold on to your ult for that moment? That is insane.
Like Perks at the last moment, circling eagle cancels him as soon as he drops his Appraiser Raft to cancel the retribution animation.
Dude, game sense, man. This guy.
That is nuts. That is like some very, very micro details coming from Minana. He was like, dude, like, this is chaotic, but
Man,
damn.
the more you rewatch it, the crazier it gets. I implore people who just watched this game to rewatch it again, because all these small details, even we needed the highlights.
Yeah,
to,
like,
to
if we didn't have those replays, we wouldn't have spotted it here.
Yeah.
But this is just so much intense moments, which if you have slow eyes, slow reactions, you would not be able to pick this up. Because you have to play at immortal level and above. These are the mechanics you need to have.
I mean, my eyesight is 20/20 and I didn't see that. So we gotta replay it at half speed. But this is the standard that we're expecting from Liquid Aura and Minana Evos. There's more to come, don't worry, but only after a short break.
Here we go!
The inter-region MPL teams clashing. Philippines against Indonesia, Liquid Aura against Minana Evols. Game 2 coming up. It's me, Husky, alongside IC Baby 1-2 to bring you guys the action.
Yo, I have no words to say except like this is some high-level match that I'm enjoying here. Like I don't know what you guys talking about. SPS is not a tier 1 tournament. Like we just got a tier 1 performance between both of this team here. Game 1, what a sick match coming from both teams here. Both of them could have gone either ways. It was Liquid Aura to almost clutching out and winning the game, but eventually Minana Evos was able to win it by just a small, tiny, little margin, even though it was like 20 kill score, but the kills don't matter, bro.
Dude.
And guess what? If either of these teams, unfortunately to say,
we
one of these
we
teams is
only
gonna
have
be,
one of them.
Yeah, only one of this team will be make out. But if either of this team is in the playoffs, I want to get myself a ticket. You guys got to get some tickets, man.
Yeah, get your tickets right now because it is super affordable. It's 3 ringgit if you're Malaysian, right? Buy it right now in esl.gg/MLBB-TICS-EN, or you can just scan the QR code. It's happening in Jakarta. Buy it now, plan your days, plan your flights, have a good holiday and enjoy some top-tier, high-caliber MLBB games because it doesn't get any better than this. Snapdragon is literally the culmination, the gathering of the best teams from not just Southeast Asia. We have games happening outside of SCA, and it's only getting better.
You know what's the best part about this? It's like, this is not even the main event yet.
This is the Swiss round.
This is not even the challenge yet.
Yeah.
This is only the open.
This is the qualifiers, technically, right?
The qualifiers, the gulag run, where every single team is fighting for their lives, and we're already seeing a tier 1 game right here, right now.
You know how I know the series is great?
How?
You're hard to impress. If it impresses you, y'all know we're gonna have a good series.
Whoa.
In a good way, in a good way.
Okay, okay.
We all have our standards. I know you have an exquisite taste. But Game 2 draft.
Hey, at least my taste is not as high as Starfire. Starfire is on a different level of taste, okay?
Hey man, taking shots even though he's not here. No, coming back into this, Minana Evols. This time they're gonna get rid of the Matilda, but Lancy gets his Valentina again. I want to see what Liquid Aura has planned because they brought the Yaoi show in Game 1 very early on. Let's see if they adjust that.
Like that's the thing about tanks, right? Like because tanks got their initial buff and tank items got nerfed. Cho is not part of the tank department, so he was a little bit squishy here. So for him to get melted in 3 to 4 seconds is to be expected in that stage of the game. But I felt like Yaoi did the best as he could to kind of slow down his rotation. Like the idea of having those Cho was to somewhat annoy and slow down the tempo of this Matilda Barat's combo, which I think he did his job right.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastically
100%.
well, 100% did his job right. But it came towards a stage where the backup plan came to fruition, which is Minana Evo said like, we're losing a little bit too much. You know what? Okay, let's just use this Barat as bait.
Yeah.
Make sure that Doming gets his farm, and once Doming comes online, boom, GG.
Yeah, I mean, there are games where teams lose because they make glaring errors.
Yeah.
And there are games where both teams are doing the right thing and it just comes down to who gets forced to misstep, right? I think that is the series that Game 1 has set the bar so high.
Okay.
I can expect the same.
I'm unsure if this is the current patch live as well. There is a new patch that just dropped yesterday. It's not appeared on my iOS ML's mail so far with the new notice here. But I just briefly saw it as well. Barat's overgrowth has kind of been nerfed in terms of overall defense so far.
Even Harith and Roger got a slight nerf, but it's not enough to like completely kill them off. They are still that good. So it's safe to say that this patch doesn't really change the meta too much. In fact, it buffed Chip for some reason. Chip got 2 buffs in
I know, right?
2 patches.
Like buffs, Chip, like
Wait,
I
3 buffs? Like they're constantly buffing Chip.
I'm road to global Chips, by the way.
Man, Chip went through in your games?
Every single game Chips let through, I'm first pick Cricket Chips.
The fact that Chip was even let through is surprising.
I'm currently like Malaysia ranked 20 and pushing for global soon.
Man, I don't get Chips in my games because it's perma ban.
It's hard to play.
It's hard to play.
It's not exactly play. Like it's a very hit or miss. Some play it really well, but some who understand the mechanics is good. And personally, I feel like emblems play a huge factor for how Chips is played. Like tank emblems, personally, even MPL players, they still play it well, but I like it on support more.
I mean, you know what I do? I just play export, explore. I turn on my brain, I win games, I do everything. Xbox does everything that's needed. We get a Kaja ban, 4th ban. So 3 roamers banned out by Minana Evo. This is straight up just targeting Yawi at this point.
Okay, so now let's talk a little bit more on the drafts, on what they're going to be prioritizing a little bit more, right? Like now with the Matilda here, yes, okay, take that thing out of the way here. Perks, you're annoying. Like it's not the greatest, but annoying. He's doing a lot of small individual plays here, but again, like you said as well, the final mode on the Lord here is circling eagle knock up to actually stop
the retry from Guggen.
The retry from Guggen for a half a second. It's like how? Like technically you can kind of pop it while you're stunned-ish. I don't know. It's a very small, weird animation,
it's
right?
It's a split-second thing.
Like usually, if you're stunned or whatever, you can't cast spells completely, right?
Yeah.
But when it comes to battle spells, it's very debatable.
Yeah.
Debatable.
You have to just spam it, right? You spam
Yeah.
it and hope for the best.
Like if you get stunned, you can pop Vengeance.
I mean, Vengeance, yes. Vengeance, you can pop it.
Yeah,
on a
right. So for retry, it's like it's somewhere in between the lines where
retry, you
can't click it, but at the same time you can kind of click it in certain durations.
It's a very small margin. Though with all these support bans, right, obviously they're trying to shut down Yawi because they already got the grok for Perks. So Perks is like, I'm fine. What does Yawi have? While for Liquid Aura, they're saving Yawi's hero for last. Export comes out, that one solves the problem. I mean, if you want something like a Minotaur or Tigreal, now you gotta deal with the Export.
I'm surprised they went for the Export coming from Minana Evos, because they tentatively lean towards Terisla for Kirk, coming from Minana Evos. But seeing how, because it's against a tanky composition, they need some way to deal with the Barats, right? Like, I think game 1, they realized, right? Aura, because they didn't have like true damage ways to counter with this Xbox, etc., yada yada. This is a good way to chunk down HP in an early to mid game, especially in the middle stage of the game.
So you don't have to just rely on the carry for late game.
Okay.
But for Yawi, right, what do you want? Like tank roamers don't feel good unless you go Florid or Rafaela. If you want like, utility supports.
I think it comes down to Yawi. I think he's gonna go for the Cho again.
I guess so.
But I think Mincitar isn't too bad as well. But yeah,
Cho again.
because once the Roger comes in, you drop the King's Calling, boom. Nothing much can do. But again, as a roamer, Mincitar, not exactly the most flashiest, not exactly the most ideal. The hook is very easily dodgeable as well. One Purify, miss hook.
Unless you're Toda. only Toda is insane enough to pick Mincitar, and they pick it for the XP lane. Against a Harif, I remember, like it was legitimately a Harif counter.
I like Phoveus going up against Harif instead, to be honest.
Yeah. But Toda doesn't play it. I mean, they defy the laws.
True, but that's Toda. But now we're talking about Minana.
So
Evos going up against Liquid Aura.
Cho again.
I think Liquid Aura stands a better chance this game compared to the previous game. Because when we're talking about late game potential, Minana Evos has a technically quote-unquote stronger late game because of the carry. But now with the Roger, Minana Evos is looking to play early game, but at the same time, who's strong in the early game? Barats. So
that's true.
I feel like this game, I feel bad for ourselves because we are going to be casting more games, but I feel like this is going to be into a game 3.
No, I'm willing to do a touring 3. I'm going to do a best of 5 if these two teams.
Okay.
If we keep
Fair
that
enough.
caliber,
to be honest, yeah, I wouldn't mind as well.
Yeah. So that is game 2, Liquid Aura, red side, Minana Evos on blue side. I'm thinking, if you are Yawi right now, if you're in Yawi's position, what is going to be the focus this game?
Annoy the Barats. Well, sorry, annoy the Grok, my bad. Hey, wait, annoy Kaizen as much as he can.
Oh yeah, there he is. I mean, he's going to get first blooded.
He's showed himself in game 1. Guess what? Minana Evos is there to prepare for this now. They know Yawi is extremely annoying. And likewise can be said for Perks right now. He's somewhat able to kind of harass the gold lane. So I'm very surprised that Perks has not been harassing the jungle. He's actually targeting on Yezgil a little bit more. So this is gonna stop Yezgil from getting his middle turret XP here. Because if Lance shoves the lane, Yezgil might be able to miss a few creep waves. But as soon as I say that, well, too late. Because Lance didn't shove the creep wave.
No, he's purposely letting the creep wave free so that minions die, right?
Oh,
so,
smart.
So Yezgil only gets like both the caster minions. That is already good enough, and Lancey, he's gonna get Perks' help. This whole wave goes down. They get the Poodle.
Oh no.
That is gonna be first blood.
That is wait, what? Huh?
Wait, what?
What?
Cook what?
No way!
What?
He missed the timing. It didn't slam the turtle.
They're gonna get first blood, but it's just taking way too much effort.
It's not worth it. Like,
no.
Oh my god. That's the first mistake.
I cannot believe it.
No way.
In between the turret, and they lose Aran. Oh man, and Aran even used Petrify.
No.
We're not off to a great start. Your gold lane loses, mid lane loses,
Like, that was their winning moment, right? That was their comeback mechanics, but because of this, so much space has been given away. Minana Evos can just walk up and just say, hey, what's up? I don't care. I'm going to steal this. But, oh, okay.
Okay,
no,
Yawi,
it's okay.
well, not the kick that
All
you
right.
want.
Kaizen missed didn't even retreat. All right.
It's fine.
Sure,
I mean,
bro.
it's fine. Yawi got the Purify out of Lancy. That's good. Kabuki against Domain. Yawi here to help Domain. Still get knocked out. That's Purify again.
He's fine. This is why he's mechanically gifted, man. Like, even though he's out of position, he knows when to pass those Purifies and just walk out to safety. But again, this time Liquid Aura, they are going to be a little bit more oppressive now. Even though they got trade 1-for-1, it bought a little bit time for Minana Evos. They are still technically having the better early power spike right now. And you can see they're getting a little bit oppressive here. They're going to make sure to try and set up and shut down Domain this time, which is the biggest threat. And guess what? Here comes the kick.
Like the kick should be an easy
It's
kill. No getting out of that. Yehescu collects it.
No amount of mechanical skill is going to get you out of that without items
Without
or battle
Purify.
spells or Purify. So you're dead for sure.
That's what they need. I mean, Domain has been giving Kabuki quite a rough time up there. And now Kabuki gets to cash in on some of the energy shields. Oh, sweet goal.
Oh boy, this is tough. This is a very difficult game here. But Perks now, he's done his job, right? He's trying to slow down rotations for it all. Like, it feels like Perks is put in a situation that he cannot deal with those barrages anymore. He's going to try and make sure, once again, for Minana Evos, Domain has a good lane. And right now, if they are able to drag this for Domain, he's going to be able to clutch the team. But the problem for me is that this is a Roger we're talking about. This is not the usual hardcore MM that just scales really good. This Roger needs to be the finisher for Minana Evos, and so far they haven't had a chance to peel this barrage for him to finish and scale out of control.
Yeah, it needs to be the collector. Yeah, we does not have flicker, but again has the kick. Can see the amount of distance this chill can cover. Minana Evos already posturing themselves at the turtle pit. Kurt will lose their Faraga armor to Aran. Uses that last sandy at the last second.
This is huge. Like, oh, wait, stolen back dragon. Okay, sure, Lance is gonna be a little bit of annoying here, but again, this turtle contest, Perks, he needs to buy time. Like, just wall block, stop it, get the reset, don't even commit because there's no point. But looks like they're gonna try anyway.
Black Dragon, Yehescu forced to wait already. Double Black Dragon coming in. Aran joins the 5 flicker. Wow charge, but still, Turtle goes over the Liquid Aura. Appraisal Square slams down, not onto much people though. Perks doesn't bleed out to the shower residue. Last Zanny, they're all caught by the wall from Perks. And that's going to allow Minana Evos to cash in on 2 kills. Domain finds 1 himself.
Beautiful here. This is nicely done coming from Minana Evos as well. Like, I was talking about who's going to be healing for the team, right? Like, if Kirk is in your face and if Kaizen is in your face buying so much time, eventually Domain is gonna find somebody to kill. In this case, after he got the initial buff onto his Yavi, his movement speed here, he got the kill, he was able to translate a little bit more, which was huge for them because that wall block coming in for Perks forced Liquid Order to kind of idle there for too long and allow Domain to get 2 easy pickups. So that's a very, very nice interaction coming from Minana Evos. I was a little bit hesitant on how they started the fight, but again, Liquid Auras prioritizing objectives, but not necessarily the team fight.
Yeah. And even Perks, right, he's taking initiatives, he's flickering while charging. Minana Evos got the top tier 1, which puts Domain in a slightly more comfortable position. It's not like Kabuki can do much against Kirk.
Huh. Interesting. Dreadnought armor and steel leggings for Kaizen. So not even going for the full completed item here. He's just thinking of outlasting the damage coming from Liquid Aura and then just turn the tides with our Appraisal Draft.
Yeah. I mean, good value, right? Good value for money for value.
I'm not a big fan of it because technically I like more HP on it, but I can see where they're going because of how much damage Yuzhong as well as, I mean raw damage coming from Barats and Yuzhong, right? So HP doesn't really help so much. You need the defense to tank through this damage.
I think because tanks got the buff for their
HP,
defense per level, right?
Oh, yeah.
So makes it a bit more viable. Kabuki will take care of the top tier 1. But again, Minana Evos, they trade another structure down bot right before the turtle spawns.
Oh, Kirk now gonna be well, if he drops his Viraga armor right here, right now, this is a go time for Liquid Aura to try and contest this. But seeing how Google is dropping down a little bit too low, Minana might be able to secure finally their first turtle in the game. And in this case, they are gonna get it. But Liquid Aura, they're just giving up on this side, and they're gonna try and set up a gang up top. And it looks like they will try to make a jump right now.
That's the kick. They still have the Faraga armor to deal with.
And
they break it. But what else? Perks is just gonna flicker wild charge on the Yehescu. Kabuki now has room to do damage, but not when Kaizen joins in. Yehescu able to get away in time. Good pushback. Yawi trying to peel for his teammates. Successful in doing so. Meanwhile, Domain gets
Nice.
caught in the mid lane.
Huge. That is huge. Mistakes almost cost, like Yesgil's mistake almost cost him. It was Yawi that saves his life. But while Banana Evos was trying to re-engage his fight, they were able to pick off Domain because he was pretty much left uncontrolled, where the rest of Banana Evos was so focused on the top fight, right? And this is the problem that Banana Evos had in the previous game. When too many things happen here, they don't really know where to focus on, and something hits them in the face, they just don't know what to do, which is something that Liquid Aura is so good at capitalizing it on.
It's good punish, right? They had to use the Petrify, but it was worth it. That is what's keeping Liquid Aura, keeping Liquid Aura in the game and Domain under control.
That's the thing about being a magician, right? Like when I show you flowers in front of you, but secretly I'm doing something behind the scenes. And Liquid Aura is so good at doing that. And Banana Evos is always taking the flowers every single time and not realizing what is happening behind them. They're like magicians right now.
They are. I mean, Yawi is a magician. All things considered, this is definitely a slightly slower pace game compared to game 1. Liquid Aura, under all these circumstances, have been able to keep Banana Evos in check. And I think that itself is good enough.
Okay, so now the next game plan here for Banana Evos is they need to have a very, very clear direction. Choose one fight and then commit to it. In this case, they force out the Black Dragon, which is huge. If they can make a counterplay right here, right now, which unfortunately, well, tier 1 still stands. Unfortunately, not gonna happen.
The lore is coming up. And the fact, I mean, Aran using the Black Dragon is so premature. I don't think Banana Evos could have caught up to him. I suppose with the Lord coming up, Banana Evos will get first dips on it.
It's tough. Right now, it's so tough for either of the teams here because this both middle turrets still standing here. Somebody needs got to threaten this before this next Lord fight, right? Like, if this fight traverses into the center part of the map, it's not going to be looking good because if they go down bottom here, it is going to be very, very difficult to run away. But seeing how they're starting fight here,
Stolen Daytona's welcome. Gugu doesn't get hit into the wall, and Lancey will go down. Bit of an unforced error, and now their own Daytona's welcome, stunning up Domain. Domain falls. The last sanity is just enough to finish off Gugun, but I think this fight belongs to Liquid Aura with a 2-man Petrify coming in for Aran. 4 for them. Almost in the back. Kirk not getting away. Liquid Aura with the first big team fight win.
That was not how you should be starting the fight as well. Like, Domain, he tried to go in for the finish here, try to save a little bit of fight. But again, Banana Evos, they had the right idea, right? They want to counterplay knowing that, hey, they're all grouped up 5 here. Let's use the Firaga to kind of peel them off. But if Domain gets picked off first, who's going to be the ones to finish the fight? And Liquid Aura finally finds a catch like that. In this case, Gugun was able to punish this here. It was huge for Liquid Aura.
Yeah. I think the worst part was that Lancey stolen Daytona's welcome didn't end
hit
in the stun.
Yeah.
And then Gugun, for more people, he caught Domain.
In the worst awkward position, right?
Yeah. And it's like a group stun. Oh boy, speaking about Lancey, he might just go down again. Aran just stacking that Shara Shield. Easy pickoff.
Nicely done here. Liquid Aura having a much more decisive game coming from game number 2 here. And it seems like they might be able to close this up, drag this game number 3 here, but I gotta take a little bit... Okay, let's take a look at the items real quick here. We do see War Axe up on export, which is huge. Blade Armor purchase on Kazan, so get a little bit of tanky here. Same can be said for Barat. Nothing super crazy. No Winds of Nature coming from both the marksmen yet, which is something that they may need soon, especially going up against the Yuzhong as well as the ex-Roger, right? So... Yeah. Wall charge especially has been very, very annoying coming from Perks. But I think Banana Evos is here, their backup plan. This is something that I've brought it up multiple times. Roger, not necessarily the strongest late game potential, but we do see a conceal play here. Domain in trouble.
Yeah, we just found it. Domain the iframe with the Lycan form, but cannot escape Aran. A worthy sacrifice. Aran will give himself away. Kirk gets knocked up, but the Furious Dive now has to come in to last the sanity. Aran goes down, but that is a big ultimate from Kirk to finish off Yawi with the help of Lancey. Liquid Aura loses 3.
Wow, they've committed everything for Domain just to get him killed. And because of this play, Liquid Aura just get completely mowed down by Kirk, just burning free damage after free damage. We gotta see that replay right here. You can see they try to group up, focusing on Domain, but as soon as they committed here, they already dropped a dive under tier 2s. And while this is happening as well, Lancey with the stolen Black Dragon was able to find so many things, and Perks with the big wall charge set up in Insanity. Team Liquid, they just dropped like flies. Like, there was just nothing much they can do. Because after they got the kill, it was great. How did it get out? They couldn't. Perks was there shutting them down. So, nicely done from Banana Evos to actually stop the tempo breaker. But again, the idea from Liquid Aura is there, but they need to realize that the biggest threat right now is both Kirks as well as Doming, not Lancy.
The fact that Minana EVOS pulled that off. You also have to give credit to Domain, right? The iframes with the Lycan pounds. That's just a fraction of a second to buy time. So the lore advantage for Liquid Aura was just like, what, 300 plus gold? It's not even much. It's very minuscule.
Yeah.
Mid-tier 2 still up for Minana EVOS. That is the best case scenario for them.
I think the mistakes came when Liquid Aura overcommitted with Aran, right? Like the moment the idea of the Black Dragon is to kind of disrupt the tempo or the backlines of Minana Evos. Yes, he used it to get a kill, but was Lancy disrupted? No, he actually stole the Black Dragon, kind of provide a little bit of vision as well. And guess what? They were fighting in towards Minana Evos' turf. So technically, there's not a lot of exit strategies from those positions, especially when there's this curvature on the purple buff. You can't really hop over those walls to try and buy time and everything. Everything is just all clumped up. So it made things very, very easy for Kirk to just do value chip damage here.
He just bought the Bloodlust X, an item that you don't see often right now in X4. But that is going to allow him to stay in fights even longer. Just a sure spell vamp. Lord is already in that danger zone. How is Gugun going to contest this? Yeah, they're still not letting off aggro off this objective.
Yeah, they need Yavi's biggest kick right now. Kirk. Oh, looking for the kick.
That's the kick.
No!
That's the Purifier. Domain gets knocked up with the Eternal Guardian. And here comes the Black Dragon. Run! Picked up. Domain goes down. And it's going to be Kabuki in the back with the Spear of Destruction. Liquid Aura scattering the fight. And Minana EVOS could not function as a full unit. And that's what Liquid Aura want. Divide and conquer. Kirk is going to be under the hands of Kabuki, and Liquid Aura finding 3 crucial kills.
Now, this is a huge catch coming from Liquid Aura as well. Yavi, oh my god, Perks. Again, like, I don't think they're going to take a bait. Like, if this was Minana Evos, 4 of them would have died for this Grok. But Liquid Aura, they're very decisive on what they want to do here. They want to end this game right now. Grok, you don't get to play this game. Ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing full game trees.
Exactly what the doctor ordered. Liquid Aura strikes back to deliver us a worthy series. It would have been a disservice if this ended 2-0. Oh, Minana EVOS. This one is a beatdown. It's not like game 1 where it's very close. This one, Liquid Aura clearly had the better idea on how to manage Minana EVOS when the going gets tough.
That's the thing, right? Like, game 1, Minana EVOS had the comeback tools to do it.
Yeah.
This game, no. Like, if Domain gets shut down, it's over. It's pretty much over. Like, Doming is the finisher. He's not the opening. If he's the opening, games are very, very hard. Like, even prior to this fight, I was very surprised somehow Team Liquid was able to lose members despite getting the first kill on Doming. But Doming just, quote-unquote, mechanically gifted. But this game not having a very good game at all. Like, he was just completely shut down.
Completely shut down. I think Liquid Aura also realized something. They were like, wait, Minana Esports, they're good when they fight together. What if we split them apart, right? We make sure that every single member of Minana EVOS has their own fights to deal with. And that last fight, perfectly executed. Everyone was split apart. They didn't even get to play that team fight out the way they wanted it to be. And all thanks to Yawi with the initial catch, Doman could not survive. And the rest is history. Kabuki gets free reign on the team fight.
Hey, the stocks are high for Yuzhong right now. Both games, Yuzhong has won their respective games. And guess what? Yuzhong's win percentage is so far getting even higher right now. Last I remember was 65%. Now it might be in the 70% mark now compared to all of the games. And based on these 2 games here, I want to see how the damage dealt department, because I'm pretty sure Doming wasn't able to do too much in this situation, considering that, again, Roger needs to scale out of control in early mid-game, but against a Brat, you can't really do that.
He went for the Holy Trinity build.
He's got 19k gold net worth only. Sorry, 19k damage done only.
Yeah. I mean, he went for the Trinity build, so it's not like you are the tanky, 2 damage dealing Roger, but I feel like it might not have changed much, I guess.
The Endless Battle, Winds of Nature kind of build-ish.
Thunderbelt.
Thunderbelt kind of build. Nah, not really Thunderbelt. I prefer the Endless Battle, kind of just one-shot burst one people. But right now, none of the heroes from Team Liquid can be burstable. So I understand why he went for the Trinity build, because they need to take advantage of the DHS prefects to deal with the tanky composition. So I can see where his idea is, but I'm not a big fan of the build.
Yeah, I think in MPL Philippines, some players, they do go for it. Not sure about the success rate though. I think the most of them that I saw it didn't really end in a win. I think in this case, justifiable for Domain just is very hard.
Yeah.
If you don't get caught by Aran, your Hesku has its Eternal Guard, and every single spell is dedicated to Domain.
Okay, now the MVP for this match here is gonna be Kabuki, the marksman for the team 3-0-5. He is just hitting every single shot every single time, and he was getting free hits after free hits, and you can see in the final moments as well, he just walked up, shot everybody down. It was just getting free kills. Like, no Roger, no problem. Marksman is gonna be the ones to win the game.
Yeah, he's 1.5 items ahead of Domain. He's like 3,000 net worth ahead of Domain when the game ended. So overall, just very straightforward game for Kabuki. He had the necessary tools to back him up. I think Liquid Aura, they didn't change too much of the core game plan from game 1. It's all about Yawi starting this fight, but Aran, instead of being on a Pakido, now on this Yuzhong, has better backline access, and that's what's been really messing up Domain.
Yeah, and even here as well, like technically a lot of these situations here, Kaizen should be winning his retry battles in order to kind of snowball for Domain, right? But because they've lost its first 2 turtle battle, Liquid Aura was able to kind of pick this up. And even then, again, you talked about this fight, right? They went for Daytona's Welcome, didn't get a stun. Gurgun was able to counterplay this, and because they forced all 5 of them to commit to this fight, and especially Domain being the first one to fall every single of this fight, it didn't help Domain at all. And even here, he's getting focused on every single time, and Liquid Aura had no choice. But this was the only time that I felt like Liquid Aura shouldn't have died so much, considering that, oh, we've got Domain, we need to get out. But because they grouped up, it allowed Kirk to kind of had this small, I would say, kill zone, where Liquid Aura has no choice but to just eat everything of the last Insanity. But again, like I said, if you take down Domain, where's the finisher for Banana Evos?
Yeah, I think that's what Liquid Aura also realized, right? Like, if Domain dies, does not matter. If Domain dies and Kabuki is alive,
Like-
we win the fight.
Like even here, you can see Kirk, he has the damage to peel everyone's health from Liquid Aura, but he just can't be the finisher.
Yeah, he needs his team to play with him, right?
Yeah.
Like, him alone, not enough. And of course, unlike the start of the game, Perks being alive is actually a bad thing at the very end. Liquid Aura not able to close out the series, but definitely able to bring us to a game 3. And Banana Evos, they got 1 more to go. And the regional bout continues between these 2 teams.
Yeah, game 1, very close, but game 2 did not as close as I thought it would seem, to be honest. Like, again, Team Liquid was on the driver's seat on game number 1. For game number 2, they were in driver's seat, but game 1 they were in driver's seat, but Minana Evos had the comeback mechanics to actually make a comeback.
Yeah.
Game 2, Liquid Aura still in the driver's seat, but they didn't have the tools. Minana Evos didn't have the tools to make a comeback because of the kits they have.
Yeah, I mean, game 2, Liquid Aura just ran through Minana Evos in a sense, and that means that we get a well-deserved game number 3 coming up between these 2 giants. We're gonna go on a short break. When we come back, game number 3, do or die between Liquid Aura and Minana Evos.
Here we go!
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into Artemis. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now.
Liquid Aura and Minana Evos, one more game coming out. One final game for one of these teams. And it's us, Husky and Icy Baby 1-2 for one last ride with these two.
Well, this is going to be a very, very hard game for Minana Evos because almost every single game that Minana Evos has played, they had to play from behind. And this time, game 1, they were able to make a comeback. Game 2, unfortunately, they couldn't because in this case, Doming just didn't have the heroes that can play or scale into his later stage game. Like Roger is the type of hero that definitely needs scales a little bit early, but unfortunately, Liquid Aura was able to identify that and then just shut him down. So game number 3, we gotta see the drafts here. Do they shut down his heroes or will they prioritize on Doming's heroes more this time?
In both games, we've seen Yawi on the Cho with great degrees of success. This time, Liquid Aura back on the blue side. Some changes in the bans. They are the ones that bans out Matilda this time, but for Minana Evos, the bans remain the same. Angela, Loyi, Harith. Is this going to be a Moskov Kabuki again?
That's the thing. Moskov Roger hasn't been a little bit. It hasn't been favoring Minana Evos as well. But yeah, they do get the Moskov again. So I guess it's gonna be a repeat for Doming here. This time he's gonna be forced to play the Roger again. Do they double it down right now, or do they pick a prior picks? I think they gotta take a prior picks first, right? Like Kaizen he's been comfortable with Fredrin. He's been leaning on it here. Yu Zhong is something that has won both games for themselves, and I feel like the Yu Zhong on Minana Evos is one of the reasons why they can buy so much time as well.
Or maybe like if is the mid lane going to change, right? Because it's been Valentina for both games. Well, it's going to be Valentina for the whole series for Lancy. This is where you decide between the
156 times banned, 256 times picked.
That's how many games. Wait, we played like 100.
We played 200
almost
over
400
matches. Banned and you're right, 400 over matches thus far for SBS.
Man, I want to see the full stats because this is out of this world. So
what? Okay,
that has to be a glitch, right? There's no way we played like 400 plus matches on Valentina.
Technically, you're not wrong. Like, look at this, right? Like, there's so many people from the qualifiers, and then everybody has got Swiss format. Everybody's got to play one match, and then everybody's. Imagine everything 3 games. Like now it's what? We have 16 teams still playing.
That is
so 8 teams will be eliminated, and tomorrow is gonna be another 4 teams fighting for the 2 slots.
Yeah, Valentina is popular. So this is gonna be Barats for Minana Evos. Okay. So far, Barats has been winning the games, right? Like game 1, it was Minana Evos Barats. Game 2 was Liquid Aura.
They need a way to deal with this Barats, right? Like the idea from Minana was pretty much getting the export for true damage, right? They got the carry for first game. Great. Good. I like that. But now going for a little bit of a mirror matchup here, instead of going for Fredrin, they went for a Baxia. So I like this more because Baxia can deal with the sustains coming in from Barats. And in terms of sustainability and in terms of power spike as well, very, very similar timings. It's just that Barats does have a faster rotation compared to Barats. Damage output-wise, Barats has more.
Yeah. I like this slot pick because it has been banned second phase both games. So Minana Evos realized that they cannot just lean back on the carry. They need someone else, right? Again, self-sufficiency. We saw that train of thought, I believe, from Team Hak early on. I'm glad that Minana Evos is also picking up on it.
I'm not a big fan of the Cloud, just because of how weak he is. He's been nerfed so many times, even though he's popular in pro games. In ranked games, people just don't play Cloud, right? So, not all, I would say, like majority don't really favor Claude. They'll still prefer that like Layla or the Leslie or the Hanabi. But yeah, again, now having it nerfed so far, late game potential, he still has those mobility, but in terms of power damage output-wise, it's not necessarily the greatest. But still, you have a DHS user that can deal with the Baxia. But personally, I think in the right hands, like people like Doming, who needs mechanical skill, who has the mechanical skills for it, Claude suits him a little bit more compared to Roger, which again, like I said, if you don't win it early, you're messed up. There's no late game fallback plan B.
Yeah, there's no coming back from a loss. I mean, we see the Carmilla Grok ban this time. Really focusing down on the roamers. Kaja banned by Minana.
Okay, this Carmilla ban is a little bit questionable for me because I've seen several screams where they play Carmilla Mincetar, Carmilla Vexana for the wombo combos here. And the reason why they bring in a Carmilla is because it's a good way to deal with chips or it's a good way to kind of set up for a team fight. But I'm very surprised they actually choose to ban this because the conditions for Team Aura to bring in those kind of heroes doesn't require Camilla at all.
Yeah, I mean, both Loyi and Chip are banned out. we've seen Carmilla jungle in MPL MY.
Yeah.
I personally prefer Carmilla jungle slightly more.
I've seen Carmelo jungle in MPLPH who lost to Liquid Echo.
But it's good to see that hero being brought back. Right? Back then it was like Carmilla, Sicilian, you cannot separate them, but now they are their own entity.
Yeah, here's a fun fact, right? When Zorn said Belleric is a good way to counter chips, I'm sorry. I think Carmilla is an annoying way to deal with chips. Mincitar as well. But they bring in the CC. I like this. They do link up with two other players here. Means that Baxia would not have an easy strategy. Moscow can't be able to simply run around as long as they're linked up. But the question here is, it feels like Minana this time doesn't want to play a wombo combo strategy. They are going to be playing a little bit more isolated here. But if they grouped up as 5, I think Aura has a better shot because, again, it's a Moscow, right?
Yeah. I would say Baxia, as the game progresses, he will have a tough time to dealing with the CC, right? Like, there's nothing you can do to a CC, just shreds your health bar, she's going to get breastplate, war axe. If you are Liquid Aura...
No Yu-Jong this game.
Do you go Cho again?
Yeah, I think they've been sticking with Cho for so long as a time. They should
Pakido
go
Cho?
for Cho again. Pakido... No, I think they need something to set up for the
Terizla.
Snow Warrior. Like,
Okay, so Export
okay.
works just
deal with the
same.
Barats.
Yeah, and you have the Novaria, right? So does make the job for Cho slightly easier. This time, Banana Evo switching it up, taking the Florin in.
Okay. So the thing about Claude is that he lacks damage later on, right? He doesn't get outscaled in marksman. But with the Florin who goes full damage here, you have the 5% additive attack on the Claude in the late game. On top of every 6 seconds, you have an additional burst because of Florin's magic power from the Bloom on Claude.
Yeah,
so
just give him the dupe. And
this gives Claude the best damage output in later stage game for the Blazing Duet.
And you can kind of pass the duel around, right? Every 30 seconds, you pass it around. Whoever needs it, you can have it. And this is going to be one team finding their closure in this Swiss match. Liquid Aura against Banana Evo's Game 3 coming up hot, fresh from the oven. Indonesia and Philippines, this rivalry has been going on for forever, but Liquid Aura and Banana Evos are on their last legs. Game 3 happening right now.
Oh boy, this is a very, very different approach coming from both teams here. A completely different game style. We do still see the barrage being played coming from both sides, but again, when it comes to the playstyles and priorities here, Banana Evo is choosing to drag this on towards the later stage of the game once more. Can they drag it out? I don't know yet. Florin still one of the strongest healers in the late game. But whereas Team Liquid, they have this Baxia, they will have a way to deal with this here. And one thing enough, the Florin is the only healer that can counter off anti-heals from the Baxia.
Especially with, I mean, at the same time, you have this global heal, which in of itself, it's already pretty nice. The Bucks are already making some moves on top of perks. That's the flicker out already in under a minute.
Yeah, and seeing how this is actually happening for Banana Evos is that Kaizen needs to buy so much time in this game, right? If he snowballs, that's great. Like, we were talking about T2, one of the highest level teams here. That's not going to happen, right?
Yeah.
So, obviously, it comes down to executions and timings. And first turtle fight here, obviously, Liquid Aura has won every single fight in early stages here. They need to find a way to annoy Yawi, like not allow Yawi to do his own thing, which is disrupt tempo. And as of yet, Banana Evos, when the first turtle comes in, they need to stop him. And Lance now scouts him out, harasses him, goes in for a reset. That's good. Yawi also resets as well. So that's the tempo breaker is stopped right here, right now.
And the fact that Yawi delayed Lance's recall does help Yehescu a bit. He's going to be moving to the bottom side to hit that level 4 alongside Aran. If you're a CC, yeah, I mean, Export is just another hero. You're not really worried about it. That's the good thing about CC. She's just a brick wall.
Yeah, speaking of brick walls here, first turtle comes in. Once Yehescu gets his echo here, this is going to be the problem here. Now, they do drop it though.
That's the echo on the 4. Kaizen still walks out with the turtle, but does give first blood away to Gugun. Banana Evo as well. At least he gets something out of that.
Huge. This is huge for Liquid Aura here. Now,
Wow.
of course, the insanity to try and secure this, but I don't think they can kill anyone right now. Lance is... Oh, no.
Oh, the counting last insanity.
Okay.
And he got hit by the Star Shadow on the way out, so...
Oh, no, the kick.
Purple.
No, the kick.
Aw.
Oh, no. Kirk was looking for the salvage here, but... this is weird. Like, I was expecting Perks to have the dew up on the barrage, but again... I think Minana Evos was so focused on trying to make sure that they win the first turtle fight. Kaizen was just out of position. There was no retaliation. There's no damage power spike. And that's the one weak thing about a Florin over a Cho. Florin, early game, you can't really do too much until you have like your basic Flask of Oasis, maybe even a fleeting time. And once you have those items, then you can do something. But without those, there's not really a strong frontliner. Kaizen, he had to be the roamer and the jungler at the same time. And because of that, he got punished very heavily for it.
Yeah. And Liquid Aura, a good start for them. Slight lead overall.
Oh, bottom lane.
Trying to get around. They force his flicker out. So that is a good start. And that makes life slightly easier for Kirk.
Yeah, two minutes on the cooldowns as well. That means the next turtle fight will not see that insane insanity play. So, Minana Evos is taking a little bit of slow seat here, but Liquid Aura, they find those timings once more. They're trying to slow down, knowing that their power spikes are a little bit ahead of the Barats. And you can see as well, Barats not having a good time. He's only level 5, I believe, is level 7 to level 5. Sorry, level 7 to level 6 here. So that means Liquid Aura will be on the driver's seat this time. And I talked about timings. Baxia, as well as the Barats here, there are very, very similar power spikes. And to top it off, because there is no way to deal with the anti-heals on the Barats yet, until Perks has those ultimate or some of the members get those Oracle first, they won't be able to do too much against the Baxia.
Liquid Aura on the turtle again. Stolen last sanity from Lancy. Aran's gonna use his one right now, trying to finish off Kaizen. The Bloom is gonna be there. The Spear Destruction connects and Kaizen ends up going down. The Spear allows Kabuki to join the fight. Kick from Yaoi. 2 kills for Liquid Aura.
Huh. I'm surprised that the Dew is still not on the Barats, but instead on the Valentina instead. I was expecting maybe on Doming or maybe on the Barats here. But considering how Kaizen has has gotten 2 deaths so far, I guess that's the only alternative he can actually do about this.
No, but that is a big win for Liquid Aura.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the replay as well. They're grouped up as 3. There was 4 people here. Echo scouts them off. Baxia was able to do there, but again, there's just no way they can actually force a fight like this. Like, they just don't have the peel, they don't have the threats to actually fight this here. And again, Minana Evos, they are put in this backseat where they just, 1, they don't have damage and CC. 2, they need to buy time for Florin to come up on time. The power spike of a Florin is linking.
Man, Lancy had to use the last insanity just to get out. And I mean, he's not in a good spot. Yaoi, whoa, actually dodges the Daytona's welcome. He hasn't even has the CC immunity with the Shun Po. Kaizen is not having a good time right now. That's the snowball you want to see from Liquid Aura.
Yeah, this is close. This is tough. But despite all this chaos that's actually happening on the bottom side here, Doming's having a fantastic game compared to game 1. 6 minutes in, he's getting dived in twice. Yes, he's lost the turret, but as long as he doesn't die, Doming is able to get something out of it here. He's very close to his Trinity build here. He's very close to his Golden Staff. And once he gets it up, maybe he can kind of start to join fights here. Yeah. But again, timings on Minana Evos is going to be dragging this as long as they can.
I like how Liquid Aura are just, they were like, the way to focus Doming is we focus the rest of his team, right? We weaken the rest of his team, and then he will be less of an issue. They want to go into Aran, last Sandy, not able to be forced out, but again, it's just the Faraga armor.
Oh,
the Spirit Destruction connects. Lancy needs to get away. They use the Bloom to keep him alive, but Yaoi from the back with the knockup. Lancy almost dies to the penetration damage again, and Liquid Aura assumes control of the turtle pin. Minana Evos, they will survive, but will not get the objective.
Yeah, objectives in the hands of Team Liquid here. Great micro outplay from the Lancy UI here. Is the stealing last insanity and the deal to make sure that he gets that additional oomph to actually back off, knowing that Liquid Aura will kind of shift their focus on the Valentina a little bit more now, especially that he's the main damage dealer in this early game compared to the rest who's on a few effect. But now Kirk with the vengeance here, he might actually die here.
Trying to bait Aran. Man, Aran still gets the kill. Lancy, he has a stolen last stand. This should be doable.
Oh, okay.
Aran uses the flicker, but
Aran's
takes a lot out from Lancy.
That's the thing about Last Insanity, right? Like, Last Insanity doesn't scale off physical, it scales off magic, so stealing that isn't too bad of a skill to actually have. I was expecting maybe he steals an Astro Echo kind of mirror the effect of just slow down the teammates here, but again, right now Minana Evos just doesn't have early damage.
Yeah.
they have sustains, but they just don't have early damage. And to get to that stage, they need Lens C to actually come online. And now it makes sense why the Dew is on him instead. But now they finally shifted over the Barrage. I guess Barrage now has a Brute Force breastplate, so maybe he's going to be able to do a little bit more. But again, no War Access on the Barrage at all.
He's going for the Guardian Helmet also. Mid tier 1 going down is a big problem for Banana EVOS. Astro Echo, that's a 4-man tag. Banana EVOS have to concede whatever space Liquid Aura wants, and
catch.
again Kaizen is going to be forced back. Google is standing right in front of him. Banana EVOS, they are conceding.
Oh, Kabuki. Wow.
I mean, the entire lane, Kabuki is just going to take this tier 2.
Yeah, while this is actually happening as well, Doming's able to trade a top turret as well. The spear comes in, doesn't connect, so that means free lane up top. So they will lose a tier 2 down bottom, but Banana EVOS will still have space for Doming to catch up in terms of farm here. And I don't think they get tier 2.
They
They definitely get this, right?
Yeah. CC is just not the best lane wave clearer.
Yeah, terrible.
Terrible.
Now, Dew up on Doming means that they're calling Doming to join in the fight. He's got his golden staff, so maybe they're looking for a fight right now.
Yaoi's too good. It's not even worth using the bloom for that. Kerr walks up forward and loses 70% of his health. That's before Lord Fire too.
Kabuki, 1 kill ahead. He's 2 levels ahead of Doming. Nana EVOS not having it at all. But Echo connects on fall.
Wow.
This is not good for Minana EVOS. They cannot commit to this fight at all.
Yeah, there's Liquid Aura with the Lord already. First Lord of the game. Banana EVOS, just like last game, on the back seat. But it really felt like this one, they are not in any control at all. Purple buff taken by Gugun. As Kaizen starts to fall more and more behind.
It's tough. It's really, really tough. Like, Liquid Aura has got the dream start right now. Like, they're shutting down the Barrage. They're shutting down the Florine here. And as long as they drag this later stage game, they still have a even power spike compared to Banana EVOS because Doming is their win condition. And currently, Doming, level behind, items behind. He's not been able to participate in fights. They have no choice but to rely everything on Doming to make the comeback. And it's tough. It's really, really tough right now.
You have to be wary of, getting doped by Aran and the spear from Kabuki and the Hesku also. Every single Star Shatter is 50% of your health. Purify is not going to get you out of all that. And Kabuki is casually walking forward. That's a 2-man stun, but no follow-up from Banana EVOS. Oracle completed for Kirk. Let's see if they can... They should be able to protect their inhibitors, but we'll lose all outer tiers.
Yeah, Aran just very annoying. Echo connects on everyone once more. Let's see why. Not looking for the Echo steal here. He's going for Insanity now. The counterplay comes in.
Counter Insanity. They're both going to go off. The Bloom to keep Lancy alive, but at least for Banana EVOS, they keep the inhibitors intact. That's the best they could hope for.
So much wave clear here. They had to commit the last Insanity as well as Kaizen just to clear that off. So again, Banana EVOS, they're good at playing from behind. Like, again, all 3 games they're playing behind here. Now, they just need to buy time. And it's actually working out. But I feel like Liquid Aura has such a oppressive roster that it's so difficult to do so. Like, every time the Echo comes in, everyone from Banana EVOS is going to be so slow. It's not like a Banana EVOS has a Rafaela this game, where, oh, the Rafaela Barrage here, I'm going to just walk out of the Echo. But this is a Florine whose the sole purpose is to counter the Baxia. So, it's weird.
And we have Doming with the fat finger. Thank you, observers.
Yeah, thank you for the replay.
I was wondering if I saw it wrongly, but this one is real. It's live. The Kaizen dies in front of our eyes.
Oh boy, this is not looking good for Banana EVOS. Doming may have the mechanical advantage here, but this time he is panicking for game number 3. Whew.
How do you contest this Lord? I mean, Kaizen will be back for the Lord, sure. But how do you even take space? Liquid Aura, 6,500 go ahead.
Yaoi,
Ready
for the setup.
Another potential push. Kabuki. They get the Kirk. Actually, just pull back. No kick just yet. Gets stunned out, pops the Vengeance, but Kabuki just powers through that. Lancy has the stolen kick, but might not even get a chance to use it with Varan sticking onto him. Double kill. And the penetration damage from Kabuki pushes Kaizen and Doming back, and this should be Lord for Liquid Aura.
What is poking Doming so hard? It feels like every single time he wants to make a play, this Novaria coming from Yezekil is just making sure that he's dropped so low to a point that if he tries to come in, he risks losing his life. And we know Banana EVOS cannot afford to lose Doming now until he reaches level 15. And again, driver's seat for Liquid Aura, even a huge, bigger lead compared to the previous game right now. 6.6k net worth lead, this Lord in the hand. it feels like just no contest here. Perks got his fleeting time, but I don't think it's going to serve Minana Evos any purpose if they're not getting kills.
Yeah, I think the timing is definitely past. At least Kaizen will get the buff, the purple buff. But this second Lord should allow Liquid Aura to crack all the inhibs.
Tough.
Go leaderboard. I mean, Kabuki having the time of his life.
Okay.
Holy crystal for Yehescu.
Oh my god, that's a really big boy damage coming from Monovaria as well. And you can see Liquid Aura just making sure that every lane is being shoved in as well. They're setting up ambushes in case Doming gets up a farm. In this case, he's finally reaching there. He's level 14. He's one level away. If they can defend this, there's a chance that he can make a comeback.
One Star Shatter is 50% of Lancey's health. All inhibitors will fall. Nothing that Minana Evos can do about it. Potential last defense. Lord is priority. Liquid Aura looking for an opportunity. Yawi has the flicker kick if he needs to use it, but so far they haven't found the opening. Last Sandy committed from the side of Aran. Lassie with his own, the bloom to keep Minana Evos alive as they take care of the Lord. Yawi finds the kick, but the follow-up not really there. Yawi even flickers to save himself. Minana Evos with the defense.
Beautiful defense coming from Minana Evos here. And again, it takes almost everything out of them here, but again, they do have the damage to threaten Liquid Aura, but the problem here is they need everybody to sync up together. So we're slowly hitting towards the later stage game here, but once they get a little bit more items up on Perks, he is going to be able to sustain everything from Liquid Aura, but again, they have to play from behind. Domeng, again, you can see he's almost max item here. Once he gets his final item, this is where you start to see the power of what Domeng with the adaptive power, with the bloom is gonna, the dew is gonna do a little bit more. In this case, we do have the flash and the fleeting time for Perks. One more item, I think he's gonna go for the Bloodwing, and once that comes up, you can see a huge damage boost for Domeng.
I would even argue that you could attempt Holy Crystal if the game goes on long enough, just for that extra boost.
But they need to buy time, because right now, Kaizen alone in the front lines and Kirk not being able to sustain is not helping at all. Because technically, Kirk doesn't have the max HP to sustain or be healed here. Yes, he's got the Oracle, it's great, but he doesn't have the max HP to take advantage of the heals coming from Perks at all.
I mean, look at Yehescu. His damage hurts. I think he is probably going for Glowing One next. The fact that no one on Minana Evos has Athena, well, at least for the front lines, there's no Athena yet, means that Yehescu's damage is going to be a constant threat. One Star Shatter is half of Domeng's health, is half of Lancey's health. Sometimes even the splash.
Okay, it comes on the Yaoi. Can he get the biggest catch? Like, right now, Yesgil, with his Shatter, it's the reason why Domeng has been dropped down very low multiple times, right? Like, now with his Malefic Roar up on Domeng, same Liquid, they have to respect this.
Yeah. I
Okay.
mean,
Oh, the Storm!
Look at that!
The Storm, no way!
They got the Gobble out, only onto Yawi. Lancey, he's already out of commission. He's gonna get sniped by the Star Shatter. The retreat will be successful. But how do you, I mean, it's not successful. Kabuki catches up onto him. Kirk, Vengeance runs out, and the rest of his team not there to help him. He's gonna just eat everything from Liquid Aura. Pinned to the wall, 2 kills for Liquid Aura.
This is the worst timing to pick a fight coming from Minana Evos. When the lanes were shoved in, Domeng was deciding to defend the lanes or join the fight, and he chose to defend the lanes, and because of that, they lose Kirk and Lancey because it looked like a winnable situation for Domeng, and right now, he's getting chipped away. He might die to this.
Man, that last Sandy, watch
On
out.
heels.
They're gonna fall.
No,
the penetration damage from Kabuki.
Okay.
Out of this world, Blazing Duet.
No,
Only a
it's
means of
over.
deterrent. This should be
Endable.
done. Can Domeng defend this? He has nothing left in the tank. It's him and Perks. The support and the marksman Lancey back to life. They gotta clear the
No,
way.
it's dead.
Minana Evos with that last
Immortality
stand.
swap.
And it's gonna be Kabuki to the back. Lancey assassinated, and the
GG.
penetration damage is enough Liquid Aura to knock Minana Evos out of the Swiss round.
GG, well played to Liquid Aura. No chance for Minana Evos to make a comeback. Complete shutdown. Absolutely out macro. And you can see the celebrations coming in from Yawi. He's the best roamer out there. And he's extremely annoying. And I'm not gonna lie, well done. Well done, Liquid Aura.
Very well done. We got graced by his Cho for the entire best of 3, and you can never get tired of the performance. This game, flawless, despite some of them run dying one time, but still the best game that Liquid Aura could have in the series.
Yeah, I think this is one of the most convincing games that Team Liquid has shown, right? Even though Minana was able to take a game off game 1, Team Liquid has been dominating the early game, understanding objectives from every single priorities from game 1, game 2, and towards game 3 as well. Like, they knew Minana Evos had only one game ban, which is making sure Doming gets into the later stage of the game. If Doming gets into the later stage of the game, he's going to be able to make the comeback. But if Doming is not in the fight, it makes things so frustrating because Minana, they know they have to play from behind. But they can't really play from behind. If they can't join the fight because of all these lanes getting shoved in, Team Liquid just completely picks them all apart.
And you can see all the power picks making an impact, right? Like game 1, Minana had carry, but they also had Matilda. And Matilda, big factor for the team. And Liquid Aura, again, it's not about shutting down Domain directly. It's by shutting down the rest of his team, and Domain becomes ineffective. This game, even Perks, he went deathless. He did not die a single time, but it really does not matter because the front line could not hold on long enough for Domain to have an impact.
This is just literally putting all your eggs in one basket, and it just didn't pay off. And Team Liquid was able to identify this and dissect it bit by bit, and it's just insane to watch how Team Liquid has been dominating the entire early stage game. Like, the idea of having the the Brazos buy time is great, but they were just losing so much member. They just didn't have damage output here, and I feel like this CC pickup didn't help Minana at all. Like, if this was any other hero, I think, like, if this was a Yuzhong composition in Minana, the game wouldn't have looked at this one-sided.
I believe for Minana Evos, the idea is just, again, Doming is the priority. We have CC and Baras as stand back, Florian to keep topping them up. But the early and mid game just went so wrong, right? Liquid Aura snowball out of control and it completely threw Minana Evos' plan in this array.
You have to give props to Team Liquid. They did really, really well. Their retro battle has been very, very important. Yezekill's ultimate here was a big factor for Minana Esports not being able to move out of position. And every single time Yezekill's positioning not being stolen by Lancy's ultimate here, thank you. GG, well played. Like, that was a very, very convincing match coming from Team Liquid.
Yep, from start until end. Again, Liquid Aura Kabuki being our MVP for the second time of the series. All-time performer, 4-0-7 on the Moskov. Nothing that could stop him. He is just miles ahead of Domain. It's crazy how his net worth might not be too far from Domain, but the performance, the level that he's delivered, miles apart.
Yeah, he was able to join fights very, very easily as well, and that's the beauty of why having Moskov is so good in this patch. Like, joining fights with Spirits, knowing it's going to be a 5v4 puts you ahead, and this is identifying when to choose your battles and when to win the war. In this case, choosing the right battles can win you the war, and Liquid Aura just did it so much better compared to Minana Evos this game. And well done, GG. That was very, very convincing, macroly played game.
And I think this is a lineup when they first announced it before the start of the MPL Indonesia season. It was a big thing, right? I mean, Yawi, the superstar, joined the team, and of course the midway acquisition by Team Liquid is paying off so far with this Game 3 replay. The entire series replay, mostly a highlight reel for Kabuki.
Yeah, I think this moment right here was pretty much a blunder being set up by Minana Evos, but they were able to take advantage of it, right? Like, shut down Domain, game's over. But game number 3 was a little bit of a different approach. Like, ignore Domain. Domain's not going to join the fight. Yeah, we're keeping tabs on him, but if we shut them all down, we're just going to win the fight. And in this case, knowing that Doming is not able to join the fight is a big winning factor for Liquid Aura to come online. And because they're all grouped up as 5, and even Yawi as well, choosing when they should be taking fights is so smart. You can see in the minimap as well, every single time he starts a fight, Doming's nowhere to be found. But this was a very weird one, because look at this. Doming is so far away from the fight that he couldn't join, because he had to double back into the base on the macro map. And as soon as he showed himself in the base, Liquid Aura just says, like, you know what, let's just go all in and kill them all.
Yeah, and even there was a moment where he BMI into an ult, got hit by Star Shatter, and immediately it was over, right?
Yeah.
That fight was done. So again, Liquid Aura domination in Game 3. It was a slow start, but once the engines warmed up, there was no coming back for Minana EVOS. So
Yeah.
Liquid Aura survives again. They will move on into the 3-1 bracket, 2 best of 3s away from qualifying into the challenge stage. Whereas for Minana EVOS, commiserations to them. They've done their best, but Liquid Aura is what stops them.
Yeah, GG well played to Liquid Aura. A reverse 2-0 sweep once again. Yesterday, Minana EVOS was able to do that against RRQ. Now they get
They
2-0.
get the treatment. They got the reverse.
They get the
treatment.
same treatment from Liquid Aura, and I'm pretty sure Indonesian fans are going to be celebrating here, considering the fact that they were able to shut down a Filipino titan.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think when the Minana EVOS was playing in MPL Philippines, right, they had some great highlight moments as well. This is a series that, I mean, I personally predicted Minana EVOS to have a great performance through and throughout, but in every single step of the way, it's not easy. And that is going to conclude their journey. But coming up next, ooh, this one's a doozy. Vanguard Esports against Onyx Philippines. Singapore against PH.
Wow, this is going to be a really, really interesting one as well, because both teams playing on the tier 1 level, on their respective MPL regions as well. I think this is going to be a test for whether or not Vanguard is able to beat a tier 2 team from Philippines.
I mean, you say tier 2 team, but it's Philippines, right?
I know, right?
Standard is a bit higher. And, well, that concludes our second best of 3. But for Mobile Legends lovers, don't go anywhere just yet, because we have one last one coming up. This time, Vanguard Esports against Onyx Philippines, right after the break.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady joke design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again. XOX cutthroat code, run it again. Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again. XOX cutthroat code, run it again.
It's time for the final best of 3 of today. This is Snapdragon Pro Series Swiss round day 4. Vanguard Esports coming up against Onyx Philippines, and we are your commentators. It's Husky and I see Baby 1-2.
Yep, and this is going to be a very, very interesting one because yesterday we saw a little bit of upset here where Vanguard Esports was able to take a 2-1 reverse sweep. And that was a very interesting one because they have their coach, a national coach for Singapore, Young In, going to be coaching for them. And this is something that I am curious to see whether or not can they deliver at the highest level again here, because considering the fact that they have school to attend. Yesterday they were rushing here, finish school, went to go. But now it's pretty late, so I'm pretty sure school is over for them. So they are going to be able to set the standard pretty high.
Yeah, I mean, they are still technically going to attend school, but this one is against Onyx Philippines, right? Fielding their MDL roster. We'll see if they get schooled in this series, because I think when we look at these two teams for the upcoming best of 3, it's going to be a smackdown. We'll take a look at the most popular supports, Florin being the one in the first place, followed by Matilda and Angela in terms of picks frequency.
Now, after yesterday's loss against Bigatron Beta, Fnatic Onyx PH has pretty much struggled against compositions with sustains and heals thus far. So again, these are the 3 most popular supports here. Florin with 13 picks thus far and 69.2% win rate. I think the win rates have kind of dropped a bit because of the previous game just now. But again, Matilda, Angela, these are the 3 heroes that has a lot of sustainabilities in towards just going up against Fnatic Onyx PH, and this is something that they don't really like to deal with again. But I've just heard that Fnatic Onyx PH lost against Bigatron Beta, but Monster Vicious was able to take a W against Bigatron Beta.
Yeah,
That's
out of
something
this
that I think not a lot of people were expecting at all, to be honest.
Including me. Like I'm a Malaysian and I didn't even expect Monster Vicious to 2-0 Bigatron Beta, but good on them, right? They means Monster Vicious is the first team officially to make it to the Challenge Group stage. Congratulations to MV. But let's talk about Vanguard Esports with their lineup for this best of 3. We got Nick Stain, Lakshan Stain, Super, MJ, Salim, and Sunny.
Huh, this is interesting. I feel like Vanguard Esports stands a very, very good chance on just coming up on top against PH, and they were able to deliver. Like, they needed the warm-up, right? They did the type of hit the players that needs a very, very good warm-up in the early stage of the game. Like, they need to play at least one game to kind of get a feel on how the opponent's going to be playing like, and then they come and make a comeback. So this is something that I think Vanguard will tentatively focus on a little bit more. But when it comes to Fnatic, Onyx, PH, they have the experience to overcome all odds. So far, healing is out of the equation. But the question here is, will Vanguard play that? That's something that I think they would focus a little bit more.
Yeah. And I think for Vanguard, they have a lot to prove, right? If they take down Onyx Philippines, I think this not only just bolsters, the Singapore scene overall, but also their standings in MPL Singapore. There's only one way to do that, and is to get through Fnatic Onyx Philippines with Dur, James Pangs, Chovy, like Good Kid, and K-Dot.
Yeah, so this is going to be the same roster they've been playing so far throughout the entire journey. And I think when it comes to Onyx Philippines, it feels like, when are we going to see Kelra being played? When are we going to see Gem, King Kong going to be playing here so far? And we were asking for it because they are registered in this roster, but they haven't played at all on the main screen.
I think they'll probably only fill the main lineup if they qualify for Challenge stage, but that means that journey can only continue if they take down Vanguard Esports. I think this has been an anomaly in a good way, where a lot of people probably are looking at the Singaporean region, right? Just like the Malaysian region, there are doubts, how far can we go? Well, Monster Vicious just represented us being the first team to qualify in the Challenge Group stage. Vanguard Esports, they're looking to follow in that footsteps.
Yeah, and again, this time, Vanguard Esports, they're bringing a new player to the table. So yesterday, I think Ken was actually playing on the XP lane here. This time, they're just calling their sub, Sunny, going to be playing in for the team. So this is something that I did not expect at all. Last minute changes here, so maybe something happened in between the scenes here, but I'm curious to see how well Sunny is going to be bringing to the table. And according to this stats right now, she's going to be playing on the XP lane.
Yeah, the best thing is that perhaps this could be the curveball that Vanguard is looking for against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Right? If you have no info on the player, how are you going to play against him, right? How are you going to play against her in this case? The bans, though, doesn't deviate from what we've seen. Lori, Chip, Matilda, Harif. This is going to be an Atan ban. And the ban of the Moskov, so thankfully, there's one game that we don't see Moskov and Atan. Roger up for grabs.
Yeah, interesting enough, new patch actually dropped live yesterday as well. I think we were kind of hinting it as well. I didn't really see it on my nail notes. Apparently, there is a new patch update on the bigger, colorful screen. Sorry, like it's all full yellowish and teal, so I didn't really see it as well. But apparently, they've nerfed most of the popular ones, which is Barat's being nerfed. They also buffed up Julian Jungle,
Julian, Gushen,
Amon, Gushen, as well as the Joy as well.
Oh yes.
And I think you caught out one very, very interesting fact, is that junglers in the first 2 minutes in the other side of junglers, they take 15% lesser damage from all sources.
And then
if you invade the jungle, whoever who invades the jungle will take 20% extra damage the first 2 minutes of the game.
So if you want to invade, you got to be a bit more careful of how you kind of, execute that.
Yeah.
Angela let through for the first time in a long time, and Vanguard Esports jumps at that opportunity. This should be, Link taken away. Good denial by Onyx Philippines. Well, Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Ooh, okay, they get the Link. All right, and Angel Link combo gonna be out of equation here, but they also steal the Barat. What? Okay, Barat's XP, Link jungle. All right.
Super honest draft, just super honest. They don't even care about the flex, right? They don't even hide it.
Not even gonna hide it as well.
This could be Roger or Fredrin. Or you could take both, I guess.
Okay, interesting enough, most of the marksmen, I would say the popular ones, Roger has been nerfed as well in terms of overall damage output.
The hybrid defense that you get when you change form
has been nerfed. The Tan also kind of nerfed as well. And if everything is nerfed here, it feels like right now they have to deal with the composition here on just surviving right now
Yeah.
in general. And with the Link diving in your face, those heroes is gonna have a very, very difficult time. And Natan completely ignore means that they are ignoring the Roger pickup. So okay, they don't really want to deal with the Roger here. They're still hovering on the marksman here, potentially going to go for a carry pickup later on in case if they try to deal with the beefy compositions. But now with the Baxia coming in and the CC, so Angela CC, very, very good combo when they are picking their individual fight. So if they take a split fight, Vanguard is going to be able to win that matchup with the CC. But my question here is, who's going to be able to catch the Link?
I mean, even Angela Baxia, I suppose this is one of those few ways that, oh, you're playing a Link, Angela Baxia, we try to snowball you out of control, right? We try to take control of your jungle and really shut you down. That's where the Vexana comes into play. You have these crowd control, you have area denial. So Roger so far still ignored. I think if you are Fnatic Onyx Philippines, that Roger doesn't feel as good. Like, who are you going to go into? They're banning out the Faramist, so they're clearly seeing, like, maybe Vanguard Esports wants to play a fully teamfight comp, we're not going to give you that extra life.
Yeah, that's the thing about Onyx PH, right? They lost to PTR Beta because of this. Like, they lost to a Rafaela Baratz and a Faramis mid lane. So, I can see the concern. They're saying that, hey, you know what? Vanguard can do this again. Like, they bring in a Faramis as well as Angela into the table means that full sustains, unkillable composition, they have to drop every single thing. And think about this. The initiation that Fnatic Onyx PH has is that once they go in, they're not getting back out.
Yeah.
Link, once you commit every charge, you don't kill anyone, you're useless. Baratz, you go in Daytona's Welcome, you don't kill anyone, you're useless. Vexana, you drop all your spells, you don't kill anyone, you're still useless. So it makes a lot of sense why they don't want to deal with this Faramis this game.
I do wonder what they would consider for that roaming role. I mean, Minotaur is banned out first. If you want AoE, Tigro is your next best choice.
No.
But if you want to go down the healing route, which
I think they have to ban Florian as well.
I was thinking that the Onyx Philippines pick Florian, right? If they want.
That's the thing. That's why Vanguard has to ban Florian. Like, if they don't ban this Florian here, and if you give a deal on towards a hypercharged Link right from the get-go, it is going to be very, very annoying. And I think the biggest threat that a lot of people has been playing against assassin-style junglers is that because we can invade an early game, we slow down his rotation, we stop him from getting his purple buffs. It's good.
It's good.
But now with this 2-minute mark saying that, oh, if you invade the jungles, you're going to take more damage here. Great. You come over, I get a kill, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's not slowing down my farm. You're giving more gold. You're giving more speed. So I think that's something that Vanguard needs to consider on how to take this approach. Like, usually first turtle, most likely they're not going to invade. But after the second purple buff comes in, they need to find a way to shut him down. And in this case, I think Fnatic on H, they don't want to deal with this kind of scenarios. The Grok being banned means that maybe, I don't know if they're going to pick a Hilda Vanguard.
That wouldn't be too bad of a choice, right? Or just get banned out. This could just come down to like a carry or Claude pick. You look at the CC Baratz, CC Bucks, and maybe the carry would be the kind of default option for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. They're going to still go for the Edith first. Edith support, again, very honest draft.
Okay.
They're leaving the good kids hero for last.
I don't think they need to go pick a marksman here for Fnatic on KPH. Like, Edith can play kind of late game-ish. You have a Link who can kind of play late game as well. If they snowball really, really hard right now, it doesn't really matter if you have marksman or not. Like, think about this, right? Most of the good marksmen are already out. So why play a marksman? Just play a fighter conversation. Like, if they mirror each other, it's not too bad. And this is actually helpful for Vanguard because if they don't have a marksman that can kill Baxia, this Angela sustains as well as CC Spellvamp is just going to do so much more work. And because Baxia is in their way, it means that, oh, okay, they're not going to go for it. They go for the carry instead. All right.
I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, either you take carry or Claude, but you see the enemy, you want that late game scaling, you take carry away. And now you got Valentina to steal some great spells, right? Primal Wrath, Turtle Guardian, Daytona's Welcome. I would say that Daytona's Welcome actually is super valuable for Vanguard. If you catch the Link, it's lights out. So Brody is the... we haven't seen Brody for such a long time.
How do they catch the Link? That's the thing. Like,
Daytona's Welcome.
It's tough.
You gotta try it.
Like, there's nothing that can stop the Link right now coming from Vanguard. And like, don't get me wrong. Like, seeing this draft from Vanguard kind of reminds me of how the previous game looked like from Minana Evos. Like, the draft, it looks good in terms of sustainability, but you have to drag it in the later stage game. But in early mid game, where's the cow control? Where's the team fight? Where's the burst? I like the idea, but I think Fnatic on APH has just been given so much opportunities in early control and tempo.
especially when you have like Ling, Brody, big
Yeah.
snowball heroes. We'll see if Vanguard Esports, we'll see what Young has been cooking up, right? This guy has been around for such a long time. He's an elite coach to an extent. Game 1, Vanguard Esports against Fnatic Onyx Philippines, kicking off right now. Another do or die series for both teams.
Oh boy, this is going to be a little bit of awkward situation here, but look at the Link skin. I like the Link skin. It's pretty cool. Again, Baxia going to be the ones that is a big problem for Onyx PH, right? Like if they can't kill this Baxia early game, they are going to be in for some real snowball. So Link, obviously, most likely going to be dodging the first turtle fight, right? Like if I think Salem is able to position properly first, and they're able to outpoke Onyx PH, it seems like it's going to be a small win.
I like the fact that both goal laners are just going for the ego opener. There's a dagger on the carry, and Brody was like, I'm gonna go damage also, just to get that early advantage. Especially Brody, if you get a good head start, it's gonna make life very tough for Vanguard Esports.
It seems like right now, Vanguard Esports, they just don't want to do any massive rotations here. They're just okay to just give away objectives, right? Like the first turtle, I don't think they want to try and contest this. Baraz is just a little bit too difficult to actually contest with the fight. Yes, they can out-sustain it to a certain degree, but again, this is a Link we're talking about. One wrong move and opposition, this Link is going to completely dive your entire backlines and just kill you off.
Jeez. Link is going to be ahead in terms of experience also. Even got one of the camps still. Just took the Lizard from Vanguard. I don't think he will hit 5 before the first turtle. Actually, he might. There's still one more camp down bot, yeah.
He might. He
gonna
actually
hit
might.
5.
And that's the beauty of Link, right? Like, he can go down, get a couple farms here. Yes, he doesn't have the purple buff for the first turtle, quote unquote, but he will be a level advantage. So if he walks up in terms of retro battle, he will have the advantage over Salem. In this case, he's going to be farming a little bit more, slowly making his way up top here. But it comes down to turtle dance.
Looking at this Angela, Suni to help make use of that hard guard. Gonna be a turtle fight already. Suni desperately needing her 4.
Yeah, this is perfect go time. They have to be quick.
He's gonna get a 4 right now. He's going to the Baxia, taking the turtle. Ling with the Tempest of Blaze already. First Blood looking to go over to Vanguard Esports, and they claim it. Salem First Blood, and the follow-up with the CC and the Love Waves to get rid of the Ling. Vanguard Esports off to a fantastic start.
Huge. That is so big coming from Vanguard Esports. Like, winning the turtle fight pretty much gave them that opportunity to just, 1, run over Fnatic Onyx PH with those buffs. 2, because of how James was panicking to rush in for the Retribution, right? Yes, he quote-unquote has the extra level advantage, but because the moment he showed himself, you can see everyone from Vanguard Esports was trying to get him down from the wall, and he preemptively popped the Tempest Blade and tried to out-retry Salem, which allowed Salem to get the later one and then steal the turtle away. So there was a little mistakes on his part here, but you can see the predicament, right? He needed to get out of safety.
And he still ended up dying, which is the worst part. Now Salem has some just minor XP lead, not too much. Dodges the Earth Shatter. K-Dot, oh my goodness, the amount of damage he's not getting out of this one.
Oh my god, this is not what Fnatic Onyx PH should be taking these kind of approaches here. Like, this Baraz needs to be scaling with the Baxia, but because of Baxia choosing when to choose those fights, it's actually helping them a little bit more. But again, Baraz, this is not a Baraz jungle. This is a Link jungle. Yeah. So it's tough to open up the map, and I like that they're abusing this. Like, even though I like Fnatic Onyx PH's mobility more, but Vanguard is playing to their strengths very smartly right now.
And another problem that Fnatic Onyx Philippines will face in just a bit is when, almost cancelled that recall, is when Nick Stain gets that War Axe, right? Baraz will not be able to do much as long as CC is there. Again, the onward misses from Kikidot. This is going to be second turtle. I mean, Vanguard Esports are not too far ahead. It's just 1,000. So Fnatic Onyx Philippines can still pull it back if they get this turtle.
The layer of thoughts coming in as well. We can see the invades coming in. It's way past the 2-minute mark. Bottom lane here. A little bit of harassment. Lucian taking a little bit of damage here. It's not that big of a deal, but top side is the action is going on.
It's going to be Vengeance, Hard Guard, everything from the kitchen sink. And this time, they will get the kill onto Nick Stain, and he loses Kikidot in the process. Fnatic Onyx Philippines with the trade.
Yeah, I like the idea that they're trying to abuse Salem has this stronger, massive power spike here. But again, there's no way they're going to be able to kill James. Like, they're able to trade Kikidot from Nick Stain, but a roamer for an XP laner. So it's a little bit not worth it here. But I like that Vanguard Esports knows that every single time the turtle spawns, the first 30 seconds at least, the Ling will not have a purple bar. So that's a plus point for Vanguard to rush things here. And as you can see, very, very quick clear here. There's no way James is able to contest this unless the rest of Fnatic on PNH is able to stall this for him.
Berserker Fury up for James, and Fnatic on the Philippines gonna mount the siege in his bottom side. Should be able to get it with this Brody. The good kid breaks the structure. See, Super MJ actually is in the bush. I think Fnatic Philippines know this. Luxian, he does not have the Purifier Hard Guard on top of him, but this should be an easy public execution. Chovy needs to run away. Salem on top of him, gets the stun off. The Turtle's poison's burn damage is more than enough. But the rest of Fnatic on the Philippines are showing up. Torn apart memory, barely clipping MJ, but not enough to take him down. Kicking dog commits the primal wrap. The splash damage still not
Sunni,
sufficient. Sunni flickers out. Salem, no, does get gobbled up. This should be a trade.
No, the
There's
heals.
a way to heal him up, but he gets flipped backwards. Fnatic on the Philippines with 2.
Great combo coming from both Sunni as well as Lucian, but it came down to one small mistake. Dur was able to punish Salem in that small little mistake right there. But nevertheless here, Fnatic on PH, they are very, very smart here. They know they cannot contest the second turtle. Immediately transverse a setup to try and gank onto Lucian. And because of this gank, it opened up the map so much more. Tier 1's open down bottom. Vanguard Esports, they have to be a little bit more careful on what's the next approach here. Yes, the Harsguard's great on Sunni, but again, it's not the best shields.
Yeah.
Yet.
It's not the be-all end-all. You look at the good kid, he has 2 big items. Malefic Roar, Blade of Hepatitis. Your front lines doesn't matter. Don't matter to him. He's gonna shred through all of them.
But fortunately for Vanguard right now, they do have the Flash of Oasis up on Sunni now. So that's a little bit of a sustains coming in. But again, Fnatic on APH here, they have to choose a fight where it's not in favor of them. Because if this box here is in your face, it's very, very difficult and oppressive. And of course now, Nick Stain could be the POI right now.
Look at the damage from this Brody. They're gonna go into KK dodge. He's gonna get the arm Earth Shatter, only connecting on the Salem. But all the damage is laid on this box deck. He's not gonna survive for long enough. He needs help. The total part memory is just enough. They lose the Edith, but Fnatic on the Philippines are just outlasting Vanguard with the good kid on this Brody. Sunni will be fed to the Sharks. The Hedgehogs getting 3.
Oh, so unfortunate here coming from Vanguard Esports here. They were able to get 2. But you can see Sunni opted to go for the ultimate on towards Salem, which in this case, yes, he's tanky, he's doing damage here, but I feel like Nick Stain needed the Hard Guard a little bit more to compensate with the lifesteal coming in to sustain even longer. And again, like you said as well, the Torn Apart memories taking it at the last take pretty much turned the tides on the Vanguard here. And you can see, even in this fight as well, they jump on the KK dot, which is great, but the setups coming in from Chovy, no, it was actually on Nick Stain. Wait, how? Then, oh no, the Daytona's Welcome actually gobbled him up.
Yeah.
Ah, that's why he was able to actually extend the fight here. And Sunni went along into the dinosaur.
Yeah, it's very, very unfortunate.
Dang.
I mean, they turned it around. James Pang, yeah, sure, he died in the first turtle fight, but now he is 2 levels ahead of Salem. And 2,000 net worth advantage for Fnatic on the Philippines.
That is so unlucky. Like, yeah, great. It's onto Nick Stain. He's got sustains, but if you get eaten up, he's not able to do damage. The love tap is not going to be able to heal him. And when you come out, it actually bleeds out the duration of the Hard Guard. So, that's a very, very nice interaction coming from Fnatic on PH.
This Brody is hitting like a truck. Look at the gold leaderboard. It's going to be Ling and Brody. James Pang is just toying around. Not that they can catch him. This is the problem that you did kind of pointed out, right? Who is going to catch the Link?
Yeah, it's tough. They've got the sustains, but split push, not the greatest here. But here comes the drop here. They're going to try and make an attempt on Kikadon again.
Turn on to Luxian Stain, the good kid, using that ultimate already, but Salem doesn't have the way in. I think Fnatic on the Philippines are going to be willingly continuing this push. This brick wall of a barrage in front of them.
Yeah, now with the Hearts Guard down on cooldown once again, Fnatic on PH realizes here, it's go time. We can go again.
Yeah.
No Hard Guards means that we're not afraid here. Daytona's Welcome comes in. He does have the flicker.
Salem.
Oh no, Salem, what are you doing?
He probably is going to die.
Oh no, Kikadon, he's going to survive once more.
The good kid, now just pumping the damage out. Tornapart memory shouldn't be enough. Super MJ gets to terrify. Luxian Stain moving forward. This could be an opening. Chovy
nice.
needing help. It's going to be tied up by the
Link.
ultimate, and Luxian Stain finally gets the kill. But Fnatic on the Philippines, while that was happening, this James Pang just got the bot tier 2.
Yep, huge. This is huge for Vanguard Esports here. Like, they were able to get a kill, and on top of it all, they lose a little bit of map control here, but they have to wrap this up quickly as they can, because Nixstain, he's able to zone them off, but if they don't get this Lord right now, they're going to lose a little bit more control.
James finds 3 levels ahead. Can't get there in time. Very well done. Vengeance is huge. Jane Park controlled.
Nice! He
Needs
needs to
the
get
temper
out.
of the blade. Needs
No.
to get out. Maybe look for Lux
He's dead.
Sustain, but goes down. That is the lifeline for Vanguard Esports.
Nicely done coming from MJ to kind of whittle him down as well, but Fnatic on APH, they made the mistake, but oh my god!
my goodness!
What?
The stacks, when you go through extra units with the Brody ability, it is extra stacks of your passive.
Ah, that was so unlucky for Salem. Like MJ was able to get out great, but because of this pickoff coming in from Laygood Kid, this Lord advantage doesn't seem to be an advantage anymore. Like, they should be playing a little bit safe, but again, Luxian, he's having the time of his life. It's good for him. But right now, Fnatic on APH, they still have to split push game. Like, now they're slowly hitting this later stage territory here. Dur is doing a good job trying to buy time for the team. He's finding pickoffs against Vanguard. But over time, Vanguard will have such a strong DPS that if this Link doesn't join the fight anytime soon, Vanguard is just going to completely roll over Fnatic on APH. While Fnatic, all they need to do is just bait out Heartsguard and then connect to join the fight.
We have the Oracle already on Nixstain.
Oh, that's good.
This,
That's huge.
Yeah, the CC, huge. I've seen variations of CC where some of them go support emblem just for the extra heal.
And the extra mobility
And extra
as well.
mobility, yeah. I think it has extra cooldown also.
Movement speed and cooldown. I actually prefer the support emblem over the fighter emblem actually.
This one is the fighter emblem. I guess you still get like the spell vamp is definitely not the worst.
You just have lower cooldowns, means that every first skill takes instead of 6 seconds. Instead of the usual 3 to 4 seconds on the support emblem, you get it like 5 or 6 seconds.
Yeah, not too big of a difference, I suppose. You make it up with like your item cooldown reductions. Vanguard in this case, oh
Conceal.
boy, here comes Conceal. MJ sees it. Good cancellation.
Nice, nicely done. And again, Onyx, they have the levels here, but they need James to kind of join the fight soon. But Salem is baiting. Oh, huge sidestep from Salem.
They don't know where James is, but he's certainly not on the map right now. So Vanguard, they are going to slow down the pace. That first Lord, like you mentioned, didn't really do too much for Vanguard Esports.
I hate what Suni is doing, but what she's doing is smart as well. Like, she's staying at the base.
It's just the life of an Angela. Vengeance out. Can this CC survive long enough? It seems like, no, not possible. Torn apart memories is just enough. James Punk's in the back, able to get out. Meanwhile, the front lines, Salem just tanking it up, powering through it, but it's just not enough. And this carry, he is too far up, gobbled up, knocked up. He is dead. Fnatic on the Philippines with 3.
Ah, so unlucky, but Fnatic on APH was able to get a very nice ambush, and because of this, Vanguard Esports just could not sustain the burst coming in. And as you can see, Vanguard, they have to sustain heals, but if you get bursted down like that, it doesn't matter here, because right now, Nixstain needs to prolong this fight, but he's so weak to physical damage. Like, he's strong against magic, he's strong against the Vexana, but when you have James with crit, you have a Brody with stacks, you are going to get one shot, and in this case, he's not even going for any more physical defense, and with Fnatic getting this Lord in his hands, Vanguard is going to be in a very, very tough spot here. Let's talk about this. Yeah, walked into it, instantly chain combo. Yeah, great. With the Heartsguard Vengeance, he's taking a little bit, a lot, but with that much burst coming in, it doesn't matter, man. Like, he's not exactly the tankiest when it comes to physical defense.
I gotta say,
Oh, James, my
James
god.
surviving that was huge. I mean, Salem was somehow able to cut to the back to get to the Brody, but his team just could not follow up.
Yeah.
Imagine if that hard guard was on Salem. That would be a different story, but
Yeah.
Lord in the hands of Fnatic on the Philippines. Sea Halberd up for the good kid, so good luck heating up in the fights.
But that's the thing, right? If the Heartsguard wasn't on Nixstain, his Vengeance value wouldn't have any much value as well.
Yeah.
So I think Vanguard, they did the best out they could. Nixstain needs a little more tankiness, and because of this defense coming in, Fnatic on APH has an opportunity to pry open inhibitor. And they are going to try and knock in as well, so they might lose 2 at least here. Kick it out. Now going for the force fight up top. They get 1 pick, so that's huge. If Salem survives this,
Yeah.
so it's 5v4, but they still have the Lord.
That's the immo out for Salem, but at least they get rid of the Edith. They have the numbers advantage. Hard guard had to be used, so I don't see Vanguard Esports coming to looking for any fight anytime soon. 1 inhibitor down. That's the best case scenario out of that.
Yeah, I think as of yet, we are heading towards the later stage game. Lucian is going to be a big threat for Fnatic on APH. If they fight in towards Lucian when Lucian is fully prepared to come into this fight, he is going to completely shred the Barats as well as the Eda fairly quickly. So that's a big thing that they're worried about as well. And every single time Fnatic Onyx PH has fought is when Lucian is caught unprepared to actually connect the fight. And this is what is winning them right now. And they're starting to respect this, but you can see, because James is always lurking around the map, he's getting somewhat of information where Vanguard may or may not be. And to top it off, you can't have an Angela opening up the map. And you can see Suni has no choice but to stay at the base. Because logically, you would have this Angela walking outside the base, shoving on his own, and then trying to join the fight later on. But you can't really do that when the Ling, who can, in this case, you can see, full item here, can one-shot an Angela with no defensive item at all.
Yeah, this is the only way to play the game. You gotta somehow...
I just hope the system doesn't catch her as, you know, griefing, abuse, or
as long as you like move your joystick, you're fine.
Or not getting enough XP, not participating, passive play.
You get reported.
It's not her fault. Like it's how it's supposed to be played, but at the same time, it's hard. Like they need somebody to open the map, and right now the only two they can open is either Salem or Nyxtane. And Nyxtane is not the tankiest as of now. He's gotten for a little bit more damage. Salem, full tank, but he's the jungler.
I think the worst part right now is that if you don't have map control, Ling is very happy. Like he does whatever he wants. Top inhibitor just fell, so side lanes are going to be a problem. And Fnatic on the Philippines, they do not need to be worried about, you know, getting the Lord, right? It's all about, if you want the Lord, we play the side lanes. I think they are fully in control of the state of the game.
Yeah, I think Fnatic Onyx PH understands their draft a little bit better here. And I think we've seen a lot of integrations here where the Barats comes in. Quote unquote, Barats is weak in the laser shape, correct? Weak against carry. But right now, Vanguard Esports is always in a situation where they have to force a fight 4v5 because of the Angela combo. And the bang for buck for Barats is that whoever Angela goes into and then Barats flickers forward and gets a Daytona welcome, that hard guard is completely nullified.
Yeah, and that is just one of the few ways that Fnatic on the Philippines have to deal with the Angela, right? You have massive burst damage that the Angela just could not keep up. Anti-heal on both Vexana and Brody. You have incredible crowd control to really stop the Angela, well, the hard guard target from doing much. I think we have reached a point where it's just like the previous series we saw, the front lines are just not enough.
Yeah, and
it has to be a catch.
Yeah, it has to be a pick-off as well. And I think Onyx PH is going to be the ones that set the timings of when they start the fight, right? Like if they see Lucian not with his team, boom, they are going to jump onto him. And if Lucian is just 2 steps away from his teammates, means that they can potentially burst out either, most likely going to be Nyxtane because he's the squishiest out of the 2 tanks. And if they burst him down quickly before Lucian actually does any damage, that's big win. That's a big W for Onyx PH.
Yeah, and no one could get to the Brody right now. Like he is not only super strong, he's going for the Winds of Nature finally, but at the same time it's also people who jump to him get crowd controlled to death, right? Like we've seen Salem and Nyxtane jump to him, but no one can follow up. Speaking of the flip, K-Dot has to flicker away, the massive crowd control drops down, the damage onto Dur! Not enough though, Salem still commits for it, that's the immortality out. James Pounds is in the back line, but Vanguard Esports looking to mow down Fnatic on the Philippines. There's 2 deaths. Winter Truncheon for Jovi, not enough. And Nyxtane on a good kit. But look at James Pounds is in the base of Vanguard Esports.
No way. He didn't even want to join the fight, but Lucian, he's got so much
damage right now.
Oh!
Just the time James Pounds bites the Immo.
No,
to survive a bit longer.
They have to kill him. No, he can't.
He's actually away the damage.
No.
The Root's going media. James Pounds.
He actually
the item swaps.
What?
It's not enough.
No.
Caught at the end by Luxian. Oh man!
What did we just watch? That was some fast gameplay here, but again, on Fnatic, Onyx PH, they make the big blunder right here. Lego King looking for the Vay! What?
He might just fight too, he's terrified! Winter Truncheon, the Kuda has to be back.
Kill him, let's go!
Steals that ultimate. But it's good. I mean, Fnatic, they got all inhibitors. This is not going to be Lord for Vanguard because Luxian is dead.
No way! Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, if Luxian is in the fight, Fnatic Onyx PH can't really do too much. But again, James is just making it not easy for Vanguard Esports at all. And again, their macro aspect of the game, Fnatic is just so much ahead. And now they've got so much to dictate the tempo as well. No inhibitors to worry about here. If the lanes are shoved in, Lord is theirs for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, Vanguard are not the best in clearing lanes, which makes it 10 times worse. If you can't clear your lanes, James Pound is going to be looking for a backdoor opportunity.
Yep, it's gonna happen as well, and he's topping the net worth in terms of gold net worth. He's gonna get this purple buff from now, and I'm pretty sure, again, James is like, I'm not gonna join the fight, man.
Yeah.
I don't want to join the fight. I'm just gonna shove, but fortunately for them, they have an Angela. This is gonna be able to shove the lanes, but again, not the best way of playing.
He's two-shotting a carry.
Oh boy.
Oh man, how do you contest this lore? I don't think you can. No way.
They had a good collab. They had a good idea, but again, this time they have more immortalities here. But again, right now, Fnatic on AKBH is doing the safe call. Hostage them right here in the jungle. Wait for the lanes to shove in and pray that James is able to make a play. Because right now, he's shoving off the lanes. But if he doesn't show himself, Vanguard doesn't really know if he's going to be joining for Lord fight or is he going to be going for the back door?
Especially your Angela. She's not
Exactly.
she's not even safe.
Yeah.
The wave is constantly entering the base.
Yeah, in this case, if James decides to run down bottom and challenges Angela, he's downfall. But in this case, Vanguard, they're calling back up, they're calling in Nick Stain to kind of shove the lane, knowing that now, in the jungle, it is going to be a 2v3, and OnPH decides to rush it here. And this is helpful for them. 4v4 is good for them. But
James is going for
down
Suni.
bottom? No
He's
way.
gonna flicker.
Okay.
James,
Oh, okay.
that's immo.
No.
Can you swap items in time?
Ah.
No! That's what we've been talking about, James!
No, one more
There's
HP,
no way he gets out!
James!
Oh my goodness!
Oh, James, what a sick play coming in here as well.
And he has the hard score, he's gonna heal up. Vanguard looking to force the fight. This feels like a Hail Mary attempt. James is pushing that bottom lane. Vanguard Esports have no options.
Get out.
There's no right decisions.
They have to get out.
MJ is backing off. There's gonna be Nick Stain to hold James back,
No,
but
the
MJ, he's
conceal.
getting chased. The good kid.
Is
There's
dead.
Winter Truncheon, but MJ, he's not getting out
What,
of that.
immortality
Swaps
swap?
the immortality, but comes back, gets blasted.
Okay, they are managing to hold on right now here. Lord's not even cleared yet, so but Fnatic, they want to run down all down below here. Suni, 14 seconds left on the sidelines here. They are going to be able to fight this though.
It's 3v5.
They need Suni. They
They
need
need
Suni
Suni.
at
Like,
least.
how do you hold on to this? 5 more seconds, Salem. Throwing his life for this. James pounds right to the back. He's looking for the carry. Looks at dashes in front. Has the wisdom of nature to survive for now, but his teammates, they're all dying. Suni just came
Oh,
back.
just-
The hard got on the Nick Stain, but
No, it's not
Luxian is the
enough.
one that needs help. Fnatic Onyx Philippines playing Vanguard Esports like a fiddle, and finally, 20 minutes in, closes out game 1.
Oh my goodness. Onyx PH just convincingly taking them down here at the split second. Not even a, like, this, I don't think it was a drop. It was just out macroed completely here. Like, they just manipulated Vanguard Esports to choose when to fight them, and every single time because of this link.
Props to Vanguard Esports. This is the best performance they could possibly put up going up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines in that situation. It is not easy. I mean, we saw some incredible fast reaction item swaps. Vanguard Esports, I mean,
My
they
God.
made FNOP work for this game.
Yeah, James was able to swap off the rose gold meteor to extend the life. That was insane coming from James. But at the same time as well, Suni right now, I feel like she's done her job. But again, Vanguard Esports was put in an impossible situation, right? The composition was designed to go for a 5v5 fight, but Fnatic understood that right now, I don't really need to 5v5. All I need to do is just hold you hostage, and which was interesting because I thought Vanguard Esports was gonna go rush the Lord, knowing that the Link is nowhere to be found. But if they do that, Link is gonna backdoor.
Yeah,
So annoying.
Losing your entire base does that to you. I think the biggest savior for FNOP is actually the Brody hiding in the bush by the Lord pit. I think if he died there without taking a carry with him, that's Lord for Vanguard.
Yeah.
100%.
100% here. And of course, in terms of overall damage here, you can see Fnatic on PH, it definitely did a little bit more damage taken as well. Damage taken is going to be on Vanguard, Sandbag obviously, but they definitely have the most sustained. So I think in terms of tankiness as well, Vanguard, if this was not a Link, I'm pretty sure in a 5v5 fight, Vanguard Esports would have the better opportunity to actually come up on top.
Yeah. I would say, even for Luxian, the odds that he stacked up against, right, the draft of FNOP, even this carry was able to do some serious damage, like we saw.
Yep.
You also pointed out in a team fight situation, if FMOP can't get to the carry destroys all of them. Just those macro decisions from Fnatic Onyx Philippines that got them this win.
Yeah, so it came down to just split this, like a little bit of a mistakes coming from Vanguard. Fnatic, they definitely had this opportunity to just like to just snowball out of control, but they couldn't because of the fact that they didn't want to risk challenging a fully sustained 5v5 again, a heating composition, because in this kind of scenarios, it's hard to predict how you're going to win this fight. So
Yeah.
what do? Either bait out a hard cut or just wait for them to make a mistake. In this case, every single time Nick Stain walks up, boom, he's gonna get popped off.
We gotta look at the MVP for game 1 is none other than the good kid on this Brody 9-1-5. Just complete obliteration from minute 1, right? From the lane to the team fights, he was practically untouchable.
Yeah, well done to him. And he was the reason why Vanguard Esports wasn't able to snowball, right? Like a couple of times while his torn apart memories, he was able to get some very, very decent stacks as well. Like, she shut him down here. I think we will be able to see the highlights in a few moments here on how things actually went down for him. And in this case, I think Lay Good Kid definitely positioned himself very, very well. I think this was the first blunder coming from Vanguard Esports where because Nick Stain does not have the physical defense to tank through both the Brody and James, he just completely got melted here. But even then, you can see that Fnatic, in this small moment, realizes that James can't really join the fight at all, if you think about this.
I mean, he doesn't really need to, right? Also a minor blunder that the carry just overextended. This was the best possible opportunity for Vanguard Esports to really turn the whole thing around. But James, he realizes, man, I cannot kill this carry. My team is losing the fight. What does he do? Takes the mid in him.
Yeah, how? Like, there was no mid. I don't think there was a minion down middle as well.
There was one,
weird.
I think.
There was just 1 minion. He's actually shoved his way through. But this Rose Gold meteor swap, he was able to buy so much time in terms of respawn as well. But this
and then
kick,
this one.
this Lay Good Kid catch. Like, this would have a game-winning moment for Vanguard Esports if Lay Good Kid did not kill Lucian.
Yeah, that could have, maybe, that could have been Vanguard Esports not only taking the lore, but they could have a chance to turn it all around. James surviving there, also huge. But the fact that they killed off Sunny and he took all inhibitors meant that there's nothing that Vanguard Esports could realistically do. They're always put in a disadvantage and they just gotta pick their losses, and unfortunately, it's just too much.
Yeah, it was very, very difficult here, but GG well played from Onyx PH here. And you can see it feels like an all-in day's work here, but again, Vanguard, they're struggling here. They played, I think they played what they can do with the composition.
They came closer than I thought.
Yeah.
To be very, very honest. I think, you know, props to Vanguard Esports. It's not over just yet, right? If this is the caliber that we saw from them, the fight that they put up, making Fnatic Onyx Philippines work for that game, I'm expecting games to be the same thing, right?
I think it comes down to the execution of drafts on what they can or cannot do with the drafts. And would I say this is a bad draft? No.
No, I don't think so.
Would I say in terms of understanding your position in the heat of the moment? Yes. Onyx PH definitely understands and is able to identify what needs to be done in order to win. And I feel like James, in the heat of the moment, technically, oh, he fought. We're losing members. In that split-second decision, tried to go for the backdoor, forces a big win for Onyx PH. Because if he did not do that, technically, and chose to come in and fight with Vanguard, Vanguard would have just completely wiped the floor with Fnatic.
Yeah, I completely agree with it. Macro play is what won FNOP Game 1, but Game 2 is still a chance for Vanguard Esports to mount a comeback that will happen after this break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Here we go!
Esports.
Smokes and fireworks in the air is going to be Vanguard Esports against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Game 2 coming up is us, Husky, and ICBaby 1-2 to see the potential conclusion of this best of 3.
Yeah, seems like we have heard a little bit of a rumor here. We do have a player swap coming from Vanguard Esports. They're swapping in slowly for Suni in this upgame here. So, interesting enough, in this yesterday and today, I've seen 3 different players play on the XP. Or I would say 3 different players playing on this team.
Yeah, so
They swapped for Vanguard Esports now.
Yeah, so it was XP,
It was
and then now it's a Roamer. Let's see where slowly is going to fit in. Because I think if it's not in the Roamer role and it's in another role, it will affect the rest of the team, right?
Yeah.
So we got to see.
That's the thing, right? Nick's day was a roamer, and then he was forced to play XP. Now we have slowly coming in. So he's going to be playing the... He's a jungler.
He's a jungler. Wait, Salem is now the Roamer? I'm telling you, man, they're cooking something. They still get the Angela. So Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they figured that...
They take the link again.
They take the lead again. You know, sometimes I wish that we have like 12 bans per game instead of like 6 bans. You know?
Okay, that's the thing, right? For at least a good amount of years, it was only 8 in total. So
Yeah.
4 each. They increased it to 5 because of the heroes, but because of the introduction of so many characters every 3 to 4 months, it feels like you need 6 instead of 5.
Yeah, we need 4 bans in the first phase, 2 bans in the last phase.
Maybe yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
I think 4 in the first is too much, but at the same time, I can see where you're going at.
Even if you ban 8 heroes in the first phase, you still have plenty of choices. At least in this current meta, that's what I feel. Nothing has changed, but they Vanguard this second pick the CC in game 1.
I don't think they should.
I don't think they will do it again, right?
I don't think they should.
Do you just go Fredrin?
I think they should go for something that.
Okay, therefore they pick CC and Valentina. At least no Baxia this time.
This feels like a repeat on game 1.
You know what they say? Same picks, different players. Maybe the results would change.
Well, considering how James has been playing just now, it's gonna be different. This is gonna be a little bit different here because right now I think they need to focus on the marksman, and I think having forced the carry up on towards
Brody.
Vanguard, going up against Brody was a very nice call. But again, the biggest threat for Fnatic was that Fnatic on it, Fnop, whatever, Fnop, they made the right call, knowing that if they go for 5v5, they're not going to win with Brody. So because they have this Link, they out-macroed them and just won the game, which is insane because Link is very capable of that.
I was expecting these XP lane, maybe they don't pick XP lane, they pick like a Valentina plus their potential jungler, or they can even kind of lock in their marksman if they want, but it would be a Roger.
Yeah.
And then that XP lane, probably someone that can move fast, Benedetta, Paquito,
I think
Yuzong.
initially they picked the Baxia is because of the fact that they don't really want to deal with it in case I don't know.
But they already saw the Barras link.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, that's the thing, right? There's no way,
I've
there's
been
no way.
waiting
Like,
for
it doesn't
too
matter if
long.
they go for Baxia or not.
Unless
here,
you're telling me that FNOP is going to pick Baxia.
yeah, I don't think so. Well, technically they can.
We have
okay?
seen that.
Yeah, technically it's possible. So it's not really end of the road yet here if you want to deal with it here. If you go for mages like run for Durance, which is very good in an early stage game here, brings so much value. Quote unquote, people rush the Enchanted Talisman because they want the cooldowns, but Enchanted Talisman's mana regen before the item doesn't really help you in sustaining towards the fight, whereas the Eternal Gem gives you way much more sustain in terms of mana regen. From level 1 until level 8. At least, it's like you're always going to be topped up. You get a kill, your mana is extended because of that additional boost every single time you level up, you get those HP regen.
Baxia banned now this time, so no Baxia means that if you want tank, it's Fredrin or Akai. The only 2 left. I mean, Brody is still the same pick.
Same pick.
We're gonna get the same draft at this point.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Fnatic
What is their last pick?
on a PH get the same identical draft. But I think from Vanguard here, they have no choice but to swap their marksman as well as the jungler, right? Baxia as well as the carry has been banned off this wall. So I think they need to go for the not export. I think
Roger.
actually export jungler isn't too bad. Yeah, Roger was kind of sneak through as well.
Wow, the
Oh,
Joy.
the Joy! This is good. This is good.
By the way, Joy, I mean, she got buffed. The cooldown for the ultimate reduced, but you still can get crowd control in your ultimate right now. And there's a Baratz and there's a Vexana. It's not the easiest to dive to the back. And that means this is a snowball comp. Like, you really gotta snowball that early game.
To Okay, most likely this is gonna be a gold lane Roger, but again, I don't think they are gonna put jungle Roger, to be honest.
No, I mean, only Todak is crazy enough to play Joy go
sure.
with Petrify.
Sure,
Okay, wow.
whatever. Okay, they bring the Minotaur.
Oh boy, this is gonna be rough.
The Minotaur was banned in the previous game.
So they banned the Kaja Grok to prep the Joy. I don't see how this Joy is gonna survive in the fight. If I gotta be very honest, unless slowly gets like some godly snowball where he's one-shotting people, I don't see how this Joy is going to live.
The problem right now for me is that since it is gonna be a Joy jungle, where does our Salem go? What is he playing? Is he playing Roam?
I think so.
I
mean, we
think
saw his
there was a
nameplate,
little
right?
swap as well.
We
Like,
saw his name.
Vanguard
No.
is so flexible.
Wait. I see it now. I see it on the API. Salem is now the XP lane.
Oh, okay,
Nick
okay.
Stain, XP lane now
Nick
is Roam.
goes back to Roam.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let me show you how it's done.
Whew. I mean, we got a heck of a game. I mean, this could go either way for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. It's just one more step before they kind of advance through the Swiss round. Same draft overall, just that the Roma is different, but big team fight capabilities.
Yep, this time it's gonna be a Joy versus Ling matchup here, and I like Joy. Like Joy has better jungle clear speeds now, but I don't really know how well he fares off in just solo pickoffs, right? Like if you're looking for individual fights, like 2v1 fights, 2v3 fights here, it's great. But if you go for a 5v5, I don't think this Joy is gonna be able to do too much in terms of sustains. And there's a reason why people still play around tank junglers, because of the fact that the Lord still hurts.
Yeah.
Like any assassins without any tank items right now can't really fully sustain the Lord punches or even the Lord storms and AoE damages.
I guess we get kind of like an assassin matchup, and we get to see Joy after so long. Even prior to the nerf, not many people have been picking out Joy, and after the nerf, Joy was not picked up almost.
Yeah, I want to see how well this Joy is going to do in this current patch though. Like, this is going to be a tough one, but Brat's going to be, you know, going up with CC. Very, very boring matchup. But again, building up some stacks means that he is going to try to control. Well, I don't think Vanguard is going to invade this, but again, the level 4s up on towards Dur as well as Kikadot is going to be very, very important. But MJ right now, he hasn't been rotating with XP lane here, and it's something that Vanguard Esports doesn't really do compared to other regions as well, where we talk about other regions like, hey, mid lanes, once they finish up this creep base here, before the turtle, 17 minutes here, they'll rush to XP, and XP will wait for them to come in and then clear the creep wave so that they have the 4s before the turtle.
Yeah, they actually did it in the previous game, but this time they didn't.
No, that's the thing. Vanguard, they like to play a little bit more passive here, but this time, they actually did it this time. They're sending a Valentina up top here. There's going to be a skirmish on the XP here. Who's going to get the wave clear first? Vanguard? Who do you want to fight this? Okay. MJ, very confident here. Okay, there he has the Daytona's welcome. Nicely done. Baited out.
Good dodge. And that means now MJ, he's going to hit 4, has that IMU, and now can steal Daytona's welcome, Eternal Guardian. I have a feeling Daytona's welcome is not that bad of a skill, but perhaps, I mean, it's easier to land the Eternal Guardian. You don't have to like be upfront. Or Minoan's Fury in this case.
Minoan's Fury is great.
Yeah,
like,
it's great.
I think Minoan's Fury is great as well. Kikadot just hit his 4 as well. They're going to come in a fight here, and
Hard guard on top. He's going to control to death.
Vengeance!
Pops the Vengeance. Oh, he's still surviving. This
He's
man's
fine.
first blood. Of all things, goes to Vanguard. They get the turtle. Finally, Nick Stain might be in trouble, though. The Terrify, not enough. Double kill for Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Okay, the Eternal God's definitely going to be the way to go here for Vanguard Esports. But again, James is in a situation where he does have the damage, right? Like, he needs the purple buff. He can't really necessarily join the fight. And this is what happens for Fnatic Onyx PH. And Vanguard understands this. Once the turtle spawns, you have 30-second window. No purple buff for Link. But at the same time, they pop the beats here.
I mean, they get the flicker out of the Brody,
okay,
which
sure.
is great.
Whatever.
That's something that I'm worried about, right? The amount of crowd control. Minoan Fury, Eternal Guardian, and you still have the visibility of this Minotaur.
Like, I was expecting MJ to get the Minoan's Rage, but considering that it's still early in the game, they don't really need crowd control. They need some damage here. And in this case, getting another Eternal Guardian, I feel like they could have gotten more out of it if Salem was able to pop his Vengeance a little bit earlier compared to when he's down to his last health, you know, to be honest.
Yeah, and slowly wasn't able to join the fight.
Whoa, okay, okay. Boy, slowly, chill, slowly, chill.
I think just
Chill.
now, if slowly was able to be a bit more active in the fight, that could have been more.
Maybe,
yeah.
maybe.
All things considered, I mean, slowly's keeping up with James.
Yeah, he's trying to swipe some jungle objectives right now. And in this case, Fnatic on it. They are in a predicament right now.
Here he comes. Here comes slowly.
He's gonna swipe him off.
Good.
No jungle for you, James. No jungle this time.
Very good. But that means you can't contest the purple, right? You're still giving it over to James. Mr. Tree will be back out when the turtle spawns.
Okay. Salem is doing an okay job. Like, this is a better game for Vanguard compared to game number 1 here. They have more limitations here. They're playing a little bit more aggressive, knowing that James doesn't tentatively like to join fights every single time. Like, he's been playing very passively. And the thing about Ling, he scales off in the later stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you just power farm, right?
Yeah.
Power farm, get your items. It's definitely a slightly better game for him this time because he got the Berserker's Fury and he didn't die like previous game.
Yeah.
Some damage onto Salem, that's gonna force him in an uncomfortable spot despite having the Vengeance, Flicker into an ult and a knockdown slowly and they just follow up. Again, this droid just cannot move at all, ends up going down. Even with MJ response with his own Minoan Fury, it's not like it's gonna be enough. Salem, where are you? So far back. Nick Stain is not getting out of this one. I think
no.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're gonna cash in on an extra kill. The good kid delivered that kill. The turtle for FNOP.
I feel bad for Luxian. It's like, what do I do? Like, my jungler just got dived on, completely shut down. My XP laner and my roamer dived so far deep, didn't get a single kill for me to set up. What do I do? Should I stay in the lane or should I join? And in this case, Luxian, he made the right call. He shouldn't be joining this fight. But at the same time, Vanguard getting dived on was just really, really unfortunate. You can see immediately, like you said as well, slowly, immediately get chain CC, Daytona's Vulcan, Minon's Rage, Eternal Guard, like no Purify on the jungler, really, really bad. And in this case, Nick Stain as well as Salem going to backlines, not even getting a kill, is what hurts them even more.
Yeah, I feel like this has already kind of snowballed out of control. 3,000 gold lead for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Oh, I mean, does make you miss the joy that can't be crowd control.
Yeah, it feels bad though. Like I feel like this joy.
Oh man.
Oh no, he's gonna get
dead.
chain stunned again.
He's straight up dead.
Oh no, this is
Man.
frustrating. Like
Yo.
I feel bad for Slowly. It's not because he can't do anything. It's like, well, actually he can't do anything.
Yo, Moonton, if you're watching this, give Joy the CC immunity back. She is actually useless without it.
Oh, so frustrating. It's like chain stuns after chain stuns. Like now here comes the Link with the CC, but again, where's the damage? Like they've got sustains, they've got pokes, they can kite for the longest of times, but if they get one shot and locked right down like this by Fnatic, there's nothing really much you can do. Luxian looking for plan B. That's gonna be shoving up the lanes. James force a recall back.
Doesn't make it any easier when you have a Minotaur to deal with, and the Minotaur is on a team that is completely snowballing.
Yeah.
Like, how do you even get through him? Winter Truncheon for Chovy already. I mean, good luck trying to kill him if you ever get to him.
Yeah, that's so much time going to be bought as well here. But I think I like how Vanguard is trying to shift into its plan B right now, which is slowly going to be shoving on crossbar plays. Lucian's going to be shoving on the side of lanes as well. Let's not just take a full team fight until we have bigger items. In this case, slowly definitely needs a little bit more sustainability. Winter Truncheon might help. Blood Wings might definitely help. Immortality on him would actually help as well. But now, here comes the engage.
Salem is just going to eat everything.
My god.
They used the hard guard on the Roger, but he's not going to be able to join the fight.
Mistakes
Oh,
we make.
Chovy stole the purple buff with the Eternal Guardian. And now Flicker, Daytona's welcome to get the gobble up. Dur's going to get terrified underneath the turret. Does not go down.
Slowly here. Looking to join the fight here. Can't really do too much about this situation as well. And again, Nick Stain with a hard guard. But not on Salem once again. Knowing that Salem needs to be able to tank through everything. It's a very, very difficult task here. Like, we understand that having a CC with War Axe and Root Axe is great, but it's not exactly the tankiest ever to actually start a fight with. It's tough. Like, the amount of stuns coming from Fnatic is just annoying right now. Like, how do you miss a combo from Minotaur? Like, Flicker, first stun, guaranteed, ultimate.
Yeah.
Like, you have to instantly flicker out. If not, everything just gets dropped on you.
Whoever gets caught is straight up dead. I mean, there's so much crowd control. Almost a 6k gold lead. This top tier 2 will not stand. And contrary to game 1, CC does not have a chance to survive. Solo queue angle, slowly he's gonna eat everything.
James, this is take 2 from game 1. Unfortunately, he will escape once more. Hit a hit and run drive-by from James Fang.
Oh, that was dangerously close.
He's got the shields as well. Where does his shields come
Is
from?
it a turtle shoe? Yeah, it is.
Okay, it's a turtle shield. Alright. He's not gonna die anytime soon. Damage leaderboard here going to Vexana. Still very strong matron in this department. Vexana actually opted to go for Duran's first item, second item, Winter Trunkian to buy time for the team, knowing that they've got the sustains to outlast Vanguard as well.
Yeah, I mean, they have more than enough damage at this point of time. Even Brody.
6k net worth lead.
Brody himself is enough.
Very huge lead.
Considering that Chovy went for mostly defensive items and still dealt the most damage.
This is difficult here. Like what can they do? Like, Luxian needs to have... Like, we talked about how Roger needs to be played. Like, he needs to be the finisher. And so far, the idea of having Vanguard trying to kill this composition is doable. But when you have a tempo breaker like Kikadot, like, how can you even peel? Like, you just get completely hard locked down and just get one-shot. And I feel like this Joy, up and slowly, needs to be able to pick isolated target. But considering how Ube Fnatic Onyx PH is, it's tough. And even if it's not Ube, how can a Joy beat a Link?
The fact that you get crowd control, I think that is already... Even if you put Minotaur aside, right? You still have the Barats, you still have even Brody as a crowd control.
This is a difficult game.
It's... I feel like it's at a point where...
Okay,
unless, like, he's gonna engage again.
Slowly, he's stuck. Hard guard of him.
Is dead. He's not getting out of this.
Too much damage.
Like, unless Fnatic Onyx Philippines rushes the fountain, I don't see a way for them to lose this game. This is theirs to lose.
Yeah, this is their game to lose right now. I'm pretty sure if we have an AI prediction, it's somewhere around 75% right now.
75, I would say, is probably 90.
Yo, that's too much. That's too much. There is still, you know, comebackable moments. You know, if MJ gets like a 5-man knockup, and yeah, you're right, 80%.
Yeah, I mean,
whatever.
the Joy... By the way, slowly didn't even get to use it out properly this game, and not to mention that they just lost to Roger.
So much CC.
Counterpart memories coming through, not enough stacks. Fnatic on the Philippines knocking on the front doors of Vanguard and Nick Stain. Wow! Just 2 jabs to the chest and he is dead. First ultimate from the Joy used to run away. And that's gonna be first inhibitor down.
Yeah, such an oppressive here. MJ is trying his best here to try and terrify, but there's just no follow-up. And every single time does this, here comes Chovy. Slaps in space, they crack open the inhibitor, and Fnatic Onyx PH is looking to close out the 2-0 and say sayonara to Vanguard Esports' journey here.
Yeah, they have a Minotaur. They can stay here as long as they want. Third inhibitor, and final one is going to go down. The Terrify! Oh, Super MJ wants to make a play. Saved by the hard guard. Eternal Guardian onto Salem. Fnatic on Philippines again, taking it slow. Just slow, excruciating, bleed out. This is the final hurrah. Vanguard Esports trying to hold Onyx. Back. Counterpart memory finishes up Luxian. That's one down. Salem could not withstand the damage that this Brody is putting out. And Fnatic Onyx Philippines just slowly marching down that mid lane. Wave is going to be cleared up for now, but the good kid, he's just going to put in the final touches. No mercy given. Fnatic Onyx Philippines survives the gauntlet.
Very convincing 2-0 coming from Fnatic Onyx PH. Vanguard stood no chance. They adapted, they tried. But eventually, it's a little bit too much by Fnatic Onyx PH here. The Link just proved to be a little bit too annoying to deal with. But Fnop, definitely a top contender here. Yeah. And that's why they are in the best region so far.
Yeah. Game 1 was a litmus test. Game 2 was a statement. This one, uncomparable.
a straight up blowout, man.
Yeah, there's no chance. I mean, Game 1, we praised Vanguard for putting out a fight, you know, making their opponents work for the win.
Yeah.
This Game 2, I feel like Game 1 was a macro outclass. Game 2 was an outdraft.
I think the Roger nerf is starting to... I don't know how big of a nerf it's become, but it feels like this nerf onto his Roger has set him down a little bit more, considering that Marksman hasn't been gotten a lot of love over so many more patches.
Yeah. I think it's also the conditions you put the Roger in.
Yeah.
Like if you put the Roger in a condition where he has to deal with 10,000 crowd control and you have no one to bail him, it's just unworkable. I feel like Lucian could be full items and still have 0 impact. There's no way for you to get into the backline, right? I mean, your jungler is essentially ineffective.
Yeah, I agree. Well done coming from Fnatic on a PH here. There was a very, very convincing game here, and as you can see, Vanguard stood no chance. It was like completely outclassed, and this Joy pickup just couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Like, really, like every single time slowly shows up, you can see everyone from Fnatic on a PH is like, that's the Joy. I don't care. I'm coming in.
Yeah.
It's done. It's done. There's full control.
KK sees the Joy, engages on the Joy. When was the last time this happened? Probably never, right? Now Joy just feels like, man, removing that CC immunity on that ultimate really hurts her, because now you can't just, oh, level 4, I hit the backline and I'm not afraid of your crowd control. Now you have to, you're just like anyone else. Slow resistance, it means nothing, honestly.
Yeah, if you get stun locked like this, and in this case, everyone from Fnatic on PH does have the stun lock. You have Daytona's Welcome, you've got the Rockets, you've got the Tempest Blades, you've got the Terrify stun coming from Vexana, you've got the Eternal Guardian, you've got the stun from Brody, you've got the triple stun from Minotaur. Every hero from Fnatic has a stun to shut down this Joy.
MVP for this game?
Oh, sorry, MVP? Yeah. Who's the MVP? Who do you think is the MVP?
I mean, it wasn't really a question. It was just, you know, see, I mean, it's the good kid. Come on.
Yeah, I think everyone from Fnatic on a PH deserves the MVP. Like,
Oh, 100%.
that was a straight up blowout. Right?
This-
Game 1, Vanguard Esports definitely put on a good fight. It came down to out macro, right? Like you can see even the highlights as well. This was just out macro. But I think on PH, they were able to find opportunities to shut down Vanguard Esports. They made one small mistake, they capitalized on this. And they also respect how strong Vanguard Esports' composition is. Like you see, 5v5, they somewhat have the sustains, but all they need to do is just burst someone down, and if Lucian is not in this fight, they're going to be able to win the fight. But for Game 2, it seems like a completely different story. You can see Vanguard Esports had the stronger comp. They were able to just run them all down if they want to, and they technically did, but James was the one that actually makes a comeback for this.
Yeah, even the good kid, this one was a lifesaver, a literal game saver. It stopped Vanguard Esports from having any chance of coming back into the team. Good on Super MJ for getting the trade, but the damage was already dealt, right? So when it came Game 2, I just think this draft from Vanguard Esports had stood no chance. Too many conditions needed to be fulfilled, but at the same time, to fulfill those conditions is virtually impossible against what the draft of FNOP.
Yeah, and even in this fight as well here, it was a little bit interesting that I think the idea that Vanguard Esports had with this CC is to go to the backlines and try and pick off one. And look at the amount of damage I think Salem was trying to do on Chovy. It was barely minimal, that it was not quick enough to shove him down, where he was able to get out, right? And because of those time gap differences here, put him in a very, very awkward position. Because if he was playing over Yu Zhong, he would have won that. But again, would it be outdraft Game 2? Yeah. Game 1, out macro. But again, the better team here is going to be Onyx PH. Fnatic Onyx PH definitely played a phenomenal game this game.
And that means we're one step closer to potentially seeing, you know, King Kong, the main lineup, right? The main 5 in the challenge stage. Maybe somewhere down the road, they are still not out of the woods just yet. They got 2 more series that they need to win. But for now, we gotta talk to the winners. We gotta talk to the MVP of the series, the good kid, gold laner of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, bringing up. Hello, the good kid. How'd you feeling?
I'm good.
Feeling good? It's great to know. One more win, dominant. Talk to me about Game 1. Like, what happened? Game 1, pretty neck and neck. You guys came out on top. You, especially the star of the game. But what was the communication between the team?
Why is that?
Like, Game 1, right? Game 1 was close between you and Vanguard, between your team and Vanguard. Close Game 1. How did you guys kind of win the game? How did you guys manage to beat Vanguard?
Coach! Ano?
Okay, I'll make it simpler. Why are you so good? Why are you so good?
Yes. We just play how we play.
Oh boy. Okay, so you guys still have some games to play. What you got? What you got for him?
Okay, I got a question here. What do you think of Vanguard just now? for 2 games.
I think they are good, but they are no match to us.
Okay. No
good.
match to them.
I like the confidence. So, do you have anything you want to say to like your fans? You know, the fans and supporters of Fnatic Onyx PH.
Keep supporting us. Thank you.
Short and simple. Thank you very much, a good kid. Goodbye. Have a great night. I love it. Short and simple. Even the coach, I like it. He called for his coach. But again, regardless, Onyx Fnatic on the Philippines, congratulations. Still alive in the Swiss round. One step closer to challenge.
Okay. Interesting enough. I think this is something that I think when we watch SPS here, this is the perfect time to actually watch the grind, the true grind of how difficult being at the top is, right? Like,
Yeah.
when we watch MPL, when we watch MDL, it's like, oh, we play qualifiers, we come in, boom. Okay, we're gonna be playing only these 10 teams we focus on, nothing else.
Yeah. You know the
Right?
best part about SPS is the fact that for some of these players, it's their first time playing an
Yep.
international inter-region tournament, and at the same time, it's the first time that they're ever on camera being interviewed. And
Let's just say SPS is like playing a very, very difficult high-level tournament ranked game. Worse than MCL. Like way much more harder than MCL.
yeah, of course you can't compare this to MCL.
Like MCL is a tournament, right? Like
It
in ranked
is-
game, you don't know who's gonna be facing. You
Yeah,
just play
sure.
and blah. Here, same thing. You don't know who you're gonna be matching here. Eventually, it's like gonna be strong, weak, and they have to keep fighting. And the best part is they cannot lose a game. They lose a game, boom, bye. No chance to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, it's bye-bye for Vanguard Esports. I think it's Singapore's last hope. Well, not really last hope, second last hope. They've just Bleed, who is playing in the 3-0 bracket. But we have 2 teams who have officially locked in their spot for the challenge group stage. Congratulations to them. For now, we're gonna look at the 12 teams there. Monster Vicious, Evo's Holy, they made it through. And that means that Bleed Esports and Mythic Seal are going to be down. Wait, no.
Wait a minute. Huh.
They are.
Okay.
They are down. They are down in the 3-1 bracket, right? Because Monster Vicious, they beat Bigatron
Beta.
and these 2 plus Mythic Seal and Bleed are in the trio bracket.
Wow.
So means, yeah. So both these best of 3s ended in a 2-0. Monster Vicious, congratulations, the Malaysians. Woo! I mean,
Hey.
who needs to be in playoffs for MPL when you can be in the challenge season?
You know what? Malaysia has never done it in all seasons in SPL.
Yeah, this is the first time
This is the first time coming out qualified teams and then making it into the challenge season. So
of all teams is
Wow.
Monster Vicious. Wow.
congratulations to
4-0.
Malaysia.
Wow.
But again, it's only the first step.
Hey man, you know, we've been losing so much. Qualifying out of Open Finals is a good first step. Remember M5? Man, they didn't even make it past groups.
Oof, ouch.
But yes, congratulations to Monster Vicious. Internet is going to be celebrating today. Finally, something positive for us. But of course, for Evo's Holy, also, this is quite a journey for this team that has been through so much in MPL Indonesia. Lots of roster swaps. They had like 3 different iterations of rosters. Now they found success here.
Yeah, best part about this as well here. Today, we have a lot of interesting games here to actually start things off for all the journeys here on the English broadcast, right? Start things off with a very interesting opening, which is, I think...
Niners against Hawk.
Yes, it was Niners against Hawk. That was something that I think could have gotten a little bit closer, a little bit of taste on how MPL MY is going to be looking like as well. And then we saw the very drawn out fight, a way to start things off with both
Liquid Aura?
Liquid Aura as
Minana
well as
Evos.
Minana Evos.
Yes.
And I was hoping that Minana Evos was able to step out of the game because every single time they have to play for a defensive comeback game, but eventually it just didn't really work out for them.
Yeah, very unfortunate. I mean, we had to say goodbyes to more than just
Yep.
the 3 teams we saw, right? On other broadcasts, we also have elimination matches.
Yep.
And again, we thank these teams for being a part of this because it wouldn't have been successful without them, and they've shown us what good gameplay can be, and it just expands the talent pool, right? Like, you are not only looking at the Philippines or Indonesia, I mean, Malaysia, every other region has their own superstars. It's just that in every competition, there has to be a winner.
Yeah, agreed. And of course, experience is a very, very important factor for all these teams here if they want to progress a little bit better, if they are chasing that esports dream of having a career as a pro player. In this case, a lot of us for the past 5 to 6 years in the ML industry has been looking to chase that dream.
I think the best example was last year Open Finals. We had two MDL teams from the Philippines. We had GameLab and Euphoria Esports. Look at where their players are right now, right?
Yeah.
They're being picked up by Tier 1 teams. We had Havas in MPL Malaysia. We have Vinogo also in MPL Malaysia. So this is a good scouting field, I believe, for the big orgs out there. It's
Yeah.
definitely not the end of the journey for teams who have been eliminated. This brutal format also showcases who's the better team.
Yeah, because eventually when it comes to tournament here, you don't really have time to test your waters. It's all about win. You need to know how your game plan. You don't need to know how to close out this game as quick as you can. There's no takes. There's no retakes. There's no like movie. Like it's not like shooting a movie where hey retake. Oh this guy acts badly. Whatever. Bam. That's it. Yeah. No, not happening.
I mean, if you get a bad bracket, you just have to do your best to win it. Speaking about that, because this is the gauntlet of champions, you're going to get the best of the best when we eventually arrive at the challenge finals. And to do so, to witness them in real life, you can grab your tickets here at esl.gg/MLBB-TIX-EN for a very, very affordable price of 3 ringgits or what a 10,000 IDR to start it off. Scan this QR code or go to the website. It's happening in Jakarta. It's going to be a blast.
Exactly, and be sure if you are going to school, don't
Skip school.
And if it's a school day, go to school first. Once you're done with school, then go
Take your
to
leave.
tickets. Yeah.
School is temporary, ML is forever. I can hear the producer laughing. I love it.
You're influenced by LaFell, aren't you?
No, yes. LaFell has some great acoustic traits that I like. I'm pretty sure you will learn to like him as well. I mean, it's been a great night. It's been a great night. Some great matches.
I think your parents need some very, very serious talk with you.
Don't worry. We have those kind of talks every day. But I'll take your advice. That's the day for us. 3 great series. Congratulations to Monster Vicious and Evo's Holy for being the first 2 teams to qualify for Challenge Group season. We're going to call it a night. It's been a pleasure working with you. We'll hope to see you very soon. Good night.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.